Is it public? Oh yeah, it is already public. Oh, I guess Twitter. Well, I guess let's get this car crash on the road. Supposedly, the newer BIOSes for this motherboard have made the memory stability better. But the number of times I've heard that about Intel BIOSes, and the number of times that's actually been true is, well, it's been true once. And the number of times I've heard that is way too damn many. Yeah, and we'll choose box cooler because the CPU is a potato, so, like, if it runs with... actually, I think with the 288 watt limit, it probably wouldn't crash, but... I know for a fact that it can run Cinebench at 253. I don't know if it can run it at 288. What was the button for MSI boards? It's F7, right? Ah, yeah. Same 14900K? Yes, of course it's the same 14900K. Why would I give Intel money? It's gonna be bad then. Well, yeah. It's a little something for all the recent comments under the Ryzen videos complaining about the lack of Intel content. Well, here you have your damn Intel content. Either MSI, like, fixed Intel's memory controller, or we're gonna sit here watching Y-Cruncher and Karhu error out for like 8 hours straight. Historically, this motherboard really hates Y-Cruncher and doesn't really have too many problems with other stress tests. So I'm gonna go with we're probably just gonna see Y-Cruncher crash in like 30-minute intervals. KS? They're not sending a KS. They didn't send a 13900 KS. I don't know why they'd send a 14900 KS. And if Intel dug up a 14900 KS for media sampling, it would be the worst KS ever produced. Seriously, this chip is like it literally cannot run Cinebench on like default motherboard settings because it can't, like, it doesn't work with no power limit enabled. So yeah, this should be very entertaining. Do the 2x24 6000 CL40 kits use MDI? I really doubt that. Oh no, man, I hate Windows, like, display scaling. Okay, can I get it to, like, Because the capture card is, like, 4K, and without GPU drivers... Oh, right, this is an NVIDIA OS. Oh, well. Wait, I guess I could just switch over to the GT10, but I'd still have to install the drivers, wouldn't I? I guess we can just live with it in this condition. Like, ultimately, all I really need is the current and max values, so we just need to stretch this out a bit, and then... Current... Max... Like, honestly, I don't know why a minimum column even exists. Like, what's that for? I guess it might be helpful if you have one of those CPUs that doesn't work at low temperatures, but... those are all, like, first-gen phenoms as far as I know, so not really a concern for anything released in the last, like, 10, 15 years. Well, I guess let's, crash, right? Like, honestly, I'm kind of tempted to underclock the CPU just to, like, eliminate the variable of, like, well, maybe the chip just can't run Y-Cruncher at all. No, it's a 5.2, so that really shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, like, the temperatures are fine because of the power limit, so... Well, it is running, so that's way better than my past experiences. I would have expected it to already error out at this point. Do I dare get my hopes up? Why don't you buy an Encore? Because I'm done spending money on garbage CPUs. Like, if Intel's memory controller is so good, why does it get dunked on by the average 4DIMM AM5 board? Well, that is a first. I don't think I've... Actually, no. 8000? I don't think I've ever tried this board with MDI, though. But that's still quite the achievement, that, like, this is running at all. That is already massively exceeding my expectations. Yeah, except dual rank doesn't work at 6800 the last time I tried dual rank. Actually, before the recent onslaught of, like, AMD memory overclocks, I was testing the 32 gig DIMMs that I have on the Apex, and basically it wasn't even working at XMP. And that's like a 6400 rated kit, and it's just like, man... Like, like, it's just so stupid. Wait, what's this set to? I'm not gonna run, like, like, even if by some miracle this does work, I am not gonna run this to the stress test standards that I use for AMD. Because, I'm not gonna tempt fate, with Intel CPUs anymore. So we're gonna do the 1 hour run instead of 2. On Ryzen I do 2 because usually if it passes an hour it's just not gonna crash out ever. Or actually I think there's a few videos where I did like 4 hours of Y-Cruncher or whatever. What are the stable timings looking like? I mean, this is literally just XMP. Like, the best Intel CPU I ever owned was like a 8700K. Actually, I still have that CPU. It was a 8700K that I got secondhand. Being the gullible idiot I am, I bought an 8086K, which sucks. Like, I bought a retail 8086K because, you know, it was like the 8086K was like a special edition similar to the KS chips. And it's like, oh yeah, it'll have better binning. And that's why that chip walls at like 5.1 gigahertz, whereas the random second-hand 8700K that I bought does 5.25. Similar to how like my 12600KF just absolutely demolishes my 12900K in terms of silicon quality. I mean, I don't have the 12900K anymore, but yeah, that was also fun. It was like the 12900K was way worse than the 12600KF. No, the 12600KF was just a random retail CPU. The 24 gigabit sticks are easier to clock high. In terms of timings, the 16 gigabit sticks are actually a bit tighter. So, like, they're kind of, so it really depends on, like, what you're trying to do, I'd say. Are you running XMP timings? Yes. Older game compatibility with Ryzen is flaky? What? Or do you mean specifically for emulation? Because, like, as far as I know, game compatibility would literally just be, like, as long as the game uses instructions that your CPU supports, like, it has to run. Oh, DOS. Oh. Okay, I don't know anything about that. 13th and 14th gen superior to 12th gen for memory? Yeah, mostly. It's not like, well, I don't know how big the difference is, because it's not like I had 100 of each to figure, like, to run comparisons. This is, like, way more stable than I've ever seen it be before. Like, I really wasn't expecting this to get even past, like, a minute of Y Cruncher. Much less, like, what are we at? We're at, like, 4. Does TRCDWR have a meaningful performance impact on Intel? Well, it only affects write operations, and write operations aren't exactly latency sensitive, so not really. There are like some synthetic benchmarks that like gain from setting it really low, but it doesn't because it only affects I think for like real world use cases it probably doesn't make much of a difference. At the same time, you can probably just set it to like 16 and it's not gonna cause any stability problems. Just due to how the write activates work. Should Y-Cruncher run indefinitely? I mean, my basic definition of stability is that you should be able to run any any valid code should be you should be able to run any valid code for indefinite amounts of time, right? So that assuming the software isn't written badly, you should be able to run it forever. If you can't run it forever for some reason, the CPU or the memory, that's where the errors are coming from. Now, I am not going to run Y-Cruncher on this for more than an hour, because I don't want, I'm not going to try my luck with this. I am going to do the absolute bare minimum of stress testing. So that also means like an hour of Karhu, which I don't know what that works out to in terms of coverage, but... And I guess I'll throw in testmem5, what is it, the 1usmus preset is the one that people seem to like using for Intel for some reason. Use the stock load. Yes. With this motherboard, if you touch the loading mechanism, the last time I tried, it just stops working. I have a Thermal Grizzly contact frame, the new one, and I am not well, actually I tried it on the Apex and it made it basically broke the memory overclocking completely. And then this board is I haven't tried the contact frame on this board, but I have tried washer modding this board, and I think I even tried free floating the CPU and just pressing it into the socket with the heatsink. And this board basically, if you take the ILM off, it basically breaks completely. It just stops working, which is just yay. LGA is a great technology. To be fair, there's not really anything that can be done about it. You can't do 1700 pins in a PGA. 1usmus better for DDR5? I don't buy that. Or, well... I get, I've tried both, and I didn't really, I usually use, what is it, Anta 77 Extreme, and basically, they both, I didn't notice a difference between them. Hey! Man, okay, well... So, fun fact about this memory kit, if I put this CPU on the B650E Tachyon, and this memory kit onto the B650E Tachyon, it takes at least an hour before it errors out, and the reason it errors out is the VDDP voltage is very slightly too high on stock settings. That's the only reason that this memory kit won't just immediately run Y-Cruncher on a B650E motherboard. But this is an Intel motherboard, so now we have to ask the incredibly stupid question of why did Y-Cruncher crash? Any suggestions? What's the memory temps? Let me check. I do have a fan on them. They maxed out at 42. Yeah, they're at 42 degrees Celsius. So, voltage, we're at XMP. So, 1.4 volts on the memory. And then, what, VDD2's at 1.4. I'm assuming VDD QTX is also at 1.4, yeah. System agent is at 1.2. So, yeah, I'm not really seeing anything particularly ridiculous here. Tweak every voltage combination. PLL voltages, they're on auto. Though the last time I tried messing with PLL voltages, lower SA voltage. Yeah. I mean, that was my plan. I wasn't planning to raise any of them. I was thinking like 1.35 for DQ and, I mean, for TX and VDD2, I was thinking like 1.35. And SA, I mean, I might leave SA at 1.2 for now. But, well, here we go, I guess. The Intel experience. Like, on AMD, if I see Y-Cruncher error out, like, I already know what to fix. And here it's just like, yeah, there's like 3 voltages. It might be any of them. It's like, why don't you make more Intel memory overclocking videos? Oh, I don't know. It's probably because it takes more time to go through every combination of possible voltages on an Intel CPU than it takes to figure out which BIOS version is optimal on an AMD chip. As in, it literally takes less time to flash different BIOS versions until you find the correct one for the memory you're trying to run. And that's only really like, well, I mean, admittedly, I only had to go through 3 BIOSes because the Tachyon doesn't have that many BIOS releases and it's not that many options, but... Oh boy, why do I do this to myself? Nope, that's not 1.3. 1.35, that's still not 1.35. There we go. Wait, if I just press minus on the... Okay, that doesn't work. 1.35. And SA, I am actually just going to leave SA for now, as it is. But anyway, I have tried messing with the PLLs on the CPU in the past, and that seemed to make things worse. But with Intel, it's like... existing seems to make it worse. So... you know. Memory frequency limit on AMD. Most motherboards won't really want to work above 7600 in my experience, and some motherboards will really struggle with 7600. But if you have a gene, or by some miracle you manage to get a Tachyon, and I think a couple of the ITX boards, DDR5-8000 is actually, like, relatively easy, assuming your CPU is also capable. Like, I don't actually, I mean, I haven't checked my 7600, and I haven't checked my 7800X 3D, but both my 17900X and my 7950X do DDR5-8000, they just need slightly different VDDP voltage. Also, they only do it on the Tachyon. On literally any other motherboard, they hit about 7600 max, maybe 7800, but it becomes a massive pain. So I don't really count that as like, yeah. Car who crashes on test stop after... Oh, you press the stop button and that makes car who crash. Maybe you set it to, like, grab too much memory? Because, like, Carhu's really not great about, like, if you set it to use a ton of RAM, it tends to, like, break things. Have you tried pushing above 8000? I have, but only with the 17900X, and I think that CPU is actually maxed out at 8000, because at, like, 80, and it just immediately gets mega unstable. I haven't tried the 7950X, because I only have one board where I can really test DDR5-8000, and that's the Tachyon, and it just seems kind of pointless when you can't, like, buy that board at retail. So, yeah, I wish, like, I'd like to test the ITX AM5 boards, or I'd like to buy a Gene. But the Gene is so damn expensive. You could probably buy 2 ITX boards for the price of one Gene. I'm just gonna get rid of the minimums. Windows corruption. This is an OS I literally used for freaking stress testing the AMD CPU earlier today, like yesterday. Like the previous video was done on this OS. Also, I think this OS was originally made. Yeah, this OS is originally from a Intel setup. So like I installed Windows. Yeah, I think this is an OS I made specifically for 14th gen. And then like, it passes stress tests better on Ryzen than it does on Intel CPUs. Well, no, it doesn't pass better. It's just like obviously if I drop the memory speed to like 7200, it would probably work. I say probably because I have seen multiple instances of like, oh, well, okay, well, that's nice. So that's worse. Lowering VDD-QTX and VDD2 made everything significantly worse. So now what do I do? Why is the account named BZNovidia? Because at the time, like, I wanted to bench some NVIDIA cards with on Z790, if I remember correctly. So it was Novidia. Only board for 8000 plus. I've seen, like, I wasn't really paying too much attention to it, but it sounds like the B650 ITX from Gigabyte seems to be capable of DDR5-8000 on AMD. I don't know how true that is. I haven't tested it myself, and Gigabyte's, like, if you look at Gigabyte's QVL, and I've been kind of tempted to make a video about this because I think it's pretty stupid that we're now in this situation. Oh, when will it load? There we go. Okay. I need AMD. So, let's just grab a random... Okay, well, let's not go with a random board. Let's go with a board I actually have. So I have one of these. Why is this not working? There. So, I have one of these. And if we go to the support, and we go to the memory support, yeah, this is not true at all. It does not do, I think this is actually, yeah, I think this is the exact memory kit I'm using here right now. This does not work. It does boot, but it is not stable. Like, at all. And there's really nothing I've been able to do about it. 7800 on that board is like, you could probably get it to work. But 8000, in my opinion, is completely out of the question. Like, that is just not actually going to work. So I, like, but then again, Gigabyte has QVLs for their 4DIMM Z790 boards that make me want to just, like, curl up in a ball and cry, because it's like the same thing. Actually, it's worse. The QVL goes to like 8200 or something. Yeah, like 8266, which the most I've been kind of able to run Y-Cruncher at was like 7600 on the Z790X boards with 4 DIMM slots. I don't have any of the 1 DIMM per channel boards. So yeah, and it's like Gigabyte, so AM5 Gigabyte has like 8000 on the QVL for like absolutely bloody everything. I don't know how, but it's just kind of there. Hell, I bet, okay, this probably doesn't have it. How many memory slots? Yeah, okay, that has too many memory slots, that's not going to do it. No, not Intel. Also go away. Let's say like this X67. Oh, actually, that's probably a pretty high layer count board, isn't it? This is probably on an 8-layer PCB. I wanted to pull up one of the 6 layers. Oh yeah, this is an 8. Okay, so that's not what I wanted. Because they do have some 6-layer boards on B650. Actually, I think they like updated a lot of their B650 boards to now use like a 6-layer PCB to save on cost. Right? Yeah, 6-layer PCB. Anyway, if we go to the support for this thing, it has the exact same QVL as the Extreme, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it does. Which is also, like, I don't know. Like, no. Just absolutely hell no. Though I find this somewhat less, like, you can at least, like, kind of run some benchmarks on Gigabyte boards, whereas I do have an X670 ProArt, and that board barely works at 7600. And if you go to the QVL for this thing, yeah, I don't, like, what is this? Especially when they have, like, wait, is it just not sorted? No, I think it's sorted by memory speed, and they just have, like, oh, like 7800 and 8000. And my experience with this board is that at 7600, it is incredibly flaky. Man, probably my biggest complaint for this motherboard is the product page. Great board, awful product page. Anyway, the memory QVL for this is actually underrated quite significantly. Though I guess ASRock is, like, being conservative with it, because if you don't manually tune the board a bit, it won't actually work at 7600 on its own. Like, this one to get 7600 to work, like, 7600 is actually surprisingly stable, but you do, like, if you wanted to actually pass all of your stress tests and, you know, be usable, you're gonna need to do some manual tuning, whereas without manual tuning, 7200 is probably about the limit. So I guess ASRock's just being kind of realistic, whereas Gigabyte really isn't. And Asus even more so, as far as I'm concerned, because, like, the Extreme, I mean, the X670i Extreme, it kinda does 8000. The ProArt doesn't even post at 7800, so I don't know where they're getting 8000 on that QVL. Which is kind of funny, because Asus also makes the Gene, and the Gene actually, like, as far as I know, is, like, the board if you want to do DDR5-8000 on AM5. You buy a Gene, 24 gigabit MDI, and 8000 should just work, basically, is what I've heard. And it wouldn't surprise me, because, like, that's kind of how it goes with the Tachyon. You just take a CPU, you stick it in the Tachyon, and then 8000 just kind of works as long as you're on the right BIOS. Anyway, I wanted to pull up the HDV. Because, like, I've seen people mention that, like, the HDV is, like, really good at memory overclocking, and in my experience, it's, like, almost... It's, like, kind of worse than the live mixer? Almost? Kinda? Like, whichever one I spend more time with feels better, basically. So if I put more effort into the HDV seems to do a bit better. If I put more time into the live mixer seems to do a bit better. But never had either of them at 8000. I did get the HDV to kind of work at, like, 7800. But usually, like, even for 7600, it requires a bunch of manual tuning, just like the live mixer does. So... yeah, anyway, so QVLs for modern motherboards being stupid is no longer just an Intel problem, because as soon as AMD fixed the 2-to-1 mode, the motherboard manufacturers did what they do best, which is just shove memory kits into QVLs that shouldn't be there. Like, I don't... like, I actually don't get it. Like... Especially the ProArt having DDR5-8000 in its QVL, because it like barely works at 7600. I don't get how they got that board to do 8000. Anyway, okay, so 1.35 made things worse. So now what do I do? You know, let's try go like that, maybe? Okay, well, no, let's go back to the original voltages and try less SA. Let's try, like, 1.15. So the thing in my experience, so with Ryzen specifically, you can actually run Karhu basically indefinitely and then crash in Y Cruncher VT3. Like specifically VT3, because like when I first did DDR5-8000 on the Tachyon, I was like super pleased with myself because like VST passed, I had some crazy runtime in Karhu, you know, everything was passing, and then I ran VT3 and VT3 errored out in like 3,000 seconds. And that's when I decided, okay, the only thing I'm going to run is VT3. And I'm just going to run it for over 2 hours. So yeah, I've been kind of tempted to make a video about how like AM5 QVLs are basically, as well, especially Gigabyte is useless. I kind of feel like I need to revisit the Asus boards a bit because I didn't really like, I kind of doubt that spending a bunch of time on a board where 7600 barely works is going to drastically change things, but maybe I was on the wrong BIOS version or something, so I will probably revisit the ProArt, and I also have a Strix board that I might do some testing with. What did I want to do? Right, Y Cruncher. Actually, there's no point opening MemTweak it, because, like, it's gonna crash. Guaranteed. All we need is hardware info so we can see what temperatures are at. When you post this live stream, yeah, the live stream's gonna stay up. I've not taken down any live streams on YouTube recently, I don't think. There just hasn't been many of them. Does Karhu test specifically? It seems to just run forever if M settings are okay, but... So, Karhu basically, like, it does what any memory stress test does. It writes data to the memory and then reads it and checks that the data is still the same that, like, what it wrote. I think it also, like, if you have the the CPU cache thing enabled, that, like, also does some, like, math to make the CPU pull more power while running it. But there's, like, specific data patterns that basically memory stress tests might use to cause the memory controller to error out. Because, like, if you were just writing a bunch of ones and then reading them back, that's actually really easy. Reading a nice because if you think about it, when you're reading a 1 from the memory stick, that just means, like, or, like, continuous ones from a memory stick, that just means the pin for that data is high. Yeah, see, this is why I don't do Intel memory overclocking videos. So, who wants to bet that if I set the system agent voltage back to 1.2, it's still gonna error out in the first loop? Man, this reminds me, didn't I do a DDR5-8000 attempt on the Apex as well as a live stream? And that went roughly the same. Like, at the start of the stream, it was like, oh, the stress test is, like, passing kinda. Like, surprisingly well. And then by the end of the stream, even the settings that worked at the start of the stream didn't work anymore. Which was just like, yes, that is Intel memory overclocking in a nutshell. You start with something that almost works, and by 8 hours later you have something that doesn't work at all, and if you go back to what you started with, that also doesn't work anymore. I don't even know why I'm bothering to open hardware info. It's just gonna crash again, guaranteed. Heat soaked. The memory sticks are at 30 degrees. The room is like 20 degrees. There's a fan sitting directly on the memory sticks. They're at 33 degrees right now. If this doesn't immediately crash, I will consider that massive progress. You know, I find it really funny that, like, because, like, I've seen some screenshots recently of this board, like, doing DDR5-83, oh no, not 8300, like 8533, which is really high, right? So I was, like, really worried at the start of the stream that, like, oh, this new BIOS update is, like, gonna fix it, and all of my complaints about the Intel memory controller are gonna be invalid. Well, that was fucking optimistic. Oh, yeah, I guess I should force memory training on every boot, so that when I'm changing the voltages, they retrain. Okay, so at least this seems to work back to where we, like, started. That's good. Nah, Intel HEDT, like, once you, like, on X299, like, once you put the sticks in the correct memory slots, it works. Also, AMD DDR5 is very, like, consistent in terms of how it behaves. X9, oh, yeah, well, the thing is, like, with Haswell E, like, it just kind of brick walls at some point. Though, admittedly, I never tried to, like, stress test Haswell E at high memory speeds. DDR4-4000 is kind of a problem on any X299 board, in my experience. On a Z790 Nova? No. If I'm gonna spend money on new hardware, it's either gonna be an APU or a Gene or, like, some AM5 thing. New AM5 genes? I hope we get a proper Apex for AM5. I really hate that, like, Asus just, like, why, like, they made, an MATX board that has, for the most part, the expandability options of an ITX board. Right? Because the way the PCIe slots are set up, if you have, like, a 4090, you're not using that second PCIe slot, so, like, why is it even there? Well, so that still works about the same as it did at the start, so that's fun. Guess we'll turn off fast boot and try change the voltages again. Wait, did I really not test the M-die with this? I can't remember. Should I put it to slow training or no? Well, obviously not no training. That's stupid. I guess just disabled. Why, when I load into a game, YouTube starts lagging? Because the YouTube loses priority. So, like, updating the video is less, like, the OS decides that updating the video is less important than your game, and so YouTube gets, like, pushed into the background. Switch it to slow training. Okay. Should I actually just try it with slow training from the get-go? I mean, I guess it can't hurt. I can't imagine that this will actually make a difference, though. CPU VDDQ seems high. Yeah, well, earlier in the stream I lowered it to 1.35 and then Y-Cruncher crashed immediately instead of after a few loops. So that might have been related to the training options. Tomato salt, you mean ketchup on scrambled eggs? Maybe. Depends. Your favorite food? There's like a specific way of cooking octopus in the Mediterranean that's like really good. But I don't know how to translate it into English. But yeah, octopus is really, really good. I mean, I've never used personal food as like a freaking favorite food as a security question. And if I did, I'd probably put something like sugar in there. So that's easier to... That's like less likely to change. And 7800 X3D with 5200 DDR5 for budget reasons? I mean, well, of all the CPUs to do that with, that's probably the best option. That'll, like, slow down the least, especially among the Ryzen chips, because the Ryzen chips are, like, if you have a non-X3D Ryzen and you run it with slow memory, the CPU gets really, really slow. Actually, as far as I know, on LN2, the Intel memory controller gets even more temperamental, so that might make it worse. Memcrunch 2 is literally just a batch file for yCruncher. So just look up yCruncher. If FCLK still hates subambient, I don't think it does. Like, people were benching some crazy high memory, like 1-to-1 on Ryzen with LN2. I don't think it scales, though. Does having RAM below 30C even help with overclocking it? It can. Depends on what the memory is. Why don't you have AC? Because I'm in the UK. We don't normally have AC here. Ow. Smacked the mic and myself with it. Nah, the sticks are less tolerant to high temperatures as you raise refresh interval because the capacitors storing your data leak charge faster the warmer they are. So literally the reason you have to raise lower refresh interval at high temperatures is because your data is literally disappearing at like an accelerated rate than usual compared to usual. Yeah, like there's no reason in the UK to have AC because you'd only use it for like a week in the summer. Yeah, in order to have high refresh intervals stable, you need lower temperatures. Or, well, you need, like, temperatures less than X, but it's not because it increases the heat output of the memory sticks. Like, it does, because you obviously get more read and write cycles if you spend less time refreshing, but the reason you need to lower the refresh interval is not because the memory sticks are producing more heat, it's because they're too hot. So I absolutely hate waking up in cold rooms. The thing is, like, tech cooling your memory sticks isn't really gonna, like, you'd need to push the memory sticks really cold to get, like, noticeable benefits. And then you have, like, condensation, and, like, in terms of your the overall impact on performance is gonna be so minor that it's just, like, not really worth the effort. 65,000 refresh interval crashes above 45. Oh. On your system. Huh. That's kind of surprising. I've had, like, I'm pretty sure I've had 65,000 work all the way up to, like, 60 or something. It definitely doesn't work at like 70 degrees though. What are your training settings? Right now it's just on slow training. TREF, I know that's TRFC. And if you can't boot with less than 300, your sticks just suck. So the workaround is to buy better memory sticks. Slow training faster than fast boot disabled? I don't know. It evidently didn't make a difference to the Y-cruncher stability, though, so... we get to go play with the settings again to achieve absolutely nothing, because that's just how it goes with my Intel CPUs. Science says you sleep better in an 18C room. Yeah, I strongly disagree with that. Optimal room temperature for all activities is like 22. Any less than that, I get progressively like more and more sluggish. And that even includes sleeping. Like, if I wake up and the room is at like 18 degrees, then it's like, yeah, that makes waking up really freaking hard, because it's cold outside the bed. I don't want to get out. Okay, so now what do I do? What is memory extension mode? Oh. Okay, I guess some kind of auto overclock thing. Any less than 22C and the shivering prevents sleeping? I can tolerate a bit less than 22, but... like, the other thing is if the room is really cold, like, you can't, like, stick your foot out from under the blanket, because your foot just immediately gets freaking cold, and then it's like, man. Or you can't, like, you can't leave an arm out or anything, because that also immediately gets cold, right? It's like, oh, under the blanket it's too warm, I stick my arm out, and it's too cold. Just pull it back in, oh, it's too warm. It's just like, no, the room has to be at, like, a pretty reasonable temperature, so, like, I'm not micromanaging my extremities. Do these sticks have a thermal pad on the PMIC? I don't know, maybe? You're meant to do that automatically in your sleep to manage temp. Yeah, but, like, I need to be... like, I first need to fall asleep. And I don't usually... and that takes a lot longer if the room is uncomfortably cold. How do you like this motherboard for OC? For that, like, to give you a useful answer, I would have to not hate 14th or 13th gen. How Yeah, but that's not the board's fault, though, right? Like, I have, like, my experiences with Z790 motherboards is, like, memory overclocking on the Apex sucks, memory overclocking on this sucks, memory overclocking on the Tachyon sucks, memory overclocking on the Dark sucks, memory overclocking on, like, the new refresh boards from Gigabyte, it also sucks. The old Gigabyte boards, well, they suck more. And it's just, like... So it's like, yeah, so basically the entire, like, really, my main complaint is that I have to use this in freaking platform. Anybody have suggestions for voltages? .23 SA. That seems like a completely random voltage that is totally going to achieve something, but yeah, sure, go for it. Anybody have a VDDQ suggestion? 1.35 VDD2. We tried that earlier in the stream and it really didn't work, but sure. Which MOBO didn't suck? The Tachyon, the B650E Tachyon, you know, the one that's compatible with CPUs that don't suck. .45 VDDQ just for randomness. Okay, sure. I mean, it can't be any worse. Can it? It'd be really funny if this actually got furthest in the stress test. New boards will be cheaper for the same features? I kinda doubt it. .45 is a safe value for VDDQ TX, so that's more concerning for the CPU. And personally, I would not go above 1.45 on TX. Actually, postcodes might be getting cheaper. At least from some manufacturers. Though I'm not sure necessarily on AM5, but definitely for like future Intel boards, they might be getting cheaper. .46 on a 6600K, that's about normal for those CPUs. Is it delidded, or are you just on like the stock thermal paste? Because if you delid it, it should be, like you should be able to cool up to like 4.7, 4.8. I mean, 4.8 would be like a pretty damn good CPU, but like 4.7 shouldn't be too much of a problem. Would you run daily at 1.6 volt DDR5 kit? If it has good airflow, sure. Stock and a Noctua cooler. Okay, that's wait, 55C. At 57 degrees max. That's kind of pushing it, I'd say. Yeah, I think in that case I'd lower the voltage. It's not like you're going to be losing some massive amount of performance. And if it's at like 57, there's a decent chance, like if your room temperature goes up a bit, or like like I'm assuming you have your refresh interval completely maxed out, you're not far from the point of that being unstable. Delta Force, no, I haven't. What is that? Tactical shooter. Yep, not interested. I don't have hardware info auto run, because sometimes I don't want to open hardware info. Oh, TREFI is at 49,000. Okay, I guess that case, you're not really not likely to have too many issues. It's the B die of DDR5. Probably Hynix 16 gigabit A die right now. Yeah, the first album does kind of suck. But most specifically, that first section of it. Well, this is kind of funny. This is, like, working better than I thought it would. I really thought this would just immediately crash, but, like, apparently not. Evidently 1.4 volts of EDDQ was not enough. Have you checked out Flatout to Wreckfest? Yeah, I have Wreckfest, and I have one of the Flatout games as well. I'm guessing, Ahri, you're not in the UK, are you? Because I feel like I would know if Ministry was on tour in the UK. Yeah, they're in the US. Oh, you're in Canada. Oh boy, man, I freaking love Intel memory tuning. Like, okay, so now what do? We change the voltages again. And some misguided belief that if we just try enough numbers, at some point it'll work. We got a hold of any 8000 G CPUs? Not yet. Fine-tune your SA. But how do I know SA is the problem when, like, I don't even know if it's I don't know if VDDQ or VDD2 are correct. Right, like, that's my whole issue with this, is like... At 1.5 volts, that chip is probably massively rolling over. Also, like, 1.5. Oh, I guess I should also set that on the memory then. Oh. I wouldn't say better. It crashed earlier than when it was at 1.4. So, do we try this? I don't know. I feel like setting the SA back to 1.2. I guess we can try this. X equalization. I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to Intel memory tuning because never worked. I don't think it ever will. With the CPUs I get sent. You have really bad luck, IMC. Yeah, I think so too. Well, motherboard manufacturers always overvolt it. Yeah, but for memory, that's really not necessarily true. For 14700K, can a Noctua HD Fiend... If you run the 14700K on the official Intel power limit, it should be just fine. If you plan to run it without a power limit, you're gonna want water cooling of some kind. Have you heard or played Arx Fatalis? I have heard of it, but I don't know what it is. Like, I recognize the name, but I actually have no idea what it is. Yeah, that's way too old. I was freaking 5 when that released. Which motherboard would you suggest? I would prefer not to suggest anything for Intel. Like, it's really hard to measure motherboard quality when your ruler is a potato. That's like rotten and disintegrating. What's the Vision D of AM5? In what way? Because, like, the main reason I like the B550 Vision D-P for AM4 is because it has 2 X8 slots, but there's another, like, there's a couple other boards that actually fulfill that requirement, and it has a postcode. Whereas on AM5, there's, like, 2 boards that fulfill that requirement, which are the Ace from MSI and the Hero from Asus. What about AMD motherboard? Depends, but if you just want like a basic AMD build, the ASRock B650M-HDV is actually perfectly fine. And then if you want something more capable, it really just depends on what features you want. Balanced memory, OCX8, X8 postcode. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't like gotten to test a like good board that has both X8, X8, like good memory overclocker with X8, X8. I haven't had one yet. Maybe like a recently produced X670i Taichi. Okay, so this combination of voltages works even less than like the auto settings do, so that's great. I freaking love this. You're an Intel hater. Well, I don't have any reasons to have to like Intel. I have 4 Intel CPUs. They sent me 3 of them, and they all suck. What am I supposed to do about that? You'd think that they'd send like cherry-picked review samples to freaking influencers, but no. They went digging through the dumpster behind the fab, found the one chip that got dropped as a wafer, and that's what they sent me. What do you mean they suck? Well, they suck! Like, this chip literally will like, if I put this chip into most motherboards, and just clear CMOS, it'll crash Cinebench, because without the power limit enforced, this thing doesn't have, like, the silicon quality is so low that the VF curve doesn't give it enough voltage to function without a power limit. Like, do I just try extreme mode then? I have an Apex. It's still, like, there's not gonna be better Intel content on the channel until I have a good Intel CPU. I don't have one. It's like asking me to make RTX 4090 overclocking videos. Can't make them because I don't have a 4090. Similarly, I don't have a good Intel CPU. I guess we can try this and see if that changes anything. I really doubt it's going to change anything. Fairly certain. Yeah, they're not allowed to be resold, but, like, that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. No, I'm not selling these. Because with my luck, if I replace these with a different Intel CPU, it's going to be worse. Memory training better for AMD? At 6200, it should work on auto. Wait, what? They don't have a drop-down for these? Well, that's obnoxious. You wouldn't happen to have, like, power down mode disabled or something, right? Oh, yeah, well, if you have the board retrain every... Yeah, that's... I would just enable both of... Wait, power down... What? So you have both MCR and... Wait, but why would it be retraining if you didn't disable MCR? That was a long boot? I don't think so. $3,400 CL17 not. What board and what memory sticks? But there's a chance that the 3400 CL17 kit is like some memory chips that your motherboard really hates. Disabling power down mode on AMD makes life a lot more difficult, potentially. Okay, so that's by far the least stable configuration we've had here so far, I think. Alongside the, like, 1.35 on everything. Yeah, most stable was when I literally just turned on the XMP profile and did nothing. That lasted, like, what, 12 minutes? 15 minutes? Something like that. I have... Yeah, sure, give me those voltages. But the fact that you said Karhu and not Y-Cruncher makes me really doubt that this is going to change anything, but sure. It was 10 minutes? I was trying to be nice. Was power down mode a thing in 2016? Probably? It might not have been adjustable. And disable power down. Okay. Power down should not affect stability, but I don't know why you think it will. My board autos 1.3 SA on XMP. I'm assuming that's a gigabyte board, right? Asus, interesting. Can't you just check your voltages from hardware info? I'm not even going to bother with starting hardware info at this point. We're just going to go straight into Y-Cruncher. This is actually not going to make a difference. Fucking... Yeah, so that made things way worse. That's the first blue screen. Whoever made the last suggestion, like, feel proud of yourself. You're worse than this, worse with this CPU than I am. Or more like you're worse with this CPU than the auto settings were. What if you lower the voltage? I mean, we tried that earlier, and it didn't really, like, help either. Because I tried, like, 1.15 really early on, and that, like, didn't work. But the whole issue here is, like, I don't know if it's crashing because of System Agent, or because of VDD-QTX, or because of VDD2, or because of VDD, or VDDQ, or because or maybe the terminations that I got handed are wrong. Like, who knows? Higher timings. We are literally at the XMP timings. These timings work on AMD motherboards. And this is an XMP memory kit. Can we suggest background music? No. That posted suspiciously fast. .2 SA, 1.4 VDDQ, 1.37 VDD2, DRAM VDDQ is 1.52. Oh, that is a lot of memory voltage. Sure, but I'll try that. Assuming that this doesn't just insta-crash again. It probably will, but... Yep, that just died again. At this point, I'm actually very seriously considering the possibility of the RTTs being completely incorrect. Because this is, like, mega unstable. On auto, the SA voltage was 1.2. Anyway, I'll just copy the voltages from fake name. So I'm guessing 1.52 on both, right? No, MCR enable, if you enable MCR, you have to also have power down mode enabled. And that'll skip memory training, and then you don't have the issue of it sometimes mistraining. No, I've not had too many issues with mistrains even when I haven't had MCR turned on. Oh, and now it's just going to completely fail to post. Fake name, do you have manually set terminations, or should I guess I'm just going to put them back to auto. Wait, what BIOS version are you on? No, I set both of them to 1.52. It doesn't make sense to have your VDDQ higher than your VDD. Though I guess with how cursed Intel memory controllers are, I don't know. Maybe having lower VDD actually frickin' helps. Oh, Vega. Where do you see a Vega? Oh no! Yeah, no, we're not on a Vega. We're on a WX3100. I completely forgot about the system specs, where we're just gonna remove the GPU from the list there. Because it's not relevant right now what GPU I'm on. Unless somebody wants to tell me, oh, what the GPU you use affects the freaking, like, system agent, which... Actually, this card should be helping because it's only X8 instead of X16. Wait, no, so we're back up at 8000, so it booted. Okay, let's just go into the OS and see what happens. I expect crash in, like, instantly. If it crashes again instantly, I'm setting the terminations to auto. Yep, I'm setting the terminations back to auto. Does 7800 or 7600, but with really tight timings work? I don't know, and I don't really want to find out. Hopefully that makes things somewhat less terrible. What's the use case? So, Y-Cruncher's, like, actual, like, purpose is to calculate mathematical constants to, like, ridiculous numbers of digits. So things like pi and other mathematical constants. And it comes with this really great stress testing functionality because calculating mathematical constants is, like, very multi-threaded. Like, it's very, like, you can optimize it, like, a lot. And by that I mean, like, you can make it use, like, all the cores and that kind of thing. And so consequently, it also makes for a really good stress test. Kind of like how Prime 95 is a really good stress test, even though its, like, primary purpose is just finding prime numbers, right? So the, like, calculations you use to find prime numbers just so happen to also be very effective at making CPUs crash. Is your CPU memory controller binned? No. But people keep complaining under my videos that I don't make enough Intel content, and it's like, well, here's your damn Intel content. Well, at least the, like, auto recovery on this board is solid. What stability test did the RAM company use? Probably memtest 86, which is not good. Actually, no, I think they use HCI or something. Best box art? I'd say Westmere and Sandy Bridge Extreme Editions. Easily. Also, the FX chips have, like, sick box art. Like, there's, like, there was a special edition of the FX 8150 that came with a water cooler, if I'm not mistaken, in, like, a metal box. Garbage CPU, but damn, that box looks good. But yeah, like, because the early, like the box for the, like, 990X and the 3960X, both of them had, like, well, one of them I think was, like, dark gray and the other one was black, and I think both of those look absolutely sick. Also, the 4960X box. Golf Town. Isn't Golf Town older than Westmere? Patriot uses Karhu for stability testing. Well, I mean, it's not Y-Cruncher. I'm actually pretty sure Karhu probably wouldn't have too much of a problem. Or at least I hope it doesn't. Let's test. Like, that's the funny thing, is you can have something that'll, like, pass a lot of Karhu or a lot of HCI, and then you run Y-Cruncher and it just immediately disintegrates. But, well, this doesn't even work in Karhu, so that's good to know. Okay, well, that saves us the trouble of running Y-Cruncher, I guess. Let's go into... Man, I think the start menu is crashing. What temp limit do you consider acceptable for DDR5? Whatever it's stable at is acceptable. Though, I would be kind of concerned if your memory sticks were at, like, 80 degrees or something. Especially if you're running them at high voltage. Do you think if you unsolder all the memory chips from the memory stick and then solder them back on again, will it overclock worse? So I've recently learned how to, like, pull memory chips off of GPUs and then put them back on again. So really, I've learned how to put memory chips onto GPUs, because pulling them off was never really much of a learning exercise, right? You just heat the PCB until the memory chip comes off. But the putting them back on again is a bit more complicated. And yeah, recently I've sort of learned how to do that. And, well, usually I only do that if the GPU doesn't work, so I actually don't know what the starting point was, but it's not like I've had, like, the cards that I've repaired, it's not like they had, like, terrible memory overclocking or something. So, and, like, I am not gentle with the memory chips, when it comes to, like, heating them up and yeah. And they're, like, fine. Like, I think one of the memory chips even got done a few times, like, multiple times, because, like, I screwed up taking it, like, installing it once. Wait, what voltages am I running right now? Oh, right, I'm running this. 80C, 1.5 volts. Well, for one thing, you'd be limited to very low TREFIs, so you're losing performance. And for another thing, I have heard of memory sticks degrading if you get them really, really hot. I'm not sure if ADC is high enough to actually be a problem with that, but like, there's no reason for your memory sticks to be at 80 degrees Celsius, as far as I'm concerned. Because if you point even, like, the most pathetic of fans at your memory sticks, they're not going to be at 80 degrees, unless your ambient temperature is, like, 50. And if your ambient temperature is 50, what are you doing? Better than stock solder joints? I don't think resoldering it would make it worse. Like, I think the bigger concern would be, like, cooking the memory chips, but I haven't managed to do that yet. As in, like, killing the memory chip with just, like, how much heat you shove into it. $95 at 1.5 should be enough to degrade. Yeah. The thing is, like, the degradation point probably gets lower as your operating voltage gets higher. Isn't the Pro RS just better than the HDV? If they're basically the same price, you probably get the Pro RS. Because I think the B650M Pro RS, like, that's on, like, an 8-layer PCB and stuff, isn't it? Oh, I guess it's on a 6. So actually, maybe... depends on, like, what features you want. Like, if you're in just one-to-one mode, the board really doesn't matter that much, so... Yeah, I don't know that I'd be, like, thinking... Like, whichever one you like the feature set better, and like, at a glance, it looks like the Pro RS just has more features, so I'd probably go with that. And I'm not counting the extra DIMM slots as features in that, because they're not features. Anyway, back to crashing White Cruncher, with, like, every combination of voltages under the sun. Okay, so this right now really doesn't work, like, at all. I don't know, I guess we could try lower the memory speed and see if, like, at 7800 it isn't marginally less terrible, but... What is that? Not all IMCs can do 8000. Yeah, but you'd think that out of the 4 CPUs that I have, at least one of them would. The 13900 KS got really, really close. Like, really, really close. That's the one that errored out after 16 hours. Somebody got 8600 stable. I think I've seen like 8800 screenshots as well. I don't know where people find these CPUs. Because evidently Intel's marketing department can't. Valkyrie water cooler? Why? But the chip is running, like, we're on a 253 watt limit. It's not, the CPU isn't running hot. Also, I've actually run the 13900 KS that I also never got stable at 8000. That I was doing on a custom loop. And, like, I've even done things like intentionally underclock the CPU so that it would, like, low voltage, low core clock, and it still errors out. So it's like, nah. That's not the issue. Okay, around 1.1. Yeah, that should be fine. Though, like, some motherboards like it kinda high, so like 1.15. Other boards like it kinda low, so like 1.05-ish. Or even like 1 volt for some boards. What's your cooling for the RAM? A fan. There's a fan, like, sitting directly on top of the memory sticks, and I'm pretty sure it's doing like 2000 RPM, so... No, this is how it goes every time I go like, oh, you know what, like, recently I've been doing like a lot of AMD memory overclocking, and that's been rather pleasant and easy and consistent and not stupid. Let's see if Intel things have gotten better since I last tried it. And they haven't. They never did. It's just actually like... Like, literally the only reason I ever agreed to a 14900K review sample was because I was hoping that I'd finally get a memory controller that isn't complete trash. So now I got a CPU that can't even run Cinebench unless you manually enforce the power limits. It's like, so it got worse, is basically the conclusion of that statement. And then I get to read comments under my AMD memory overclock videos about, well, why don't you do Intel memory overclocking? And it's like, I don't know, maybe because it sucks. Like, there was one comment that, like, specifically recently, that's, like, specifically says DDR5-8000, and it's like, yeah, that's not gonna happen. Where is it? I think it's under the HDV video. Okay, no, it's not under the HDV video. Oh yeah, stop posting so damn many AMD memory overclocking videos. We need to see more 13th gen and 14th gen Intel 48 gig memory overclocking videos. Let's see a great 8000 mega transfers per second tune that should perform stable on average to good IMC. And Z790 Apex or Apex Encore. Come on, man, 90% of the overclocking community uses the Apex or the Apex Encore. Ain't no overclocker using AMD in 2024. It's more in line with budget builds and people with average systems. Isn't your name actually hardcore overclocking, not actually average overclocking? Get with the program build, Zoid. Well, I think Intel should get with the program and, like, make these average CPUs that do DDR5-8000. Or at least stop sending binning rejects to media. One of the two. Or at least specifically me. I couldn't help but notice there was a recent Jay's 2 cents video. He has a SP100 14900K. Mine is a 91. I don't think 100 is even that high, but, like, it's way better than mine. See, this is the most frustrating part for me, is that you drop the memory speed and suddenly, like, a million different voltage combinations work. Or they work for, like, a questionably long amount of time. That was the worst with the Z790 Dark, because it was like, oh, it's finally working, and then a day later it's like, oh, it had one error in one of the stress tests. Okay, so we gotta... again. And again. And again. Jay got a better CPU? Well, of course he did, because he isn't me. Like, it's like... That's why my best Intel CPU is secondhand. Anything that original like is like somehow directly from Intel that I have is like terrible. I mean, my AMD CPUs aren't exactly great either. My 7800 X3D literally, like, can't do 6200. Well, I mean, I don't know if on the newest AGSAs it's still that bad, but on the old AGSAs it doesn't do 6200. Which is really bad. Like, that is basically as bad as it gets, as far as I know, for Ryzen 7000, is a CPU that wouldn't do 6200 on the old AGSAs. What board and DDR5 kit would you choose for a 12900K? Why a 12900K? Like, you do realize, like, a 13700K will run circles around that CPU. I don't think they sample the KSs. They're cheap now. Aren't 13700Ks also pretty cheap, or are like 12900Ks like ridiculously cheap? Yeah, if 6200 1-to-1, there are some that can't do it. There's a lot of chips that won't do 6400, so I don't actually have any Ryzen CPUs that do 6400 in 1-to-1. $12900K for $180. Okay, yeah, that is actually an insane deal. Well, the Samsung RAM isn't the end of the world. You'll get just stuck at like 6,000 or something. Hey, so 7800 also doesn't work. Kill me now. Fun fact, I actually got the HDV to pass 2 hours of Y-Cruncher at 7800. Only Y-Cruncher though. For whatever reason, Karhu wasn't running. It might have been because I was trying to run 7800 CL32. Because basically my thought process was like, so 7600 2-to-1 mode can be... It, like, trades blows with 6200. It's not great. 7800 is, like, actually kind of starting to get competitive with 6200. So my thought process was like, okay, if we run 7800 but with, like, stupid timings, then it'll actually be justifiable. So I was testing 7800 CL32, and that was at, like, 1.65 on the memory. And yeah, it passed Y-Cruncher, and then it errored out at like 2 hours of Karhu. And then I decided, well, this is stupid. I'm not working on this anymore. No, like what? I guess we'll just go back to what the motherboard started with. Maybe at 7800 this will work, and then we can just like not touch anything and try tighten the timings. Insane, like 8000 CL30. I think you need like 1 point. Okay, so 32 at 7800 requires 1.65. So 30 at 7800 would probably require like 1.8. So at 8000, I'm gonna go. It'll need like 1.9 for CL30. And the problem, at least in my experience, is that once you go over like 1.75 volts, it doesn't get like you can't stabilize it anymore. It just will not be stable. I don't know why. But yeah, like once I went over 1.75 volts, it just like the stability just completely falls apart. Actually, I'm not sure if it was 1.65 for CL32 at 7800. Might have been like 1.7 or something. But yeah, like, I was just like, let's just do something with, like, a dumb amount of voltage. And yeah, I got Y-Cruncher to run, and then tried to run Karhu, and Karhu errored out. So probably the timing's being too tight or something, or probably timings, actually. Though, then again, on the HDV, it might have even been the voltages. That board is not that strong, in my experience. Okay, it was probably 1.75 volts then, if you need 1.75 for 7800 CL32. Yeah, it was probably 1.75. I'd say like 1.8 is the upper limit, because honestly, even at like 1.77 or something, the stability was fine. It's just it wasn't getting better. Like, you couldn't tighten the timings further. And then because I was trying to do, what was it? Oh, right, I wanted to do like CL24 at 6200. And at 6000 it needs like 1.75 volts, and at 6200 it needs over 1.8, and over 1.8 it just isn't stable. It just doesn't work. Cursed garbage. Okay, so apparently the previous combination of voltages was mildly better than this. See, I just dropped everything back down to 1.4. So of course it doesn't work at all. Maximum tweak. Yeah, but I was trying to stress test it. You wouldn't actually bench 6200 CL24, and I think for benches it would have been fine. Because it wasn't like the stability wasn't like so bad that you couldn't do anything. It was just you couldn't pass stress tests. And it like and more voltage was just making it worse. Because I think I went all the way up to like 1.85 or something. Okay, but seemingly the 1.45 VDD2, that seemed to kind of work, and I guess we'll just set both of these to like 1.45 maybe? Or maybe let's try it like this. I don't know. Disable VDDQ training, set 1.3 MVDDQ. Wait, Madness, are you the Madness or some other Madness? I'm the one. Okay. So, what was it? 1.38 on the memory. So now we have like a completely different set of voltages from like what somebody else with this board suggested. So that's fun. I mean, I'm just using XMP timings here, and the XMP profile is 1.4, so we'll go with 1.45, because that should be plenty. This is not gonna work. There's absolutely no way. 1.35 VDD2. Okay, I'm going with this is not gonna work, like, at all. Because right now we've dropped to like 7800. Eight Raptor E-Cores i7 6700 non-K. That sounds about right, though I think I'd rather have the 8 E-Cores than the 6700 non-K. Would I? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, they have Skylake era IPC, but I'm more thinking like the memory system connection for them kind of sucks. Okay, that posted like surprisingly quickly. And then is it gonna crash? Unsurprisingly quickly. That is the question. Well, it hasn't frozen. Well, that didn't work at all. And do we wait? No, we don't. It's Intel. It crashes like instantly every single time at this point. So, okay, you know what? I have a better test. I have a better idea. How much do I need to lower the memory clock before this thing starts to work? How much do I need to drop the memory speed before this thing stops crashing? Can you try 1.5 IMC? I mean, sure, I don't think it's gonna help, but we can try it. $6,800? Nah, I don't think it's quite that bad. It did 69, like this CPU did 6933 on a Giggle board. 4-dim Giggle board. So if it can do 6933 on a 4-dimmer, it can probably do 7200 on a 1-dim. I mean, the default VDDQ was 1.4. Post on this board and this CPU, probably 8400, maybe more. It's not an Apex. My experience with the Apex with this CPU is very similar to what we're doing right now. As in, I tried a whole bunch of different settings, none of them worked, and then I gave up on it, gave up. Maybe it's motherboard issue. Yeah, except this happens with like 4 different boards. Unless you mean to tell me I need to bin Apexes until I find one where it works. Why not crash running 8400 or 8500 instead of crashing running 8000? We're not even at 8000 anymore. We're at 7800 now. Don't people talk about binning motherboards? Yeah, they do. I've never done it, so I don't know how true it is. CPU mount too tight. I doubt it. I didn't really tighten the mounting hardware that much for today. Turn the E-cores off. Nah, then we'll leave them on. It doesn't make a difference. Maybe some ASRock or Asus boards are better. I have an Apex. It also doesn't work at 8000. RAM CPU too hot. Oh, okay. Yeah, the RAM that's currently at like 33 degrees because we haven't managed to run more than a couple seconds of a stress test in the last hour. That's definitely too hot. SA 1.2. I've also tried 1.15 SA and 1.25 maybe also? You pull 300 watts. Yeah, because that's at the wall. Like, there's VRM power losses, there's a GPU, and there's PSU power losses, like, it's not running. The CPU's at, like, 70 degrees, the RAM is at, like, 30, and it can't run Y-Cruncher. Because, of course, it can't. There are some fairly cheap B762 DIMM boards, which should go above 8,000. Madness has a B760 Elite that, like, was running stress tests at, like, 8533. I don't know how long he ran them for, but he was running stress tests. Anyway, so the memory sticks right now are at actually, like, 28 degrees. And the CPU is at... like 60. Oh, will it finally work now? And now the memory sticks are at 33. Are you using a contact frame? No, because messing with the socket on this board makes the board very upset. Like, doesn't work beyond JADEC. Actually, yeah, like, doesn't work beyond JADEC, basically. Fan is moving air. I don't, like, I didn't manually set it to 100%, so I'm not actually sure what, like, speed it's at. But it's tied to the CPU temperature, so it should be going decently fast. Yay! I wonder how Karu's doing. I guess we'll drop the VDD2 back down to something sensible again. Noticed something similar until I loosened the mounting. Yeah, I know about that. That's why I don't tend to, like, tighten the heatsink mounting on Intel CPUs very much, because that's been, like, the most consistent way that I've run into of, like, making a board basically not even work if you just over-tighten the mounting hardware, which doesn't really make sense, right? Because, like, but yeah, like, you can actually just over-tighten the heatsink, which is really fun. Okay, I don't think Karhu's gonna tell us anything useful for a while at this rate. Well, I guess we can check the memory temperatures or something. memory controller voltage right now is at 1.5 volts. I'm not testing Intel 24/7. This will probably never get significantly stable, and I'll just like the live stream will finish with just like, yep, that DDR5-8000 doesn't work even on the latest BIOS, and I am not revisiting Intel for another 6 months. Actually, at this point, I think I'm just not gonna bother with trying to stabilize anything on Intel. Are you using the iGPU? No. $1.5. Yeah, it's high, but like it's not dangerously high. So like, I don't think it's not helping the stability because like Y-Cruncher still insta crashes, but okay, it doesn't insta crash, but like it doesn't even get past the first loop. Also, if I remember correctly, this is the board that like took. Wait, yeah, this is the board that did I have a video where I show like one error in, I think, HCI after just a completely insane runtime. And I think this board is the board that did it. Where I was like, finally, a stable, like, DDR5 7600, and then 16 hours later, one error. Something like that. Oh, it was 12 plus hours of runtime, yeah. And yeah, it was this board. Yeah, that was 7600 CL34. And the real kicker was like, I started a second instance of HCI. Oh, and, oh, yeah, see, so this, okay, so channel history, because, oh, and we just got one error, but of course we did. Like, it already failed Y-Cruncher, so I was just wondering, like, how bad the instability would be. Not, like, is it magically stable? It's like, shut up! There we go. So, yeah, this lovely video, where, so you see no errors. Oh wait, you can't see my mouse for what it, oh, there we go, there you can see. Can I make it full screen? Okay, so, and we need to do something about this quality. There, so you can see no errors, right? No errors, 2500%, one osmos, 5 hours, which is like way more than I regularly see anybody run on overclock.net. That all passed. Then we have, I think, like 2 hours of Y-Cruncher VST in the background. And then, yeah, the thing is, there was a different HCI instance. You can have multiple instances of the HCI stress test. One error. And this one was first. The one that errored out, that was the first instance I ran. And then I was like, okay, like, it'll make another error, right? If I just run another instance. And it's like, nope, no, it bloody won't. Right? Like, and on Ryzen, I've seen, I've had like a 7600 setup spit out, wait, was it 7600 or 78? I think it was 7800 on a 4-dimmer, spat out one error after 16 hours. Yeah. In Karhu. Yeah, Karhu. And then there's Intel systems, where this is a regular occurrence. This just happens constantly. Anyways, DIMMs are under 50 degrees Celsius. DDR5-64... I'm assuming 2x32, right? Oh, and you're on Intel. Yeah, I can't help you with that. Running it at 6400? Well, if I would leave it at that if I were you. Maybe, like, try tighten the timings a bit, but I probably wouldn't try to push the clock speed. Is Karhu better than Memtest Pro? It's really hard to do, like, head-to-head comparisons, but it's more compatible with E-cores. Like, a lot more compatible with E-cores. And it doesn't have, like, HCI has some issues with, say, Ryzen, where, like, some of the threads run way ahead of the other threads. And I guess Karhu does that too, but it, like, manages it internally instead of, like... So, like, it's pretty typical if you run HCI on an AMD system, you'll end up with, like, a few threads that are, like, 30% behind on completion compared to the rest of them. And that's just because there's not enough bandwidth to go around for all of the cores. And the, the workload balancing between the threads is not very good. Oh, and we don't want to run Karhu, we want to run Y-Cruncher, because Y-Cruncher crashes, like, very quickly. Oh, you're on a 5800X. There's no harm in adding Karhu to your test suite if you're, like, concerned about stability. Oh, if your 14900K is just, like, unstable, the other option is you can go into the... There's, like, a voltage options thing, and there's, like, a load line calibration setting that you can crank. So, like, turbo or extreme, and that'll fix the stability. Probably. This is so stupid, man. Okay, you know what? Like... Okay, we are actually just gonna go with... I am gonna lower the memory clock until this stupid thing stops crashing. Try my settings. What were your settings? 1.45, 1.45, 1.35, 1.4. Okay, let's try that. The real kicker here is that this was far more stable when I didn't touch any of the settings. It still wasn't stable, but at least it ran for a few minutes instead of not at all. Okay. MOC Mentor claims there can be system agent sweet spot also. I mean, yeah, there can be a sweet spot for everything. Except on AMD, when you punch in the wrong voltages, it doesn't work, like, at all. And you will very quickly figure out that your voltages are wrong, and also the auto voltages on a lot of motherboards are actually pretty close to correct. At least for Gigabyte. Gigabyte 4DIMM boards seem to be the way to go. Seen a few people do 8000 easy with 14700K or 14900K. Man, I can't even get 7600 to work on the Z790 Aorus Extreme X, or the Master X, or the Pro X. Yeah, I have VDDQ training turned off right now. And the funniest thing about this CPU is when I first got it, I ran Y-Cruncher VT3, or was it VT3? Like, it actually ran VT3 for an hour on, like, XMP settings. Like, I turned on the XMP profile with the Apex, and it ran VT3. And it has never, ever done that again. Like, if I go back to the Apex right now and try to do that, it won't work. So I have a screenshot of it passing Y-Cruncher once. How much progress have you made? None. And we're still not getting 7800 to work. We might finally have a combination of settings that works. And again, I thought that about the stock settings as well. I swear 7800 is less stable than 8000 was. This is so stupid. And get an encore. No. Like, this is the thing, is like I am done getting, I guess gaslighting might be the correct term. I am done getting gaslit by Intel users about how if I just buy one more motherboard it'll get better. 'Cause it never did. It's like, oh, Buildzoid, you just need an Apex. The Apex does 8000 easy, so I got an Apex. It doesn't do 8000. Might just be a skill issue then. Yeah, evidently. You have a chance to see you underclocking an HT off. Sure. What do you think of Hynix MJR? 16 gigabit? It's not great. As far as I know, it tends to wall around like 3666 or something. At least on Ryzen. I haven't tried it with Intel. Wait, why am I going back to the BIOS? What did I want to change? I recently benched 8800 on the Z790i Edge. Oh, I'm certain we can boot some pretty silly speeds. Probably don't even need to really change the voltages, I don't think. I think it might not work at 8400. Honestly, this chip memory controller-wise seems about on par with my 13600K. No, SP rating on this chip is 91. I think the absolute lowest is like a 90 for a 14900K? Oh wait, I pressed the wrong button. Damn it. New refreshed AM5 boards? There's definitely going to be a new generation of AM5, but when the new CPUs launch. What are the chances that Intel send you a 14900 KS? 0. They don't sample KS chips as far as I know. And honestly, even if they offered to sample one, I don't want it anymore. Biggest mistake of 2023 was agreeing to a 14900K review sample. Actually, maybe buying the 13900KS was a bigger mistake. Oh, we're at 8266 right now, aren't we? I mean, there's no chance in hell that this will run Y Cruncher, but it'd be funny maybe if it just insta-crashes. 7200 CL34, yeah, that should be Hynix 8i. Ah, well, that's every single... Whoa, we managed to crash, like, all of the cores. I actually think that crashed every single core simultaneously. Oh, boy. 9, 13, 14, 5, 7, 1, 6... Yep, that, I'm pretty sure that's every single core on the chip. Been having a tough time getting my build to even post 7200. If I knew how to overclock Intel CPUs, I would make videos about it. So unfortunately, I can't help you. Okay, well, let's go back to 7600 and see if that, like, decides to work this time. Ah, that's the wrong 7600. Auto everything? So actually just like clear CMOS and try 7600. Yeah, I guess. No, I wanna see what happens if we just like do it right now. I mean, probably it'll just crash anyway, but why is the channel called actually Hardcore Overclocking instead of Buildzoid? Because Buildzoid doesn't really tell you anything about the channel. Just one more board for... Exactly. Also, what is that currency? Oh, Turkish lira. Cool, shortcut for it? I don't know what that's called. It's been a long time since you had any LN2. Yeah, I know. Stop reminding me. My mental health is already taking enough damage from having to suffer through this 14900K again. Is it a surprise that I can bench 7800? No. But can't get 7200 to be completely stable? Also no. That sounds in line with my experience with 4 DIMM gigabyte boards. You can, like, I can even bet, like, some, like, Pipe Prime will even run at 8000, but stability? At anything north of 7000? Hell no. Maybe it'll run 8000 mega transfers. I could just, like, you know, if I actually wanted to run 8000, I would just go grab the 7950X and Tachyon and we'd have 8000. Or I'd go buy a Gene, and I'd have a retail motherboard that does 8000. Or maybe even some ITX boards. And then I'd get to read even more comments about, bro, why don't you do Intel CPUs? Okay, so Z690, so Z390, like, the 9th gen memory controller in, like, in 1-to-1 mode, which is the only mode it supports, is actually just straight up better than everything Intel released since, except 10th gen. The only CPU that's likely to have only Intel CPU that's likely to have a better memory controller than like a 9900K is a 10900K, or like some other 10th gen chip. Or maybe you can also get like 8th gen and other 9th gen chips that might be better depending on how good or bad your 9900K is, or whatever other 9th gen you have. So that's really not surprising. Like, most 12th gens will max out somewhere around like DDR4-4000 for 1-to-1, and 13th gen and 14th gen are basically the same. If you get really lucky, they might do like 4400. But if you get really, really lucky with like a 9900K or a 10900K, those will do like 4800. You think timing is causing the crashes? This is way looser than the AMD setup, because this is running XMP. I haven't touched any of the timings. This is as loose as it gets. Contacts with alcohol? I already did that for both the memory sticks and the CPU. And we see the timings. Yeah, they're terrible. It's literally XMP. Except underclocked by 400 mega transfers, because Intel. I'm using 7E0. No, I'm using the most recent BIOS. So, the February BIOS. Most recent is beta. Okay. I mean, I don't think it'll get better if I downgrade to the January BIOS, but sure. Socket itself? I don't know. I don't want to know. Honestly, I don't want to do Intel at all. Like, basically, my conclusion at this point on it is just like, this is a massive waste of time, and I hate everything about it. And like, I don't care why it's broke, like why it's so bad. It just is. Wake me up when they fix it. And the funny thing is, like, the only speed that's been, like, somewhat consistent for me is 7600, and that's across, like, a very large number of motherboards. Including the Apex. You know, if my past experience with this motherboard is anything to go by, this'll, at 7600, it'll actually be stable with like a million different voltage settings. Wait, did I no, the test is running. I was worried I accidentally paused it. Yeah, I bet this is actually just gonna work. And I bet if I set... Well, actually, maybe no. But I wouldn't be too surprised if, like, setting the system agent down to 1.2 volts also worked. Any ideas on what to push for 6,000? Have you, like, manually set up your terminations yet? Or are you just using whatever the board uses? They may very well be correct. Oh. Yeah, then I don't really have any suggestions, because I don't have 432 gig DIMMs to try. And even if I did, I don't think I'd want to. Is this at 8,000 right now? I guess the text might be too small. And so, no, it isn't. Because if it was at 8,000, it wouldn't still be running, would it? It's kind of funny how, like, the memory controller transitions from completely unstable to completely stable in, like, 200, like, literally going from 7600 to 7800. It goes from unusable to functional. Which on, like, Ryzen, you don't really get that. Or, well, you kinda do. I mean, on the HDV, it's like 7600 is not that hard to set up. 7800, pain. 8000 doesn't work. And when I say 7800 is pain, I mean, like, it takes, like, on auto settings, it actually just doesn't work at all, but you, like, change a few things. And then it, like, but it runs significantly longer than this does. Like, it's still more progressive than this, where it's just like, yeah, at 7600 you can run basically whatever, and at 7800 nothing works. How much percent will the 9800X3D improve in comparison to a 7600 or overclocked 7700? Well, isn't the 7800X3D already like 10-20% faster than a 7700X? And the 9800X3D, which will probably come out next year, is probably gonna be, I don't know, like 10-20%. let's say 10% faster than the 7800X3D, so that'll be like, what, 20-30% faster than a 7600, 7700? Finally an Intel OC. Oh boy! Well, I guess he did just join the stream. I guess he hasn't noticed that it's actually not running 8000 yet. Big jump from 12700K to 14900K? Not really. Like, it depends on what you're doing. For multi-threaded, yes. For single-threaded, nah. Oh, gaming. I don't think it would make too much of a difference there. Like, I think I would just wait for the 15900K. Or who knows, Intel might completely botch the 15900K and the 89 or the 9800X3D will be, like, way faster than anything Intel has this time around. Thing, but my games have been crashing randomly for no reason, even at stock clocks after driver reinstalls. Have you experienced this before? I never gamed on a Vega, so I don't know. Thoughts on the 5700X3D? It's fine. I don't know that it's like, I don't know that the price difference between it and the 5800X3D is really big enough most of the time, but like, in a vacuum, it's a perfectly good CPU. An MSI Z790i Pro DDR5. Managed to get it to work 6800, but 7000 doesn't work. Yeah, that's roughly what I would expect from a 4-DIMM Z690 motherboard. How do you survive reading chat? It's not like chat here moves that fast. Motherboard can't have... Yeah, I don't think that motherboard can go above 6800, or more like that combination of motherboard and CPU can't go over 6800. P0 eCPU? That doesn't... There's no way. Well, it's good to see that after all these BIOS updates, things are still basically the same as they were 12 months ago. 7600 works, and everything above it doesn't. Yeah, except the more concerning thing in my case is that the 7600 being the limit is like the limit on every board I have. How long do you run VT3? For Intel, an hour, because running it for more than an hour on Intel is asking for it to crash. On AMD, I'll run it like 2 hours or even 4 hours sometimes, so it's IMC? Maybe. Well, I like to blame the memory controller, but... Like, unless I get a CPU that actually works at higher speeds, that, like... Because the thing is, like, the last CPU that maxed out at 7600 on this board was the 13600K, but that 13600K also barely ever got, like, by some miracle, it didn't manage to error, like, it kind of ran 7800 on the dark. But in terms of, like, easily achievable settings, it ran 7600 on the dark. On the Tachyon, also, like, 7600. With that CPU. Then I have a 13900K that actually just basically doesn't work anywhere, so that CPU doesn't... that I don't really consider that CPU relevant. And then I have a 13900KS, but I don't think I ran that CPU on here, or if I did, it also maxed out at like 7600. And that CPU almost managed 8000 on the Tachyon, but, like, again, in terms of, like, things that run without having to bend over backwards, it's 7600, that's basically the limit. And this board's 12. It's definitely not 15. There is no, like... Technically, you can have odd-numbered layer counts, but you don't. Like, because it causes, like, physical stress issues with the board. And so, it is ill-advised to have an odd-numbered layer count. I've done the 3 straight hours of anti-extreme. So, I referred to this earlier in the stream, but, one error. One. In 1000%, 2500%, like 2 hours of Y-Cruncher VST, 5 hours of 1osmos, and then there's like one error. And also that is on this ITX board that we're using right now. And this is at 7600, isn't it? Yeah, this is at 7600. So I'm not saying that you should run like a 24-hour stress test on your Intel CPU. I'm just saying 3 hours is not really indicative of much of anything, in my opinion. 63.8? Yeah, that's bugged out temperature reading. $13900KS has a worse IMC than this? No, I think it's slightly better. Do you know the diamorph? No. The standard on Intel is only 1 hour of VST VT3 combo and HCI 400%. Well, I mean, it's like look, it's not my system, so it's your system. So if you're happy with that, this is good for you. But my issue with like making videos where it's like, oh, I ran a stress test for like an hour, and then we pretend, and then when it's like that does just like, I don't like, is it like, because here's the thing, if you have an error that shows up every 3 hours, okay, and you run a stress test for an hour, you're not going to catch it. With all probability, that error is not going to show up. You'd need to run at least 6 hours to catch that error, like every single time, right? Because if you run a 3-hour stress test, there's a chance that it'll just like, or actually no, a 3-hour stress test you would catch it, but if you ran like a 2-hour stress test, it would still be like potentially outside the window of what you stress tested. And yeah. And that's like why on like Ryzen, like I do the over 2 hours of Y-Cruncher VST, because the latest I've seen an error show up in Y-Cruncher, I mean not VST, VT3. The latest I've seen an error show up in VT3 is like 3,700 seconds or something like that. So I run the test for 8,400 seconds. And then Karu, I mean, I just, like, at this point, I've got, like, with Ryzen, I just let it run. And then when I get around to recording the video, whatever it's at is whatever it's at. So for the last couple videos, that's been, like, over 16 hours pretty consistently, and, yeah, no errors. And especially for the lighter memory stress tests, like, I do actually just sort of think you should be able to run them overnight, right? Because, like, I don't, like, my electricity is pretty expensive, so I'm not really a big fan of the idea of running, like, 8 hours of VT3 overnight. Because that's just a lot of electricity, but, like, Karhu or something overnight? Yeah, I don't see any issues with that. Try stress testing Intel on Windows, but AMD's fine. I can run AMD in Windows and it's fine. Like, why? Like, the OS shouldn't affect it. What about a power limit on VT3? I mean, right now I'm running the 253 watt power limit on the CPU. And, like, basically, like, on Ryzen, I don't, like, I mean, on Ryzen, I just leave the stock CPU power limits in place. If you're on, like, a 7800X3D, then the stock power limit is basically unlimited, because the CPU will, like, thermal or voltage throttle long before it hits the power limit. And if you're on the dual CCD CPUs, those will actually, like, max out the power limit. But I haven't, like, I guess I could try if, like, lifting the power limit, but I don't think that'll make a difference on Ryzen. VST? Yeah, VST is obsolete. Because VT3 is, my understanding is VT3 is roughly the same, like, algorithm, just more optimized. And in my experience, VT3, if you run, like, VST and VT3 at the same time, VT3 is probably going to crash first. Like, if one of them is going to crash, it's going to probably be VT3 most of the time. So I just run VT3 only, because it seems like like mixing other things with VT3 in my experience just reduces how much VT3 you end up running, and that makes it look more stable. Is it power limited? I see 14. Yeah, well, VT3 should be more, like, should be higher power draw because it's more optimized. Anyway, so 7600 just works, which is amazing. Anyway, I think going forward for Intel videos, I'll just drop the stress testing standards through the floor, and I don't know how to deal with that, though. Because it's like, yeah, I ran these stress tests. No, I don't actually know if it's, like, really stable. Would I even daily this? I don't know, maybe. Like, I guess I'd try it, and if it errors out, then I'd go back to my, like, typical stress testing procedure. But, like, I guess ultimately, if your system if you use your daily system kind of like a gaming console, where it's like there's nothing important on it and there's just games, then it's like, yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter if it, you know, if like once a month it blue screens or something. Personally, I would find that completely unacceptable, but it's not my system, so like I don't care. What kind of job do I have IRL? You're watching my job right now. If this is stable, it's very slow, though. Well, yeah, the timings are all auto, so what do you expect? Try 8000G. Oh, the iGPU drops out? I really wonder how the iGPU is connected to the memory controller. Max power draw? Right now it's 253 watts because the power limit is 253 watts. As far as I know, the APUs do clock higher if you just disable the iGPU. Like, the memory clocks higher. It really makes me think that the iGPU might be connected, like, directly to the memory controller instead of through the Infinity Fabric or something. Because, like, the Infinity Fabric is really, really, really slow. And so you wouldn't really want to have a GPU hanging off of it. So GPU clock doesn't matter, MCLK is king. Yeah, well, of course it is. It's an APU. Like, that's like the whole reason. Like, people keep going like, oh, we're gonna get like some mega APU that has like, well, that is like competitive with low-end GPUs or mid-range GPUs, and it's like, that's never gonna happen. They're always memory bottlenecked. Like, because, like, unless you want to have an HEDT socket for your APU, it's gonna have a memory bottleneck. Right? GDDR, like, memory bandwidth is measured in, like, hundreds of gigabytes per second. And then there's CPU memory bandwidth where it's like, we're just now with DDR5 reaching, like, over 100 gigabytes per second. I don't think you want to pay, like, HEDT prices for an APU, do you? The problem I have with, like, the idea of doing memory overclocking on the 8000G is that, like, it's not really a CPU anybody is gonna want to, like, you wouldn't actually want to buy one. Right? Like, it's just not cost effective to build a system around one of those CPUs. Or APUs. So it's like it's really niche in terms of, like, utility. As in terms of utility, it's basically useless. And memory binning. Yeah, no, that doesn't work, because if you bin all of your memory on a CPU that has a stronger memory control, like a really strong memory controller, what you end up with is a bunch of memory kits that just bring other CPUs to their knees. Like I have a bunch of, say, 4 gigabit eDie for DDR4, and I tested a bunch of it with, like, an APU. And a lot of the sticks were going all the way up to, like, 4600 or something, right? Which is, like, insanely high. You take those sticks and you run them with most other CPUs, and they brick wall at, like, 4000, 4200. Like, they are not going anywhere near 4600. But you run them with an AMD APU and 4600. Easy. Or actually, I think one of them even did, like, 4733, which is just completely insane for 4 gigabit eDie on A0 PCB. So it's like the original DDR4 PCB layout that's, like, that doesn't generally clock super high. And yeah, and you run that on an APU, and it's like, yeah, it does, like, plus 800 on the, like, strong memory controller basically negates everything else. It's like... Similarly, you can take those APUs and put them into, like, crappy boards, and suddenly the board is amazing! Why did VT3 just, like, massively slow down there? Wait, this is Intel. You can get the errors, the hardware errors. Man, I should have been running hardware info. 8000 honestly isn't that difficult to get on a 2-DIMM board. I've literally never had it work on an Intel motherboard. It does work on the B650E Tachyon. It doesn't work on any of the Intel boards I have. It doesn't work on the Apex. It doesn't work on the Tachyon. It doesn't work on this. It doesn't work on the Dark. Do I have any other 1DIMM per channel? Oh, I guess I technically also have a Z690 Tachyon, but I don't really see a point in counting that one because it's very similar to the Z790 board. Crosshair Extreme only stable at 7800. What kind of speed can you do stable with a CPU instead of an APU? Because, like, my 4DIMM Asus boards for AM5 kind of suck in 2-to-1 mode. Yeah, but the OEMs get, like, discounts, as far as I know. B650EI 8800 stable on same CPU. Oh, I was wondering if the Asus ITX was any good. Because I really, like, I want to get another AM5 board that can do 8000 that isn't a Gene. Because the Gene is really expensive. Though, I mean, like, 8000 with a CPU, because, again, like, with the APUs, it's kind of like, that's cool that they can do speeds that high, but, like, what use is there in that? So, I don't know, I might just pick up an 8600G or something instead of an 8700G. I'm gonna try the Fordham Aorus Elite X. I don't have one, so... Wait, you mean the X670 or the B650? What do you think of OCCT memory test? I've never used it because I really don't like the OCCT UI. It has modern software UI syndrome, where it's like, man, there's all these fancy colors and, like, stuff everywhere that, like, why is it even here? What about the HDV? Oh wait, you mean the Z790? Oh, well... Yeah, like, I don't have one of those either. I have a bunch of other boards that use the same memory topology, but I can't get them to work above, like, 7200. HDV? My HDV definitely doesn't do 8000. It really struggles to do even, like, 7800. Like, honestly, my HDV seems to be worse than the live mixer that I have. Or basically the same. It depends on the game with the E-cores, doesn't it? Like, as far as I know, there's actually a few modern games that actually benefit from them. Is the live mixer an 8-layer? Yes, but it's also 4 DIMMs. Oh, for benchmarks, the HDV wins. Yeah, I didn't try, like, just, like, raw speed benching on the HDV. Like, worst case scenario with the E-cores is, like, you have to manually tie the game to the P-cores, because there are a few games that will, like, accidentally end up on them and then not run properly. I can't get 7000 on the HDV with the latest BIOS. In 2-to-1 mode or 1-to-1 mode? Also, like, CPU or APU, or, like, we need more information. 2-to-1. Do you have A die or like M die? Does it boot 7600 or like does it like you can't even get like because I literally didn't even bother testing anything until 7600 on the HDV. Like I tested 6000 to 6400 and then 7600 and up. And at 7600 I had to like fiddle with the training options to get it to work properly. MSI training options on Intel? Or do they have some fancy training options on AMD as well? Because I haven't used a MSI AMD board yet. Intel. I'd say Intel memory training in general is a crapshoot, so that's my opinion on that. 4800 111, it's gonna be really, really bad. I can tell you right now, it's gonna be absolutely terrible. Because I tried like 4000 111 on Ryzen CPUs, and it is slow. So slow. Do not do that. Speed, did you mess around with the the training runtime reduction setting at all? Because in my experience, you just turn that on, and as long as you're on single rank, like, all the boards train roughly the same speed. Like, I even built up a bit of a habit of, like, when to look back at the test bench, because it trains, like, in the same amount of time every single time after you enable that. Though maybe the APUs are different. No, not fast boot. There's like if you dig into the AMD CBS menu, there's a training runtime reduction setting. If you turn that on, the CPU basically spends less time on memory training. In theory, that might lead to worse stability, but I've not actually had issues with that yet. Or, like, I've not had benefits by disabling the reduction. Yeah, so this just actually just works. Like, this is great, man. I freaking love Intel CPUs. So I'm literally back at the same settings that I was at, like, I don't know, like 12 months ago. Yeah, actually. Almost exactly 12 months ago. The GPU in the system is a WX3100. It's not running anything. 7600 working? Yeah, I know, such an achievement. That's why I'm complaining that we're literally back to where I was 12 months ago, because this is exactly where the board maxed out 12 months ago. But Buildzoid, the newer BIOSes are better. Yeah, totally. And the 14th gen has a better memory controller. What's the memory temp? 45 degrees? Not even, it's like 43 on one of the sticks and 44 on the other. Well, like 45 on one and the other one's at 44. Intel MLC. Okay, we'll try that, I guess. FiMC, I'm gonna bet it's in the CPU. T-Create 6000 CL30 kit is good for AMD. Yep, that should work. Like that should work great on AMD. There's not really any resistors on the CPU though. Not for the memory controller. The termination and drive strength resistors, those are internal to the CPU. That's like, you want them like at the memory controller, not as an external component. That would kind of negate a lot of the benefit of having them. Like, it used to be, if I'm not mistaken, on like DDR1 you'd have external termination, but like since then you always have internal, like, on-die termination, and, like, all of your, like, drive strength and everything is handled on-die. There's resistors on the PCB. There's, like, the back of the chip is all, so the back of the PCB is all capacitors. And then on the front, you have 4 resistors off to the side that are nowhere near the memory controller. There. Actually, I'm not even sure that the blue things over here are resistors. That's a cap. These 3 might be resistors. These 4 might be resistors. Everything on the back is capacitors. The memory controller is over here-ish. You think Class A and V die have much difference? I wouldn't know. I don't bin RAM. In fact, I don't bin anything. Except, like, I mean, I don't really bin GPUs, but I like GPUs enough to have, like, multiple copies of the same GPU core. So, I could, if I wanted to bin, like, 7970s, I could. Because I have, like, significantly more than one of them. But memory kits and CPUs, it's just like, I do not enjoy memory overclocking. Especially not Intel memory overclocking. On the left are resistors. Yeah, but they're like a mile away from the memory controller. They're not going to affect the memory controller. I used to enjoy memory overclocking. I mean, I didn't hate my time memory overclocking the Ryzen chips. But at the end of the day, like, the problem I have with memory overclocking is it's just so freaking boring, because you have to watch these stress tests run for freaking ever before you get a result, right? And then there's Intel memory overclocking. It's just so much worse. Yeah, so 7600 passes. Well, that's fucking amazing. Like. I mean, the timings you can do with Hynix ICs are, at least on Ryzen, very well understood. You can basically smash the register limit on basically everything. It's like, so what TWR are we gonna run? Register limit. What TREFI are we gonna run? Register limit. What TFAW are we gonna run? Register limit. What, like... Okay, WTR, you actually kind of need to worry about that. Read to read, write to write, you kind of need to worry about those. And then the primaries, like, whatever, like, are also very predictable based on, like, voltage and speed you're running at. And then there's like, the thing that frustrated me, well, actually, I never checked if 7200 CL34 worked, so I guess I can't complain. Well, like, I did a bunch of videos with, like, really low cache latency and very high memory voltage, right, with AMD. I was like, let's try something similar with an Intel system, and so I was like, oh, I don't know, like 7200 CL28 maybe, that shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, it did not work, like, at all. And the most concerning part of it to me is that I almost suspect that it was the high VDD voltage causing a lot of the instability. Which is, like, not good. I don't blame Intel for the state of the XMP. Or more like the motherboard QVLs. I blame the motherboard manufacturers. Well, VDD runs C28. Should work at like 1.75. I've done 7600 CL30 on Ryzen. And that takes 1.75. It's not even hard to do, but there's just no reason to do it because it's really slow. Or, it's not really slow, but in terms of performance, it's like comparable to 6200 CL26. So, you may as well just run 6200 CL26 instead, right? The thing is, the AMD motherboard QVLs are terrible now. Like, Gigabyte has a bunch of DDR5-8000 on the, like, 4-dimmers, and I can't get any of that to work. Like, at all. I think the only QVLs that are, like, kind of accurate for AM5 are ASRock. And then, like, Gigabyte, Asus, and MSI, I have no idea what they're doing, but their QVLs do not... I mean, I haven't tested MSI, so maybe MSI is a bit better about it. But Gigabyte and Asus, their 4-dimmers do not do the speeds that those QVLs have on them. Okay, so 7600 works. So I have learned nothing, basically. Literally, we're in exactly the same freaking situation I was in fucking 12 months ago. I mean, I never cared about the QVL either, but, you know, when, like, it would be nice if the, QVL was, you know, actually useful instead of just, like, imaginary, as it is right now. Okay, so we'll bump it up to 7800, and somebody asked that I lower, what was it? Less VDD2? Was it less VDD2? I mean, it's not going to work again. To try the Intel MLC training option. Yeah, I mean, I do want to try that. So I guess we'll just try that without changing anything else, and then we can worry about changing the voltages again later. Yeah, but see, these are voltages that didn't work at 7800 previously. Like, earlier in the stream, this is what crashed at 7800, and then I was like, okay, let's drop it to 7600, and then it worked. And then you go back up to 7800, and it'll not work again. When G-Skill... Yeah, G-Skill, I'd say, has the most accurate, like, suggestions for memory kits and motherboards. I tried lower VDDQ? Yes. Earlier in the stream. I mean, we'll try it first like this, and then we'll try the 1.35 VDD2 or lower VDDQ or whatever. Doesn't really, like, if things go according to my expectations, it should crash in the first 6 minutes, so it's not like it's gonna take much time for us to get there. Oh, that's surprising. I guess I'll pull up hardware info, since apparently it's not going to instantly crash. Oh no, I crushed the window too much. Oh, I actually can't. No. Nope. We need to restart that. I am not tolerating the text being smushed like that. Well, at least this is, like, surprisingly stable. So maybe the Intel MRC thing did something. Do you have that setting in Gigabyte BIOS too? No, as far as I know. spend more time OCing than playing games? I don't, because my daily system has a overclock that's basically the lazy memory timings for Ryzen with Hynix memory. Like, I do actually want to use my daily system, so, you know. What games are you currently playing? Need for Speed Unbound. Last Twitch stream was Mother Gunship. Did what work? I mean, we don't know. It's only run 3 loops. I mean 5, because I hadn't ended the other run early. A bit of Noita here and there. Some GPU deshrouding videos. Why? And installing CPU air coolers onto... Oh, nope, definitely not doing that one. Apparently the Intel MRC, like, really helps. Maybe. Maybe now it'll, like, not instantly die at DDR5-8000. I'll finally be able to use the memory kit designed for Intel CPUs with an Intel CPU. What was the Intel MRC setting called on this MOBO? It's literally just called Intel MRC training in the training options. Thought of getting a sponsor with PC cases? No, why would I want PC cases? Like, for what I do, test benches are way more convenient. Yeah, put the MOBO. No, it's sitting on top, like, it's actually sitting on top of another MOBO. But, like, there's just, like, so there's, like, I have a blank PCB, then I have standoffs, there's a MOBO on that, then there's more standoffs, the ITX board is on top of the second set of standoffs. Yeah, I wish I could have, like, a clean room air filtering system, but no. Instead, I just have to take the daily system outside and hit it with the compressed air. Every few months. Because my daily system is also an open-air test bench. Can't have your GPU cook the memory in your case when you don't have a case. Right now we're at 7800. What is MRC? memory reference code, if I'm not mistaken. Something like that. I think it's like 1.2 SA, 1.4 VDD QTX. Yeah, 1.4 VDD QTX, 1.25 SA, 1.45 VDD2, and then 1.45 for both of the memory voltages. Which earlier in the stream, basically these settings didn't work. So, Intel things. Yeah, MRC seems to have made it a lot more stable. The competitive and aggressive mode, I think that's an ASRock thing. I've not seen it on any other boards. You ever eat? I'm eating right now. What's the TRFC? XMP. I hide it by like leaning way back in the chair so I'm like not eating into the mic. My hair is like well past my shoulders. And on what planet is 44 degrees Celsius so high? You're water pulling it? The fan isn't going that fast. Like, sure, I could put like a 6,000 RPM Delta fan on the memory sticks and then they'd be very cold, but I don't think that's particularly practical. Ambient of 13, well, there's your answer. My ambient's like 22 degrees. You can try post a link in the chat, but it'll probably get blocked by YouTube. I'm not sure. Actually, somehow people have managed to send links in the past, but I'm really not, like, I don't know how the YouTube link filter works. There might be, like, some website, like, some image sharing sites that are allowed, but I don't know what they are. Nah, in chat, I'm pretty sure it's not up to me, because, like, I know, like, I see a lot of comments that get blocked for having links in them. And I never did anything about that. It just blocks all links. Yeah, I think it... did you try post a link? Because I can't see anything. Well, I don't see any links right now. I'll just put it that way. Nope, I can't see any links at all. Yeah, because it, like, the problem, like, the reason YouTube auto blocks all links is because if they didn't, you'd have a bunch of spam and scam bots running around the website scamming people. So, though I don't, maybe you have to send a super chat or something? I don't know, because I swear I saw somebody manage to send me an image link through YouTube, and I was like, oh my god, that's amazing. Because the thing is, like, I've had this idea that it would be kind of cool to do the reacting to RAM timings as live streams instead of as, like, dedicated videos, because it'll make it less, it might make it slightly more interesting. If it's like people can send in their timings and I can, you know, like, rate them live. But the biggest issue with that is, how do people send me links when we're on YouTube? And the only alternative would be to do it on Twitch, because Twitch doesn't block links automatically. Could paste... Oh yeah, actually that could work if you just use the, like, the... ending of, like, Imgur. No, I don't want to have, like, a disconnect of people tweeting at me on frickin' Twitter while running the stream on YouTube. Like, that'll just be a horrible mess. No, wait, you're on DDR4, though. Yeah, DDR5 runs way hotter than DDR4 does. And your sticks aren't RGB, though that doesn't really make that much of a difference. HTTP? Like, I'm not sure. I mean, you could honestly, like, we could, like, the idea of just, like, you just give, like, if everybody just uses Imgur or some other, like, standardized image sharing site, then you could literally just paste the, like, the end of the URL, right? And then I can just copy it over to C. Well, looks like it got blocked again. Yeah, Wasp Machine, if you've been trying to post links this entire time, I haven't seen a single one of them. So, yeah, I think the best way it would work is if people just, like, sent the ending of, like, an Imgur link. Able to see your fan setup? Yeah, I can see it. But I'm pretty sure you're just running the fan at higher RPM than I am. Also, that 13C ambient does a lot. There's no... Yeah, there are absolutely no images on the internet. Actually, no, I think there's an image on my Discord of what my hair looks like right now. But on public internet, I don't think there's anything. Yeah, no. That's shorter than what like right now my hair is literally past my shoulders. It won't stand up like that anymore. It's way too long. These are V-color memory sticks. What's the fan RPM? Good question. I think it might be somewhere around... Well... It doesn't show up somewhere. Oh, it's like 1600 RPM. But it's also like a... 80mm fan? Something like that. Oh, you run 25C in games. And I don't know if OCCT is as heavy as Y-Cruncher for memory temperatures. Also, your ambient temperature is like 8 degrees lower than mine. Which, that alone, would lower your memory temperature by 8 degrees. Your PC is inside the case. Yeah, but that doesn't matter if your side panel is taken. I am not a big fan of like the 1.5 volts of VDDQ. Is that absolutely necessary for your stuff, like for your settings to work? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Karhu's also hotter than VT3. Like, most of the CPU tests I don't think they hit the RAM that hard. Also, I do have the exhaust from the radiator actually going straight for the memory sticks, and it is actually quite warm. So I might be lying about the ambient temperature of the memory sticks, because they are getting blasted with the CPU exhaust. Makes it a bit more realistic, I guess. I haven't done a comparison between TestMem5 and Karhu for memory temps. Are you interested in the G-Skill overclocking competition? No. I basically don't do competitions, like, at all. Actually, that's an understatement. I literally don't do any competitions. Oh wait, I forgot this track is still in the lineup. What? No, that's not why I don't participate in the competitions. I fully expect not to win them if I did participate, so like... And then the whole, like, having a time limit on stuff and that kind of thing is just like, yeah, I don't really like that. Alright, so like the stages are memory frequency, only use potato CPUs. Yeah, I'm not doing that. And then more potato CPUs. Yeah, so this is literally just LGA 1700 only. And we've got, like, okay. Never really run this. I hate this benchmark so much. And there's no restrictions on the cooling, though interestingly enough, this is on phase change. Oh, because it's just 6 gigahertz on CPU. Yeah, Like, my favorite part of hardware bot is stuff like... Well, I recently picked up one of these. This kind of stuff. Because then you get you get benchmarks like... Okay, this is really not that impressive. Wait, was it Fire Strike? Because I remember there was like a competition on one of these. These are all just like 1354. I think it was Heaven that I ran on it. Oh yeah. So, well, here we have a 260X on a phase change, and then I had mine with a zip-tied CPU cooler on it. So that's the kind of stuff I enjoy. Basically old irrelevant garbage GPUs. I mean, not only old irrelevant garbage GPUs, but like basically that kind of thing. Think I had a decent Fire Strike? Did I not? Oh, I just got completely crushed on physics score, didn't I? Yeah, 77,000 physics versus... So, my core clock's also not doing so hot. It's 24, yeah. So that 27k physics is really holding the card back. Oh wait, that's 1070, wait. Was it a 1080 that I ran? Was it an E-Power? Oh yeah, same thing ended up happening though. Where it's like a bunch of... Because I ran it with a 5950X, so not as much of a physics score holding it back, but... That's just not fair. Anyway. But yeah, that's still a 1080 on LN2. Oh, wait, what model is this? Is this just a reference card? Nah. The reference 1080s have such a terrible PCB. Mine had a VRM replacement, because I bought a 1080 FTW with an exploded VRM. So, yeah. That's the kind of stuff I enjoy. Not like the more memory and CPU it is, the less fun it is as far as I'm concerned. So I don't really bench for like the official 3D Mark rankings, just for hardware bot. I mean, GPU binning is also a thing. And arguably that's well, GPU binning used to be okay when GPUs weren't thousands of dollars a piece. But even then it's like, I'm not gonna go binning like 4090s or something. And technically you can also like overclock old irrelevant CPUs as well, but like I just find CPU benchmarks a lot less interesting than GPU benchmarks. Like I think the biggest like excitement I've ever had in terms of CPU benching is just put max CPU frequency on FX CPUs. And everything else in comparison to that is kind of like, Because when you're, especially when you're pushing max frequency, it's like the system is really on edge, and like you can, you know, so you can like kind of feel it, but when you're running a lot of the other benchmarks, it's just like the system is fine right up until the moment it isn't. Whereas with GPUs, you get like artifacting, right? And like, and like you can see the errors happening, and it's just like, please finish, please finish. And whereas CPU benchmarks, it's like running, crash. Running, crash. And that's just boring. That's all there is to it. It's just incredibly boring to just sit there and be like, yep, I hope this doesn't crash. Actually, Geekbench 3 isn't too bad. That one's reasonably fun as a CPU benchmark. But then you have benchmarks like SuperPi, which is just like actually horrible. Is 1.4 volts onto my R9 Fury X a bad idea? It's not going to degrade or anything. It's just, I also don't expect you to gain any performance from that. Yeah, memory overclocking for stability is like the extended version of competitive CPU overclocking. The same lack of excitement, but now for more for longer. I'm pretty sure I tried all the way up to like 1.45 on a Fury X. And if I got LN2 again, I think I'd probably try Vega on liquid nitrogen again. Because now like I have proper voltage control for Vega cards. And then... Oh, I have a GTX 570 that I'd kind of like to try on liquid nitrogen. And then like a GTX 960. Wait, is it a 960 or a 950? I think it's a 960. Yeah, so the 960 I'd like to try, because like Maxwell on liquid nitrogen scales to like stupid volts. Like completely stupid volts. At ambient, Maxwell is incredibly bland because it doesn't scale at all. It just like you can like the card ships at 1.2 volts, and at 1.22 it doesn't clock any better. At 1.25 it clocks worse, and then on liquid nitrogen it's like, yeah, it keeps scaling all the way up to like 1.8 volts or something completely ridiculous like that. And the power consumption ends up like quadrupling from what it usually is. So you get these cards that just chug power. And the MRC apparently like helped a lot. I guess we're gonna try 8000 again, and hopefully this time it'll work. Kepler scales even ambient to like very high voltages. Like Kepler will scale to like 1.35 to like 1.5 volts, depending on how much like ambient cooling you throw at it. I also finally got a 2080 Ti, but, like, I only just got it and I haven't, like, tested it, so if I did have liquid nitrogen, that wouldn't be the first thing I'd be running to put on liquid nitrogen, because there is testing to be done. Only issue is the card came with a water block, and I don't really feel like building a custom loop just for it. I should have like a 2070 heatsink lying around somewhere that has the right mounting holes for the 2080 Ti, but I haven't managed to find it yet. What 2080 Ti? Just a reference card. Vega 7? Oh, you mean the Radeon 7. The thing about Radeon 7s is that they tend to die a lot, so I'd be very apprehensive about trying to take one on liquid nitrogen. Just tape it to your faucet. I did consider that. But I don't have any tubing that's like long enough to run that. Would an IPA alcohol bath work as cooling? Well... Nah, it's actually there's like a decent number of plastics that are compatible with IPA. It's acetone that really wrecks plastic. But IPA will ruin acrylic if you ever let it dry. And the bigger issue is how, if you're thinking, like, evaporative alcohol cooling, where you just let it boil off. That is a terrible idea. Like, for one thing, you'd probably end up inhaling a significant amount of isopropyl alcohol, which is bad. And for another thing, it's very flammable, and you're, like, boiling it. Like, that is a terrible idea. Also, I don't think it would be very good as a coolant, because it boils at, like, 60 degrees, so it would get pretty hot. So if you actually wanted, like, a coolant that, you know, like, it boiled at also a low temperature, then you'd really want to use acetone, but that's even worse. Like, boiling acetone is just, like... No? Please don't. Time to try 8,000? Yep, I mean, I still want to see it get all the way to the end. Bomb cooling, yeah, exactly. I guess if you used ethanol as your coolant, then, like, there wouldn't be too many downsides to it. What's the boiling point of ethanol? Isn't it even higher? I mean, you'd probably get pretty drunk by being in the room, but... At least it wouldn't be poison, like... It wouldn't be like isopropyl alcohol levels of poisonous. Boiling point 78. Yeah, so you're not cooling anything with that. Pure ethanol. Yeah. Have you ever had any accidents with liquid nitrogen? The worst thing I've ever done with it is, like, trap a little bead of it between my, like, thumb and pointer finger, right? On, like, the skin that goes between your thumb and pointer finger. So, like, I was pouring nitrogen into a thermos, and basically a little drop of liquid nitrogen got, like, stuck on my skin there, and that kind of, like, that was not super pleasant, but like it really wasn't a big deal. It was like a little stinging sensation, and because it really was just a tiny little drop. And then the worst accident would have been when I spilled a whole lot of liquid nitrogen on my trousers, because they got completely soaked, and that was like, or like the lower half, like from the knee down, the front of my trousers was like soaked in liquid nitrogen. So basically, I had to like stand stand there, holding my trousers like away from my leg, so that it wouldn't like burn all of the skin off of my leg. Or more like freeze, like frostbite all of the skin on my leg, I guess. Yeah. Voltages, 1.25 SA, 1.4 VDD QTX, 1.45 VDD2, and 1.45 on everything on the memory. Now, my trousers were actually still, like, it doesn't, like, basically the only materials that go from, like, okay, that's not true, Jell-O. Actually, does Jell-O contain water? Like gummy bears. Do gummy bears contain water? Because they get really hard if you put them in liquid nitrogen. Anyway, but like fabric doesn't inherently harden unless there's water in it to turn into ice. Yeah, so like the whole like things that harden when in contact with liquid nitrogen typically have water content in my experience. So the water hardens and then the whole thing is hard. But not because, so if you take something that's dry and dunk it in liquid nitrogen, it actually just kind of stays in, like, it still has basically the same material properties until it starts absorbing moisture from the air, and then it gets covered in frost and hardens. Yeah, so it like didn't affect the fabric in any way, shape, or form, but I had basically like imagine spilling boiling water onto your like clothes and then having to like hold the boiling, like the part of your clothes with the boiling water away from your body so that it doesn't like burn you. That's basically the situation I was in. And since then, I have somewhat different procedures for pouring liquid nitrogen from one dewar into the other dewar. Involving things like not wearing socks, or closed shoes, or really anything that could like get soaked in liquid nitrogen and then like trap it against my skin, because like the liquid nitrogen on its own against like naked human, not actually very effective. Liquid nitrogen infused in fabric against human, very effective. So yeah, I'll like roll up my trousers and stuff so that like if there's like splashes, it doesn't like get them, and like don't wear socks. Which is actually kind of annoying because you also get like a really big rush of like cold air from the dewars. So like my feet get really cold, but that's not like dangerously cold, it's just uncomfortable. I don't think it would actually stick to your skin, because the like your fabric, like if your fabrics are dry to begin with, it's not like immediately going to stick to you. Actually, I have managed to accidentally like stick a finger to a LN2 pot though, because I was being dumb. Right, like like you see the ice on the LN2 pot, or actually I think this was during the initial cooldown or something. So anyway, I had the bright idea of like, I'm just gonna touch this very cold metal. What could possibly go wrong? And then you feel that like sticky, like and you feel like the outer layers of your skin start to stick to it, and it's like, oh, okay, not doing that again. But that's not like injury territory, because the liquid nitrogen itself, you're protected from that with the Leidenfrost effect. But liquid nitrogen affected objects are a much bigger issue, right? Like you have a metal object sitting in liquid nitrogen, you grab that, literally like grabbing, like it'll do similar damage to like grabbing a object that's like very hot, like grabbing the hot end of a soldering iron, basically. Right? Or you have a piece of cloth that is soaked in liquid nitrogen. You grab that. Well, now the Leidenfrost effect doesn't apply because the liquid nitrogen is trapped in the fabric, and so you're directly transferring heat from yourself into the liquid nitrogen, and that also is very bad. At least you didn't use your tongue. I'm not stupid enough to use my tongue. I know about the whole, like, don't lick poles in winter because your tongue is gonna get, like, you're gonna stick your tongue to them and then, like, you're gonna have a problem. But I didn't think it would be a problem if I just use my finger, right? Because, like, my finger is dry, so, like, why can't I touch? And then it's like, oh, because even my supposedly dry finger kind of actually sticky to the very cold object. Because, yeah, I didn't think that, like, bare skin would just stick to, like, cold metal. Like, it's dry. Like, I don't like it when my hands are, like, super sweaty or something, right? So actually in the summer, I tend to wash my hands just to, like, make them stop sweating. Or, like, get rid of the sweat on them. Because, yeah, I really don't like the sensation of, like, sticky hands. My brother has, like, extremely sticky hands. Or at least had. I don't know if he still does. I don't know how he functions. Dead CPU by pouring LN2 directly on the die. Yeah, it's basically the same idea as, like, oven for GPUs. It just kind of thermal shocks it, and if you get lucky, it might work. Well, that's 7800 working in Y-Cruncher at least, so that's something, I guess. Let's see if 8000 works. Will I have finally achieved DDR5-8000 on Intel? Man, I do miss having liquid nitrogen. If only I hadn't buried the frickin' couch in stuff. That's like actually, and also just this entire room is just like full of boards and there's just no space to like maneuver. So running LN2, if I had it like to extract, I don't think my doers are pressurized. There are like ladles that you can get for doers. Yeah. Oh, come on, Amazon. What do you mean currently unavailable? It's a cup with a metal rod attached. How do you not have the... So that's the main issue right now, is like I need to tip the nitrogen dewars, right? And in order to tip them, they can't be on the floor, because the thermos is like taller than the like diameter? Radius of the dewars. So if I tip them, right, like they're gonna, like the opening is at a lower level than the, like, the top of the thermos, so you can't pour from that into a thermos. And I can't just do that from a chair, because chairs are too small for the dewars. So I need, like, I always just use the couch. But the couch is currently buried in motherboards, and then there's, like, a bunch of motherboards around the couch. And then, like, basically there's no space, is what I'm trying to get at. And so, yeah, I can't, like, the main thing preventing me from, running liquid nitrogen is the physical difficulty of getting it out of a dewar and into a container. But I guess if I just got a ladle. Yeah, but the ladles aren't gonna... Oh, man, it's gonna leave, like, 2 liters at the bottom of the tank. What's gonna freeze the nozzle? I mean, in the summer, I'm all sweaty. It's just, like, it annoys me when, like, I can tolerate the rest of me being sweaty, but my hands are like, no, because I need to grab things with them. Also, what's gonna freeze the nozzle? What nozzle? The dewars don't have a nozzle, they just have, like, a big old opening. Like, is literally just a hole. I mean, actually, on some of them, the hole isn't that big, which makes them extra annoying to pour out of. Actually, that's the whole reason I pour those into a bigger dewar. I mean, into a different dewar that has a bigger hole, because that one is really convenient to, like, tip into a thermos. But I have 2 that are, like, 35 liters, and pouring from those into a thermos is basically impossible. Or at least... pouring into a thermos without wasting liquid nitrogen all over the floor is basically impossible. Because the opening is like it's really stupid. Like, there's this massive, like, shroud thing between the opening and the... Well, you just have the shroud. So the opening is, like, I don't know, like, maybe 5-7 centimeters across? Something like that. And then there's, like, another 7 centimeters of, like, lip around it, which is just stupid, because you can't put the thermos... Anyway, it doesn't matter. Like, those are just, like, you can't pour them into a thermos. It's awful. You can get 1-gallon wide mouth flasks. I really don't think that's going to solve the problem, because the problem is, like, the liquid nitrogen starts running down the, like, massive, like, lip around the opening, and then it, like, starts going, like, because the edge isn't sharp. The edge is rounded. So then it runs down, like, the underside of it, and it's just, like, and you just, like, it's liquid nitrogen absolutely freaking everywhere. I'm gonna see if I can find a picture. Yeah, so I have... Man, I can't find a picture of these. Oh well, it doesn't matter. But, like, my concern isn't like, oh, the liquid nitrogen splashes onto my hand. It's just, like, it goes all over the floor. It goes literally everywhere except, like, where I want it to go. So when I'm, like, pouring it from one dewar into the other dewar, I have, like, this cardboard funnel thing to, like, knock the liquid nitrogen back into the dewar that I want it to go into. It's just, like, you can't do that with a thermos. You actually wouldn't want the ladle to be copper. You would want the ladle to be made out of a metal that is not very thermally conductive so that it doesn't, like, get cold. Look, if 8000 with loose timings doesn't work, then 8000 with tight timings is going to work even less. So step 1 to doing DDR5-8000 with tight timings is doing DDR5-8000 with any timings. Man, there's like a chat rate metric in the like studio in YouTube. There's no units, it's just 1. What does that mean? 1 per minute? 1 per second? 1 per hour? I'm pretty sure you guys are chatting faster than a 1 per minute. Or maybe not? I don't know. Yeah, just spam chat so we can make the chat rate go up. Oh, I think it's... Wait, it might be per minute. Wait, is it... Average amount of comments per viewer? Nah, because it says most recently available time. That, I would assume, means like there's a time component to this, not people component. Well, it's gone up to 5 now, so I guess it's per minute? Yeah, I guess it's per minute. And 8000 still doesn't work. Well, somebody suggested 1.35 EDD2. I guess it won't hurt to try that. Can you set PLL? I mean, I can try, but I'm not even sure what what I'd be setting. And the last time I tried messing with PLLs on this CPU, it made things worse, not better. So, I don't know. Maybe something changed, though. Well, that made it worse. Maybe. Well, if you have one more thing, why don't you say what it is? DRAM PMIC features. Oh. I really doubt that's gonna make a difference, but sure. How do you say overclonk? Why are you asking? Man, if this was finally stable, I would be so happy. And then I need to tune the timings. Because otherwise you're literally better off running 7600 with, like, tightened timings instead of this. One issue here is I also adjusted the VDD2 voltage. Oh well, if it works, it works. I'm not gonna question it. Do I get the BZ Intel Shit Show Award of the day? Sure, if it works. You get to be the first person to ever actually help me fix DDR5-8000 on an Intel CPU. You can consider yourself master of MSI Intel overclocking. If anybody asks me for help with Intel memory overclocking on an MSI board, I'll send them to you. You know, I think if the CCM versus DCM thing does anything, I think it's probably just the CCM that does anything. Because I don't know why changing the switching frequency should do anything. Man, this album is so good. So CCM stands for continuous current mode, and DCM stands for discontinuous current mode. And the difference is that in continuous current mode, you have current flowing through the inductor of the switching regulator constantly, and DCM, you don't. And I guess it affects the voltage regulation to some extent or something. Like, I would expect CCM would have somewhat more consistent voltage through fluctuating loads. Is this the longest? No, I think at the very start of the stream we had one that lasted like 10 minutes. So this is certainly giving it a run for its money, though. I literally saw a screenshot like earlier today or yesterday of a B760M Elite doing 8533. Well, each manufacturer's T-topology might be slightly different, for one thing. Like, Ace's T-topology actually biases towards the, like, still has a bias towards specific memory slots, whereas Gigabyte doesn't. Have you ever watched a French bulldog singing or throwing a tantrum? No. Oh, looks like that fixed it. That is very interesting. I wonder if there's a visible difference on the oscilloscope. Because this would be within the realm of things I could measure. Should I recommend one? No. Why would I want to watch a dog really do anything? This might beat my daily in gaming. It really depends on the game. Did you ever get into World of Warcraft? I did. I had a Blood Elf Warlock that I got to level 68 on Wrath of the Lich King private servers. Yeah. And the thing is, I am really inefficient at leveling in MMOs, so... I never did reach max level in Wrath of the Lich King. And then I didn't keep playing after that. Win 10 is just better than Win 11. I don't think it's that long ago that I had somebody show up on stream complaining about stuttering or something, and I'm like, what OS are you on? And they're like, 11, and I'm like, well, then have you tried Windows 10? And then they go off and try Windows 10, and sometime later they're back, and it's like, oh, everything's fixed now, and it's like, yeah, because Windows 11 is trash. I would literally sooner use Linux than Windows 11. I guess the only game that would prevent me from doing that is Need for Speed Unbound, isn't it? Oh, and I guess Mother Gunship. Yeah, but I could just keep a Windows 10 install around for those. Yeah, it might have been a Ryzen system. 16 gigabit CJR? No, unfortunately. Only 8 gigabit. Need for Speed Unbound works on Linux? Really? That's surprising. Then again, I guess it doesn't really have any anti-cheat, so... How hot is your IMC while running LinPack Extreme? I don't know. I haven't tried running LinPack Extreme during this stream. I don't think I'm going to. Yeah, especially since I have the E-cores turned on, so... I have to, like, update LinPack to a version that actually supports the E-cores. I don't keep one around. What VDDG should I run? A 2133.9 should be fine. For both CCD and IOD. especially on the newer BIOSes, unless you're running like insanely high SoC voltage, but I mean, well, insanely high would just be like 1.3, but 2133 should be fine even at 1.3. Have you any ASRock boards? No. And I don't want any. The less time I have to spend with an Intel CPU, the better. $8,200? I am not raising it to $8,200. Where am I? I guess we can try, but if it errors out at 8,200, I'm just dropping it back to 8,000. I'm like trying to tighten the timings a bit. You choose the cheapest 4090 or an Asus 4080 Tough? I would choose the cheapest 4090. Like, the fastest 4080 is never gonna even get close to a 4090. So, you get the fastest card. Like, if you're concerned about longevity on the 4090, you could just set like a 350 watt power limit or something, and it's still gonna run circles around the 4080. Though, with most of the modern high-end cards, the bigger concern is the heatsink bending the PCB so much that it, like, disconnects some of the memory chips from the PCB. You know, I've been kind of tempted to try e-power a DDR5 stick. I'm not sure how that would work. Like, I don't know if the motherboard has any, like, checks that it does. Against whether or not the memory stick is properly, like, like, if the PMIC is working or not. But if the motherboard doesn't care about the condition of the PMIC, then it should actually be very easy to e-power a memory stick. What voltage controller is on the 980 Ti classified? I'm pretty sure it's a CHL8318. Isn't it? Nah, this isn't to, like, get more voltage. I'm just, like, wondering if you could upgrade the power delivery in some way. I kind of doubt it, but... Just disconnect the VDD inductor? I was more wondering about the VDD-Q inductor than VDD. Yeah, I know there's the supporting voltages that are annoying. But the thing is, I don't know if the PMIC, like, the PMIC might go into some kind of safety mode shutdown if you desolder both of the output inductors. Or, like, if you desolder one of the output inductors. Because, I'm mainly wondering about it because of the whole, like, CCM versus DCM thing. Well, I guess that solves the question of whether or not I'm going to be trying 8200. I won't be. I don't see any reason to, like, increase MLCCs around the PMIC. I would only do the ones near the memory chips. I wonder if you could scrape the, like, solder mask on the back to access some, like, grounds and VDDs on the back. There should be some, like, power vias on the back that you could solder capacitors to. Well, I guess we're gonna try back up to 1.45 on VDD2 again, because that, like... well, actually, I don't know if that was necessary, but who knows? Maybe it'll work better. Did you see the special Intel stick? No. Yeah, no. Well, that made things significantly worse. So 1.4 VDD2 is optimal. So I don't have any AMD CPUs that do 6400 stable. Like with AMD, your CPU either does 6400 or it doesn't. There's really nothing more to it than that. Like either with the 1.3 volts SoC you can do 6400 or you can't. And if you can't, well you can't. So, you know, go do something else. Mobile VDDQ. I am not seeing why that would help. I mean, we can try that later. We've got all day, or until I get bored. One of the two. Did I tick the, like, report thing again? Oh, I did. Oh, no. Oh. Neat. Yeah, because most normal DDR5 sticks are just blank on the back. Or at least all the DDR5 sticks I've seen are blank on the back. Only issue is, I don't know which memory stick I would actually want to do this to. No, we're still at 8,000. 8,000 crashed before. At, like, loop 20. Was it 20? Something like that. And it's back to crashing all the damn time again. For when trying to get a higher mem clock speed stable and it errors, then going back, it now doesn't, it also errors. Yep, that sounds like Intel. Or are you talking about AMD? Need more VDD2. No, we tried more VDD2 earlier. It made things way worse. It, like, literally insta-crashed. So far, the best combination was 1.25, 1.4, 1.4, 1.45 over here. So yeah, this was what, like, got 20 loops, which probably won't get 20 loops again, but, you know, Intel things. It's like, that's the issue, is you can't really look at a stress test as like, oh, or, well, I mean, if it crashes in the first, like, you sort of need to think about it as an error rate. So you might have an error rate of 1 error every 5 seconds, in which case you're not going to survive a 10-second stress test, right? If you have an error rate of an error every 30 minutes, that means you're going to get a random error anywhere between instantly and 30 minutes later. And if you have an error rate of once every 10 hours, well, if you run an 8-hour stress test, sometimes you just get lucky. Less VDD2 also doesn't help? It hasn't so far. Well, there's at least there seems to truly be one universal constant of, like, my Intel CPUs don't do 8000. Doesn't matter what BIOS version I'm on, or what settings I'm running, or what memory kit I'm using, they do not do 8000. I mean, Wycruncher's VT3 test is what I use, because I haven't found any of the other tests to be particularly difficult to run. And then other than that, you're going to want to get a memory stress test like TestMem5 or Karhu. I'd say Karhu is a lot more convenient to use than TestMem5. TestMem5 is massive jank. It doesn't even matter what year it is. My Intel CPUs don't do 8000. They didn't do 8000 in 2022 when they released. They didn't do 8000 in 2023 when I finally got a when I got a Tachyon. Actually, no, I got the Tachyon in 2022, I think. But, well, it doesn't matter. So, but I did get the ITX board, this ITX board in 2023. I got an Apex in 2023. I got a 14th gen in 2023. And now we're in 2024, and 8000 still doesn't work. Even on the 14th gen CPU. Like, I don't know why I even bother. How many 13th gen, 14th gen CPUs do you have? I have 4 of them. I have a 13600K that maxes out at like 7600-ish. Technically, it can sometimes do 7800, but I do not enjoy the process of getting that stupid thing to run at 7800. Then I have a 13900K, which literally doesn't even work at 7200. It doesn't matter if you use an Apex or a 4-dimmer, it doesn't do 7200. Potato CPU. Absolute trash. Literally fails to post XMP profiles on basically, like, and by that I mean like 7200 XMP on most boards. And then I have a 13900KS that got really, really close to running 8000, but never did, because it would always error out after some ungodly amount of runtime. And then there's this 14900K, which I'm pretty sure I have a screenshot. Maybe I'm not sure. Maybe I lost that screenshot, but I had a screenshot of this CPU passing Y-Cruncher with this memory kit on the Apex once, and I haven't been able to replicate that since. So, you know. I don't know what it is, but, like, I can't have good Intel CPUs. Oh, and now even the settings that worked don't work, because of course they don't. Well, I mean, I mentioned it earlier, right? You shouldn't really think about your memory settings as like, oh, it's stable for X. It's the error rate with these settings is X. Which means if the error rate was like 40 minutes, then that means we can get an error at anywhere from 0 to 40 minutes. And, like, yeah, so this is going roughly about as well as I thought it would be going. The Intel, this is the Intel process, is like, first you go and you try to get 8000 to work, and that doesn't work. So then eventually you drop to 7600, and 7600 does work. So then you get to 7800, 7800, like, starts working, and then you go back up to 8000, and that still doesn't work. Oh wait, this isn't the same settings I tried last time. Okay, so lowering the VDDQ might have made things worse. Anyway, we're gonna try this again, because this is what ran like 20 loops. New T-Force Extreme have good heatsinks? I don't know. I don't really concern myself with memory stick heatsinks, because in my experience, you put a fan on them and you can run like 60K TREFI without any issues. Is 24 gigabit MDI easier to run at high speeds than 8i? Yes. At least, well, yeah. Yeah, it is. It's not like in my experience, it's not a huge difference, but it is a difference. But it's worth noting that 8i does slightly tighter timings, so performance-wise, it's kind of a wash. Like, I would mainly get MDI because you want extra memory capacity rather than because it's like, oh, it's going to be faster, because it's really, like, it's not really. Like, MDI is a good option if, like, you don't, like, if 32 gigs isn't enough and, like, 64 is unnecessary for your system, then, like, 24 gigabit MDI is a really good option. It's also a really good performance option if you're trying to do 8000 on, like, a Gene or something. Because it will make doing 8000 a lot easier, and at least with AMD, if you're at 8000, you can synchronize your Infinity Fabric. And that does help with performance a bit. And I could stable on what? Intel or AMD? Also, what motherboard? I just use the actually, I'm not sure which version of Y-Cruncher I use, but I would just use the latest one if you're, like, downloading it. Oh, you're on a Intel. Yeah, I can't help you. I actually have no idea why anything ever works on Intel, or why it doesn't work, because if I did know why it doesn't work, then I could do something about it, but all I know is it doesn't work, so that really doesn't help me. Much hotter? No. Like, yeah, like, no. Though I haven't, like, done proper A/B tests of, like, because, like, in order to turn the RGB off, I would have to install RGB control software, and RGB control software is universally terrible. Like, there are instances of memory sticks getting bricked because RGB control software would overwrite their SPD profiles. And it's just, like, this is why, like, memory, like, you shouldn't, like, as far as I'm concerned, memory sticks should just come with, like, a USB cable if you want to control the RGB on them. We shouldn't be trying to control the RGB through the freaking SPD bus. Who thought that's a good idea? TestMem5 absolute config for checking RAM stability. I've found it perfectly good. So, as a stress test, so yeah. Hopefully this will be roughly as stable as the, like, last time I ran these settings. I really hope it hasn't just decided to, like, fall apart again. Like, the worst part of this to me is, like, let's say I somehow do manage to get this stable, and then I make a video about it, and it's like, there's not going to be any useful information in that video, because whatever combination of settings happens to work for me will almost definitely not work for anyone else. Whereas with the Ryzen CPUs, you can basically copy-paste settings from one, like, well, I mean, the VDD-P voltage kind of varies a bit, but you can copy-paste a lot of the settings. Oh, and now this is broken too. Oh, of course it is. Oh, man, I freaking love Intel CPUs, man. Who wants to bet that 7800 is also broken again? No, the different configurations for TestMem5 run like different, I think, data patterns. mean, I guess we can try this. It doesn't go to 21. Yeah, it maxes out at 15. What even is this? Receiver equalization. Yeah, but what is it equalizing? Well, I guess 15 it is then. Easy, do you live in the UK? Yes. Four SRB die sticks clock on a Maximus 8 Extreme? That's 7700K, right? That might do 4000. It's a T-topology board. I would expect like 3600 to be quite easy, and then like 4000 if might also work. More than that, I'd be very impressed. Did you grow up in the UK? No. Well, I mean, it's still booted, but... when has it ever not booted? Oh yeah, when I tried to set 8400. CL12 is possible. If your dims are really good, maybe. Like, I don't even get how, like, Intel motherboards keep coming out with BIOSes that claim better memory support, and then it's like, this literally hasn't changed in 12 months as far as I'm concerned. No, I guess technically it says memory compatibility rather than stability. You need a binned Intel CPU. Well, I'm not gonna bin one myself, because that's a waste of money as far as I'm concerned, and I'm not gonna pay extra for a binned CPU either, because again, I think that's freaking stupid. No, the Patriot 4400 DIMMs I think are gonna be a rough time on a Maximus 8. I'm wondering, can the ASRock X670i Taichi run 8000? I really doubt it. I've not had 8000 work on any of the 4 dimmers for AM5. 7800 is like really annoying to get even remotely functional. As far as I know, actually 12th gen got like a significant boost to memory overclocking capabilities with some BIOS update at some point. They are not A0? Yeah. I'm pretty sure A2 on a freaking Z170 board is gonna be rough. Oh, well, that made no freaking difference. Why am I not surprised? Man, these Intel CPUs. Make me want to find a bridge and throw the CPU off of it. I tried some ADI with my 12600K and it still kind of sucked on the Tachyon though. And I never tried like with some of the really late BIOSes. Like I didn't try any of the 13th gen BIOSes with 12th gen. Live stream it. I mean, that wouldn't be much of a live stream, though there is a really tall bridge nearby. Well, nearby. I'd need a car. And I think they would probably not be thrilled to see me throwing something off of that bridge. Yeah, I think I'd probably actually get in, like, trouble for doing that, but I'm not sure how much trouble. It's not like there's anything important under it. There's just water, because, you know, it's a bridge over water. But I'm also not, how do we say, out of touch enough to throw a, like, $600 CPU off a bridge. Unless the video makes more than $600 worth of ad revenue, which it won't. I guess back down to 7800 we go. This is so, like... And the worst part for me with this is, like, I'm not going to make a video about how I had to underclock a DDR5-8000 kit to make it work. Especially when it's, like, it's still a pain. Like, it's not even like, oh, you just underclock it and then it works. No, no, no. It's you underclock it and then you bend over backwards and then it might work. Ryzen 9000? I have no thoughts of Ryzen 9000, because, like, I don't know anything about it. Like, once it releases, I will have thoughts about it, because we will know what it is, but I don't know what it is, so how can I, you know, like, how am I supposed, like, what am I supposed to think of it? And X87E boards, Honestly, I'm more excited for B series boards. Because, like, the X chipsets for AM5, like, they're literally just, like, two B chipsets on the same motherboard. So, like, I don't get, like, this is one thing that annoys me, also annoys me about the Gene, is, like, why did they put it on X670? Like, the board literally isn't big enough to have all the connectors that come off of the X670i chipsets. Why does it have two chipsets? Then again, Asus thought it would be really funny if they made an X670i motherboard in ITX form factor and had one of the chipsets on a daughter board. Because that makes so much sense, doesn't it? Oh wait, I might have shrunk it too much. Alright, how's Ryzen a broken mess? I mean, they're not gonna fix the dual CCD CPU scheduling issues. That's just inherent to them being dual CCD CPUs. That's like, you know, that's like thinking that SLI will ever get fixed. No, it won't, because that assumes the software developers somehow, like, start caring about your exotic hardware configuration. They won't. Like, most game developers seem to be happy when their game ships and, like, runs. At all. Yeah, except 100% HCI mem test is, like, not really much of a stress test. It actually boots. I've literally been dailying a Ryzen system for like the last, I don't know, 8 months or something. I've had like 0 issues, and I'm on like the BIOS I'm on is like one of the first BIOSes to support an X3D. Actually, no, it's the first BIOS with the SoC voltage limit, or one of the first BIOSes with an SoC voltage limit. How low can TCWL go on A-die? Like, really low. Does it affect performance very much? Not really, because again, it only affects write operations. I just wish AMD's memory system wasn't such a massive bottleneck. Because it's like, it is actually kind of stupid that, like, with DDR5, the memory system can't move more than... At 2000 megahertz, it literally cannot move more than 64 gigabytes per second. At, like, 2200, it's still maxing out at, like... Give me a second... 70 gigabytes per second. Like, it is DDR4 levels of memory bandwidth on the Infinity Fabric. Which is why, like, Ryzen CPUs get absolutely wiped out in games like Spider-Man. Because Spider-Man is, like, really memory bandwidth heavy, and Ryzen CPUs don't have any memory bandwidth. Well, the console APUs have nothing in common with the... Actually, no, you don't know that, because we don't have a console equivalent from Intel. Like, you don't have a console APU with more memory bandwidth that you can compare against, right? And consoles don't run games as well as PCs do. Have you made any changes in PLL voltages? Not yet. Never thought you'd try this again on an Intel system? Yeah, the comment section under my video got to me. It's like, oh, Buildzoid, why don't you overclock it? Why don't you show Intel CPU memory overclocks? And it's like, well, this is why. This right here is why. You know, considering that the live mixer, not the live mixer, the HDV almost did 7800 CL32, it makes me think that I could probably actually get that to work on the live mixer. Because the live mixer does seem to be slightly better. And like, after dealing with this for the last 6 hours, I'm pretty sure I could set up a 7800 CL32 overclock on the live mixer in, like, less time than this has taken. Well, that's suspicious. I don't remember closing hardware info. Oh yeah, we should have been keeping an eye on these. As far as I know, MemTest 86 isn't a very good stress test. But as based on what I've heard from other people, I've never actually checked that myself. Back to 7800, yeah. I mean, I need to know if 7800 even works still. Right? If you have if your system is working and you're happy with the performance you have, like, don't try to fix what isn't broken. That's the approach I take to my daily system. which is how it's been running 6000 CL30 for like the last 8 months. Could it run higher memories, like faster memory settings? Yes. Would I notice? No. So, do I? No. Yeah, MSI's auto recovery tends to be the best, in my experience. At least on Intel. On AMD, it's auto recovery on AMD is varying degrees of broken depending on which AGSA version you're using. And the motherboard manufacturer brand basically doesn't really have too much of a role in it. Mind you, I have like a power modded and cap modded and liquid metal 4070 Ti in my daily system, but like, the power mod isn't even turned on. Mostly because most of the games I play are so CPU bottlenecked that turning on that power mod does nothing. The only exception to that is Need for Speed Unbound. But even that, like, it's not like it runs significantly faster if I turn on the power mod. It's like 1 or 2% or something that it makes a difference, and the power consumption shoots through the roof. I mean, technically, I bought my system with my own money as well. It's just that my job is to be a YouTuber, so... I wouldn't say living the dream, but I don't know what living the dream in my case would be, so that, you know... What do you do for outdoor activities? I don't. I mean, like, plenty of people seem to have much better experiences with Intel CPUs than I do. This thing won't even run Cinebench if I take the power limit off. DDR5 module to 4000, trimming, give a bunch more. No, it wouldn't. I've tried it. If you're thinking that, oh, on AM5, I'm going to synchronize my 2000 Infinity Fabric to my 4000 memory controller, it's really bad. Like, atrocious. The performance is so slow. Do not do that. I tried it. It's terrible. I literally use CPU encoding during the Need for Speed live streams, and I've never had issues with the 7800X3D being just an 8-core. Isn't the 7800X3D close to 5900X? It spits out about 7,000 points in Cinebench, so yeah, I guess. WTRS, WTRL in MemTweak? Well, that's really simple. Intel doesn't have registers called WTRS or WTRL. They simply do not exist. Instead, Intel uses the, what is it, write to read, yeah, write to read same group, write to read different group, and then you have to, like, subtract cast write latency from it, and I think 1 burst length, and then you get your, like, WTRs out of that. So I think it's, like, minus cast write latency minus 8, and then you get your WTR value. So, like, 90 minus 38 minus 8 is, like, 46... 44? That sounds about right for 7800. Yeah, and then 60 is, like, minus 46 is, like, 24. Actually, that sounds really high for TRS. Something like that. Like, there's a formula for calculating the WTRs from the write to reads. Do those affect performance much? A bit. Like, yeah, the tertiary timings are kind of the next place that you kind of want to look at for performance gains, usually. Well, I guess 7800 is working again. I guess that's something. I, like, literally never use the CPU-Z benchmark. Like, it doesn't even register in my mind that, like, CPU-Z has a benchmark built in. What should a good 7750 do? You mean the HD 7750? If you have a core voltage mod on it, I would be hoping for, like, I don't know, 1400, 1500 core. Only issue is like, the memory controller on those cards gets weird at high V core. What's a safe temp for DDR5? So with memory temperatures, it's less about, like, what's going to damage the memory sticks and more about, like, what's going to harm your stability. But I would basically aim to keep the memory temperatures at least under 80 degrees. Mostly because there's really no reason for your memory sticks to be above 80 degrees, in my opinion. 7400 with a 12700K on the Z790i Edge. Do you think that's the limit? I am basically clueless when it comes to Intel memory overclocking. So, I don't know if that's the limit. But if I had a 12700K at 7400 on the memory, I would leave it there. So the 8700G, I think there's been people running like 8800 stable or something stupid like that. $6200 CL28, VDD 1.52. What board are you on? And what are you erroring out in? Also, why is your VDD queue at 1.43? Oh wait, is it an ASRock board, so it's just like forced to that on its own? Man, this feels like a massive waste of time. Because I bet it's still not going to work at 8000. And evidently 7800 works. But like the issue is, I can't make a, like, what useful information can I present in a video with this, where it's like, oh yeah, I took an 8000 rated kit, underclocked it, then like, changed a bunch of stuff in the BIOS that, like, I don't know why it does anything. It just does. Like, the voltages I'm using probably won't work for you. Is it worth finding a negative offset for a 7800X3D? I think it's a total waste of time. And if you have a motherboard that supports ECLK overclocking, you might want to bump the ECLK to 103 and call it a day. Because that's going to do more for performance than any amount of negative offsets. So I haven't used an AM5 Asus board in a while. At least, like... Well, no, actually there was the ProArt video, but there I just left them on auto or something, or like 0.9, I think, or 0.95, something like that. You're on an Aorus Master. Wait, what? Oh, that's somebody else. X79, X99 overclock when? No plans in the foreseeable future. Aired out in VT3, loop 15. What memory temperature? Also, what SoC voltage are you at? And VDDP. 51 on the DIMMs. Yeah, okay, that should be fine. 1.3 SoC, okay, and VDDP voltage? I'm pretty sure Zen timings should read out VDDP voltage accurately. Yours come in OCCT. Oh. Wait, you're at 6200. What SoC voltage? Oh, 1.17. At 6. Wait. Wait, no, who? Bilbo. This does not work. There's too many people. I can't keep track of who's running 1.29. Oh. Oh, it was grayed out. Okay, anyway, 1.29 for 6200. That's insanely high. I don't see why that would not work. I think you mean VDDQ above 1.45 reads as like 1.15. I said VDDP. There's a big difference between the two. Because VDDP reads correctly in my experience, and you should not be setting it above like 1.2. Honestly, even 1.15 is like as high as I've ever used it for anything stable. I guess there's a chance that 6400 just won't work on your CPU? VDDP is 1.1. Yeah. That's much more sensible. I'm not even sure what 1.45 VD... Actually, unless your VDDIO was higher than, like, 1.45 volts, you couldn't set it that high anyway. But I do wonder if that might not nuke the memory controller. The board might not even let you set it that high. Maxed out at 1.3 on the board. Yeah, okay, good. Does this board allow 1.8 VDDP? Well, be happy that it can't physically be higher than your VDDIO. Because it's derived from VDDIO, if I remember correctly. Like, there's a regulator that steps VDDIO down into VDDP. Well, if nothing else, Y-Cruncher sure does a good job of keeping the room nice and warm. Good value for OC6400B. For VDDP, I would probably start with like 1.15 and then test all the way down to like 1 in like 25 millivolt steps or 50 milli. Actually, I'd probably start with 50 millivolt steps. If you're well, wait, you said you're crashing in OCCT, not Y-Cruncher. So, well, I would assume OCCT probably is similar, like, in terms of what it's sensitive to Y-Cruncher. Are we stable yet? We're back at 7800, which previously passed for an hour, so it'll probably pass again. I'm hoping it passes again. If it doesn't pass again, then we've got major problems to deal, like major issues. If it doesn't pass, I might just end the stream. In 15, so I'll give it a shot with 1.15. Yeah, that's worth it. How's the IMC on your chip? More like chips, and terrible. The only speed where anything, like, actually, it's not makes sense, but at, like, 7600, they tend to work. Above that, they tend to not work. Boost clock override? I don't know how boost clock override works with the dual CCD X3Ds. But what I do know is that the X3D CCD doesn't get overridden. Like, you can't, like, the plus 200 megahertz offset doesn't do anything. I'm not getting more new IMCs. Like, I don't buy Intel CPUs. I have one 14900K. It's trash. It was trash when I got it. It's still trash. It's just that every so often I'm like, well, I recently didn't have, like, my depression wasn't hard enough recently, so why don't we try that garbage CPU that Intel sent me? Is it still garbage? Yes, yes it is. Okay, well, here we are. Yeah, I had a 12900K that also had a garbage IMC. I also have a 13600K that's basically as good as this 14900K, and then I have a 13900K that's way worse. And I also have a 13900KS that's about the same as this. So basically, my average experience with Intel CPUs is that they only work up to like 7600, and if you're really unlucky, they don't even work at 7200. Also, for 7600 to work, you need a 1 DIMM per channel motherboard. Why are 1D PC boards so uncommon? Because people buy 4 dimmers. Because people believe that they're going to run a data center from their house. So they need all of the memory slots. What are your voltages? 1.2 SA, 1.4 VDD QTX, 1.45 VDD2, and then 1.45 for the memory. 1.45 memory. SA, oh, 1.25 SA, 1.4 VDD2, and 1.4 VDD QTX. And this was the, like, first combination of voltages to actually work at 7800 after some other adjustments. Motherboards don't have memory controllers. CPUs have memory controllers. Motherboards are basically just a bunch of very fancy wires that connect your CPU's memory controller to the memory sticks. What's the best way to produce WHEA errors for FCLKOC? On what platform? Because on 7000 series, I've never seen hardware, like Windows hardware error thing. On 5000 series, you just run like YCruncher or LinPack or like whatever, like some heavy CPU workload, and if your FCLK is unstable, it'll spew errors. Intel and AMD should be sending absolute garbage to reviewers and overclockers, yes. Well, evidently Intel does that for me. I could manage 8400, 8600 on a 2DIMM gigabyte board. Wait, like actually stable or just like it boots? I mean, I can't even boot that, but if you can like run stress VST VT3 retrain stable. Yeah, I can't get my Gigabyte, like my 4-DIMM Gigabyte boards to run like 7600. Like, literally, it will not even run 7600. Like, I'm pretty sure, because, like, even the spread on the CPUs I have is, like, the worst chip I have literally doesn't even do 7200. So it's like, there's, like, a 600, you know, 600 megatransfers per second gap between the best CPU I have and the worst CPU I have. It might be more than that. It might be, like, 800. Primary timings, it's the XMP profile of the memory kit, so like 38, 52, 52, 52, 128, 2T. The hell is the NC voltage? Have you tried to tighten the primaries? This should probably work at like 36, 46, or like 47 for TRCD. Oh, you meant memory controller voltage, VDD2. Voltages. Yes, yes, I know it's voltages that causes the memory controller to constantly crash, but during this stream, we went from, like, what was it, like 1.15 SA, all the way up to, like, 1.35 SA. 1.2, I think you tried for VDD QTX at one point, all the way up to, like, 1.45. Like, VDD2, I didn't go as low as 1.2 on that. I think that bottomed out at, what, like 1.3 or something, maxed out at 1.5, didn't do anything. VDDQ on the memory, I actually don't think I ever set that below 1.4, and highest was like 1.52. And the only combination that even works at 7800 is 1.2, 1.44, 1.4, 1.4, 1.45, 1.45. Actually, we're at 1.25 SA right now. But I'm actually not sure, like, well, I mean, we didn't try 1.2 SA for 7800. It's not even trying to teach the teacher. It's just like everybody knows with Intel CPUs, oh, you need to find the correct combination of 4 different voltages. And it's like, okay, how? What is the procedure for finding the 4 voltages? Oh, you know, you just find them. Yeah, we've already disabled the VDDQ training like 5 hours ago. And the only thing that helped getting 7800 stable was turning on, what was it, Intel MRC training, And, well, actually, that was it, right? Because the other adjustments I made to the PMIC was for DDR5-8000, and those adjustments, like, stopped doing anything after a few reboots. Enabled DFE. I mean, I'd honestly enabled DFE on absolutely freaking everything. Like, fun fact, the actual, like, documentation from, like, Micron, there's, like, a white paper. I think it's called a white paper. Anyway, there's, like, a document from Micron about DFE, and they demonstrate the effects of DFE at, like, 4400 on DDR5. Can probably drop SA below 1 volt at 7000. Yeah, sometimes. I've seen some CPUs where if you set your SA to like I think there's one video where I show, I think it's the 13600K at 7200 on the Z790 Elite, where all of the voltages are 1.35, because if you set any of them to anything other than 1.35, it just completely loses stability instantly. So 1.35 SA, 1.35 VDD QTX, 1.35 VDD2, 1.35 VDDQ on the memory, 1.35 VDD, because if any of them, I think VDD was at 1.4, but everything at, like, there was, like, everything at 1.35, and then one of them might have been different, and that was the only way to get 7200 to work with that CPU on that motherboard. Any other combination of voltages simply wouldn't run Y-Cruncher. Cursed garbage. That same CPU on other motherboards doesn't, like, never ever needs that much system agent voltage. But on that board, with that BIOS version, that was the only voltage that worked. Lovely memory controller. I don't think even Haswell E was this freaking random. It, like, Haswell E is a pain. It likes to drop memory channels at random for no reason, but the voltage behavior is pretty consistent. If, like, what is correct and what is wrong doesn't change drastically at random. You can't put links on YouTube. I can post links, I think, but not random people in chat. You sure about? Oh, damn it. I keep forgetting that I have these docs downloaded. That should work, right? Threadripper overclocking? Stop asking! Do I look like I enjoy CPU overclocking? First Threadripper, yeah, but I'd need to get a board for that, and I don't really want an X399 board. The thing is, if I was gonna get a early Threadripper, it would be a 2950X. Because at least that should be fun on liquid nitrogen, whereas the 1950X is nah, it's just bad. This is gonna be really boring. You see Jay's video about DDR5? No. My experience with the 3960X on LN2 is that it's mega cursed. It randomly cold boot bugs. And the cold boot bug, moves. And it's not because the thermal paste failed. Sometimes I had to heat it all the way to, minus 50 to get it to boot. And sometimes it would boot at, minus 80. Also, what's really fun is there's, dead zones. There's certain temperatures where it just will not boot. Even if they're relatively warm. Horrible platform on liquid nitrogen. Max safe voltage. I probably wouldn't go above 1.65. .3 SOC safe for daily? Yeah. I mean, they wouldn't set the limit at that if it wasn't. Oh, you mean that one? That video. Man, I don't even remember most of that one. I think the cold bug is probably more about the I/O die being different than the cores, isn't it? Anyway, this evidently works still, so that's nice. Anyway, I guess we can try lower system agent voltage to see if that breaks things. Also, it's not like you even have DFE training configuration options on Intel, as far as I know. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a DFE training option in the BIOS. I've tried enabling it in the past. I can't say it ever actually did anything. Yeah, we have dim DFE training right here, and you can turn it on or you can turn it off, and that is it. I'm just gonna try to turn that on set 8000, see what happens. It'll probably not work again. Is it taking longer to post than in the past? So it might actually be doing something. For once. Well, this is even less stable than the last time we tried this. Oh boy. I swear, at DDR5-8000, the memory controller just, like, boots with some random combination of whatever it is that the memory controller does. And then it crashes at some random point in Y Cruncher. BIOS dev teams have a hidden section to tune the DFE. Yeah, evidently they're not very good at it. Because one guy at AMD is more capable of getting DDR5-8000 to work than all the Intel motherboard developers combined. This is so not gonna work. I'll make a video to tune DDR5. Well, then why don't you go do that? AM4 motherboard? Depends on what you're measuring. For power delivery, it's kind of like ASRock and MSI. For memory overclocking, it's like the Unify X boards and Gigabyte and ITX Asus. Well, the B550 ITX Asus, not the other ones. Yeah, well, the Apex also doesn't do DDR5-8000. Like, if I take this memory kit and stick it into a B650 Tachyon, it's way more stable than it is on any other than on any Intel motherboard I own. And that's without me doing anything. And that's true for like 2 different CPUs. Whereas my experience with Intel CPUs is that I have 4 of them, they all suck to varying degrees, and no board makes a difference to that. What happens if VT3 runs and Karhu fails? What do you do? On what? On Intel? Throw the CPU in a river? On AMD, your timings or your your VDD might be too low, your timing's too tight, or your VDDQ and VDDIO wrong. Or VDD might be too high if you're above like 1.7 volts. Oh, it happened on Intel. Yeah, I can't help you then. So, that did absolutely... Well, I mean, it might be marginally more stable, but, you know... Actually, I don't know if I would even count this as marginally more stable. This just crashed in the first loop, and we've had a few instances of, like, 8,000 not crashing immediately. Though, I think... Like, the issue is, I'm pretty sure when Y-Cruncher crashes on an Intel CPU is basically random. Like, past a certain point. So the fact that at one point during this stream it managed to survive like 40 minutes is pretty damn meaningless in my opinion. .4 VDD2 and 1.325 SA works. I haven't tried SA that high. Like, I'm pretty sure it'll boot, but, like, I don't think it'll be stable. Oh, okay, that looks... Okay, you can keep yelling about the foundation of whatever, but unless you give me a procedure for finding the damn foundation, that doesn't help me. Or anybody else. On 14, 14, 14, and 3600? Yeah, that should be actually quite easy. If you were trying to do flat 14s at like 3800, I'd say that's probably not going to happen. But flat 14s at 3600 with like 1.5 or 1.55 should just work. Yeah, I know if you have the SA voltage too high on some setups, it'll cause, like, random lockups. Well, we haven't run into that yet, so... Because we can't run anything long enough for that to happen. Can't have system agent lockups if the system crashes before the system agent locks up. Actually, the CCM, I didn't do the CCM thing until 8000, if I remember correctly. I might be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure I set that at, like, 8000, not 7800. 7800 just needed the MRC. .325 SA and 1.4 volts memory controllers like white Apex auto voltages. I think I'm pretty sure my white Apex sets the SA lower than that, but the memory controller voltage sounds about right. So who knows, this might actually work. Because that, like, this CPU did at one point somehow manage to pass Y-Cruncher for an hour on the Apex. Once. Exactly once. And never again. Skylake IMC versus KB IMC? KB is generally better. MSI calls it VDD2, because it should always be called VDD2. It's called VDD2 in the Intel documentation, and then Asus comes along and they call it memory controller voltage. Even though I'm pretty sure VDD-QTX also does something in the memory controller, so... you know. Is this as good as men's dreams? My dreams are pretty great. They're more stable than Intel memory controllers. It's called memory controller voltage in documentation, abbreviated VDD2. I mean, in the voltage tables, it's always VDD2. I wish there was more information about what the hell VDD-QTX is. Well, this just crashed as well, so that brings us no closer to anything. More SA. Sure. And we tried Bobo VDQ at 1.325. No. And I think you mean CPU VDDQ, right? Not memory? Or are you overclocking this 8000 on Intel? Well, I don't have any other 8000 rated kits, and if I take out the 6000 rated kits, people will say that I'm using a memory kit that's not high enough silicon quality to do 8000. That was a suspiciously long login screen. Though, so far it seems to be working okay. Oh, I think hardware info opening at the same time as MemTweakit probably made MemTweakit a bit upset. It's always, yeah, that's always fun when you open two utilities that read a bunch of registers, and they try to read them at the same time, and then one of them breaks. Or both of them break. Actually, I think in the past I've managed to cause like blue screens by like opening two monitoring utilities at the same time. I haven't run into that on anything recent. I think back in like the Windows 7 days that was actually like a real risk, is that you could open like two. If you found the wrong mix of monitoring utilities, you could get the system to blue screen, as they'd like try to access the same sensors and stuff. Well, 1.4 SA, here we go. Is this CPU QS also? Well, it is from Intel, so probably. I think for review samples, they basically only send out QS. I don't think I have anything else from Intel. Oh wait, it doesn't say. Wait, QS has a... How do you tell if something's a QS from the IHS? What's the Q spec? Oh, so mine are SR-MBH. So I guess mine are retail. This is like surprisingly functional. Man, if this thing runs at 1.4 SA. Nah, I mean, we haven't even got it, like, last time it also got through one loop and then it died. It hasn't even gotten through the first loop. Don't get your hopes up just yet. Okay, well, maybe start getting your hopes up now. .4 SA is, like, not, so, like, if you keep raising it, like, we're not, so, I mean, I wouldn't be exactly concerned about 1.4 SA, but, for daily, but, like, it is a lot of SA voltage. Oh, you know what the stupidest thing ever would be? If the CPU scaled linearly with SA to like 1.6 or something. Where it's like, oh, if you want to do 8800, it needs 1.6 SA. And then it just dies. Yeah, 1.4 SA is about as high as I would go for daily. It probably won't break the CPU. Does any Intel motherboard manufacturer tell you what the auto on-die terminations are? Yeah, but you're on liquid nitrogen. Like, I've literally, like, you can bench CPUs at, like, 2 volts on LN2, and then when they're at, like, minus 20, they just instantly die at that voltage. Actually, I wonder if it's not the FIVR gets too efficient. I would assume, like, probably it's, like, inductance or something gets, like, messed up. And so that, like, shifts the output voltage up. Because it's not, like, it's not a linear regulator. So, like, its inductance or something gets, like, skewed by the temperature, and then it spits out a different voltage than what it's supposed to. 2 loops, yes, I know, this is very concerning. I guess this further, like, if this actually works, that further supports my theory that the CPU's memory controller is potato. So it needs 1.4 SA to work. That's some scaling. Actually, that's pretty normal. That, like, you suddenly get, like, just a massive jump in voltage requirements for the last little bit of frequency. At least for, like cores, that's normal. Memory controllers, not so much, but... I mean... Like, I guess for comparison, there's the, like, the 10900K that I have? I'm pretty sure I still have it. Yeah, I have. Yeah, I definitely still have it. Anyway, but the 10900K that I have, where it's, like, up to, like, 4400, it's pretty sensible, and then in order to bench, like, 4800, it needs, like, 1.55 SA or something. And it's not possible to stabilize at that point. But, like, actually might have been, like, 1.6 SA. Just completely stupid system agent voltage. And then to run, like, DDR5, to boot DDR5-8000, it needs, like, 1.65. Otherwise, it just won't post. You did get 20 minutes in at 8000 on 1.25 SA, though? Yeah, but, you know, Intel RNG. And I've had, like, this suspicion that the issue isn't the signaling to the memory sticks, as much as it is an issue of, like, getting whatever comes from the memory sticks to the cores. Because it doesn't make sense to me that every single motherboard that's a 1 DIMM per channel hits the exact same memory speed limit, even with, like, wildly different memory voltages, right? Like, what the hell? How is absolutely every 1 DIMM per channel board I have getting stuck at 7600? Is this the run? Well, don't get your hopes up. But this is already, like, a top 5 run. Because, like, we've had one that did, like, 20 loops. And then the other best runs were all, like, 5-ish. Right? And I think there was, like, 3 runs that got to, like, the 5th loop or something. Like, 6th loop, something like that. No PCB breakdown? I forgot to do a PCB breakdown. Like, I was recently really surprised that I didn't do a PCB breakdown of it. Yeah, I kind of fell behind on, like, making those videos because... Well, I want to blame the hours wasted on trying to get Intel CPUs to run things that don't work. Because that, like, the side effect of spending entirely too much time fighting this is that then I end up, like, just generally mentally tired of this, and it's like, I don't want to do anything after that. Not even PCB breakdowns about, you know, very cost-effective motherboards like the HDD. They don't get attached until 5 cycles. So it's gonna crash on 6. I also want to do a PCB breakdown of the X670i ProArt. Man, that board's been stripped of its heatsinks for like a month at least. And it's been like sitting on this like foam board that's white that I use as a background for the PCB breakdowns. The issue is like I've not had the space where I take the photos has just not been available for a while now. Not because I've actually run out of space, it's just I've just been like, oh, I'll take the photos tomorrow, I'll take the photos tomorrow, I'll take the photos tomorrow, and then it's like a month later, I'll take the photos tomorrow. Yeah, I'm a terrible person. Actually incapable of getting anything done. It's still running. The ProArt boards don't use PLX chips. Wait, are you talking about the wacky one that was like X8 on the bottom? What was it? That was the X570 ProArt? Oh yeah, that was the one that did like X8, X8, X8. Through the chipset, which I think is really stupid, but sure. Yeah, but I do have an X670i ProArt that has like a banged up PCIe slot. So I just have a riser permanently installed in it. So unfortunately we can't look, like for the PCB breakdown, you can't see what's under the middle M.2 heatsink, because I've zip tied the riser to the M.2 heatsink so that it like doesn't pull out of the PCIe slot, because that PCIe slot has like a bunch of mangled pins, and my thought process is like, well, they can't get more mangled if nothing gets inserted into that slot. So that's my workaround. I really wish it had a postcode though. Really stupid that it doesn't. Okay, so the idea behind having postcodes on workstation boards is that if they don't post for some reason, it takes less time to fix your workstation. Well, I called it. It's gonna crash on run 5. Oh boy, what a stupid platform! You listen to Uptempo? No. I don't know what Uptempo is. 1.25 SA, 1.325 CPU VDDQ? Sure. We can try 1.14 SA afterwards. Actually, I think 1.14 SA is going to crash really fast, so we're going to try that first. Because I expect it to last all of, like, a couple seconds. What VDDQ do you want? BZ, you need to lower SA. BZ, you need to raise SA. Exactly. 1.2, he says. Oh boy, that is very brave. We'll go with 1.18 because I'm pretty sure I haven't tried that earlier. Best run was with CPU VDDQ at 1.4 so far. Yeah, I know. But apparently I don't... Right, got a delivery. What? No, it's my month's supply of energy drinks. So they're a lot cheaper if you buy them in bulk on the internet than if you buy them in a store. Also, better selection than in a store. So anyway, where were we? Ugh. 24 cans? Nah, it's 36, and it's not green. It's pink. Oh, I also ordered the orange one. Should I just F10 and... So, pipeline? Yeah, pipeline and chaos. Actually, it's like the new version of chaos. I like the old version better. Like, the old one was just, like, the flavor was just stronger, which I preferred. I wonder if this will even post. Oh, I'm sure it'll post. Pipeline Punch is delicious. It tastes like candy. EDDQ is a bit low. I'm just following the suggestions from somebody else in chat. Same, the old Chaos was 34% juice. Oh, well, that explains it. What I'm really annoyed about is that the place that I buy the monsters from stopped stocking Green Relentless. Green Relentless is amazing. Like, Green Relentless, probably a good thing, because with Green Relentless, I have self-control issues. Like, as in, I have a really hard time not drinking it into, like, just, like, drinking it way too fast. Because, like, I usually just have a can sitting that I'll, like, sip throughout the day. And then there's Green Relentless, where I'll be like, oh, you know, it should last the day. And then it lasts, like, an hour, and it's just like, oops. Okay, not literally an hour, but, like, it's gone a lot faster than I want it to be. White Ultra is minty? No, it isn't. It tastes like grapefruit. It's awful. Gold Monster is good. I do agree with that. You only drink energy drinks? No, I've got water under the desk. Anyway, what voltages? We happy with the voltages, chat? Because, I mean, I'm sure the CPU isn't. In Japan, it's minty. Oh. Well, good for you. Because we'll just save and go for it. Oh, he wanted 1.35 VDD2? Okay, 1.35 VDD2 it'll be. I mean, these voltages don't look completely insane to me. I just don't see any reason that they should work. Now, that's distilled water, which, incidentally, tastes awful. It tastes like dust, basically. Like, distilled water really does not taste good. I'm using 133. In terms of hardware-related purchases, I may or may not have picked up a broken Crosshair 5 formula, along with an FX8120. Based on the seller descriptions, it sounds like the VRM blew up, so I figured I'd take a gamble, because, like, I feel really happy when I fix something. Even when I'm kind of cheating by knowing what's probably wrong with it from the get-go. And if I'm lucky, the FX8120 won't be dead. Though considering that it probably had a VRM failure, there's a decent chance that the FX8120 is dead. Tastes almost chalky. Yeah, that's what I meant by, like, dusty. Like, it just doesn't taste like anything. Oh, we are back in the OS. Unsurprisingly enough. And I'm sure Y Cruncher will not crash in basically the time it takes to get to the first loop. Well, that's surprising. I was really thinking it would be worse than this. And it is indeed running. RMA abuse ruins RMAs for other people, so no, not based. Man, it's still running. I swear, what voltages do and don't work is basically random. VDDQ mem with low SA should have 200 millivolts of delta. They're rebooting with the same settings to see if anything changes for no reason at all. No, we haven't gotten to the schizo part of the memory controller yet. So that survived another loop. See, this is the problem. Like, the settings don't matter, because it'll run like a random number of loops, basically every time. Except sometimes when it crashes instantly. You only need 1.2 SA? We'll see, I guess. Sometimes I can do 7800, sometimes 8200 with the same settings. Well, we will not concern ourselves with that. Killed 2 memory sticks. Were they RGB by any chance? Do you have any RGB software by any chance? Because there is an issue with, like, RGB software sometimes corrupting the SPD of memory sticks. You lower CPU power? The CPU, yes. We're on the 253 watt power limit over here. I mean, the CPU still is peaking at like 96 degrees Celsius, but I can't do anything about that. I mean, I guess I could manually set the CPU to run at 5 gigahertz. It's like, well, yes, this memory overclock is very fast. This 14900K isn't, because it's running a 10% underclock. So it's roughly the same frequency as a 7800X3D. With debatably similar levels of instructions per clock. Actually not sure who has the advantage right now. I think Intel still has an IPC advantage, but don't remember off the top of my head. So, the thing with RAM heatsinks is that even the most intricate and fancy memory heatsink ever is simply gonna get utterly dunked on by a garbage heatsink and a fan. Honestly, I'm pretty sure a bare PCB with a fan probably dunks on the fanciest heatsinks without a fan. Because the thing is, passive airflow is, like, really, really terrible at cooling things. That's why we invented fans. How is this still running? I don't know. Maybe that crazy guy in chat was right. Yeah, because the thing about 100 grams of copper, also fun fact, I think volumetrically copper is actually less thermal capacity than aluminum. So, for like a given amount of space, you're better off with a big block of aluminium than copper, I think. I might be wrong about that, but it's like, there's not... Actually, no, I think copper might still be better, but it's like not that much better for like sheer heat capacity. I think it's per volume. Per mass, like, copper is way better, but the thing is... No, not per mass. Damn it. Alright, so aluminium is... 0.897 joules per gram? I think? Yeah, and copper is 0.385 per gram. Okay, no, so aluminum is way more per gram. And then copper makes up for it in density? And in total... Wait. Metal density chart. There. I can't figure this out in my head. Well, hey, this also crashed at loop 5. What a coincidence! Oh boy! So, what we've learned here is that 1.4 volts SA with 1.35 VDDQ and like 1.4 VDD2 has the same stability as 1.14 SA with 1.18 VDDQ and 1.35 VDD2. Of course. What are the signs of RAM degradation? I don't know, because I've never run into it. Let's say 1.2, 1.325, and 1.4, sure. It's safe to assume that the CPU won't do 8000. Then why do I keep getting YouTube comments asking me to do DDR5-8000? Why is my community so mean to me? It's always just build so I do DDR5-8000 with Intel, and then when I try to do it, it doesn't work, and then it's like, yeah, like, what? I'm being sarcastic, by the way. I don't really care that much. Though I do find the comments about doing DDR5-8000 really annoying. Gets real old, real fast, being told to do something that you know for a fact is not gonna work. Because it didn't work 12 months ago, and it still doesn't work now. Who could have predicted that? Buy a bunch of CPUs and Apexes, one pair will work. You say /S, but that's actually true. Imagine if performance per dollar charts for AMD versus Intel included the Intel binning requirements. Especially if it was like binning for something like the 14900 KS. It's like 14900 KS with DDR5 80, let's say 8600 versus a 7800 X3D on like a ASRock HDV motherboard, right? It's like, so how many KSs did you have to buy? Did you perhaps bin any motherboards? What about memory sticks? Just really, you know, blow up that performance per dollar ratio for that 7800 X3D. By spending money on finding the absolute best 14900 KS. I wonder if Tech Power Up has a performance per dollar chart, like FPS per dollar chart for the 14900K. They probably do. Oh no, they only have like average and relative. Oh, performance per dollar. Oh, but they don't have it in FPS, they just have it in percentages. And it's already getting dunked on by the 7800X3D. Oh no! Okay, it's not getting dunked on, but it's already losing. I mean, that's not exactly surprising, is it? Right? And then we get to the, yeah, so these are all just relative performance, so not taking cost into account. And then at the very bottom, we have performance per dollar. And 12100F at the very top. Wait, what? The 14900K is worse than like a 7900X? Wait, how's the 7800? Wait. Oh, this is applications. I'm stupid. Where's games? Right? Why is there no performance per dollar for games? Damn it. There's like 1 to 2% margin of error in gaming. Yeah, I know. Like, I wanted it to, like, intentionally be the most ludicrously overpriced 14900K setup possible. Though, for every CPU you add, you literally just divide your performance dollar in half, right? Assuming that you're not, like, abusing RMA. Extra 10 FPS on the benchmark? What FPS does the benchmark run at, on average? Like... 300? I bought that motherboard on your recommendation. I love it, though. Well, I'm glad you like it. I like it too. I don't know why. Like, Gigabyte made... Like, my two favorite Gigabyte AM5 boards are the B650E Master, because it just does everything you would want from a high-end motherboard, but it's less expensive. And the B650E Tachyon, which is the best memory overclocking board Gigabyte makes for AM5. Well, made for AM5. And so, of course, Gigabyte decides not to make either of them. Because... Why would you make the good ones? Usually 450 to 500 when tested CPU bound. Well, at 500 FPS, 10 FPS is literally 2%. Right? I think I'm pretty good at doing percentages in my head. Yes, literally 2%. Lucky or undertested? Nah, I mean, I'd say lucky. Like 15 hours Karhu and 1 hour of ET3, I'd say, like, sure, it passes. X67T Tomahawk is capable of overclocking RAM to 8000? I really doubt it, but I haven't actually used any of MSI's 4 dimmers. But, like, the other 4 dimmers I've used don't have any, like, really struggle to do 7800, so I like, I have doubts. Is the Tomahawk an 8-layer board? I don't know. Maybe. It looks like it might be. Like, the layer count indicator on it certainly... Yeah, it even says 8-layer PCB on the website, so it's 8 layers. They wouldn't lie about that. Because that would be that's actually relatively easy to check. You can actually just, like, take a piece of sandpaper to one of the corners of the motherboard. I would recommend you do it to the audio corner if you're going to do it, because you can live without audio, but if you do it on one of the other corners, you might, like, cut one of the enable signals. Because those tend to, like, a lot of your low-speed, like, enable signals run on the outer edge of the PCB, because that way they don't get in the way of anything important that, you know, is, like, fast and needs to go places quickly. M277 overnight a good replacement for Karhu? I'd say it's a solid alternative. Generally, I don't know. I don't bin CPUs, and so I have no idea. Be any drama over Mobo stock settings frying Intel CPUs. So the issue is, I'm still not convinced that Intel would let the board vendor... Actually, no, they totally would. Asus nuking CPUs on auto settings is like a tradition at this point, I think. Actually, sometimes not even on auto settings. Like, if I'm not mistaken, on Ivy Bridge, there was an Asus board that would, like, automatically preload, like, a bunch of LN2 voltages if you set the CPU frequency too high, which, at ambient, would potentially kill the CPU pretty quickly. Then, of course, you have the just set the system agent to like 1.6 volts for various high-speed DDR4 kits. Not ideal for the memory controller. So I guess melting the CPU with no power limit, especially, like, the issue is like, it's not really the motherboard manufacturer setting this insanity core voltages when the power limit gets removed. Because what happens is, basically, you remove the power limit, so the CPU goes like, well, I'm not power limited, so I should run a higher frequency. So the CPU goes up the voltage frequency table, right? And if you've seen the voltage frequency tables for some 14900Ks, you would notice that they're fucking terrible. Like my one, which needs like 1.5 volts for 6 gigahertz. So whenever this chip tries to run at 6 gigahertz, it tells the motherboard to give it 1.5 volts. And the motherboard kinda has to do that, because that's what the CPU said. Right? And honestly, that probably wouldn't be that much of an issue if you also didn't have things like the 5.8 gigahertz being at like 1.4 something volts on my chip or something like that. Like, it's really high even for like all-core on the like lower ratios. And so, yeah, like the voltages are really high, but I'm not, like, I would really hope that Intel wouldn't put VF curves on their CPUs that break the CPUs. Because that, like, what are you doing? Because, like, historically, CPUs are borderline indestructible. Right, you can get like 10-year-old CPUs that work just as well right now as they did 10 years ago. You can get 20-year-old CPUs that work just as well as right now as they did 20 years ago, right? And so if there's suddenly like, oh yeah, like the new high-end CPUs, you run them with no power limit and they'll just like run themselves into the ground at 1.35 volts. And 100 degrees, that's kind of a problem. So, I have kind of a hard time believing that that would actually be the case. That, like, you know, Intel would, like, be okay with this. The thing is, the default LLC on most motherboards isn't high enough. Like, my 14900K on most motherboards with no power limit crashes because the voltage isn't high enough. And it's already insanely high. The issue is, like, are they degraded or are they just, like, not stable? Because the thing is, those chips, a lot of them aren't stable at stock. B650E master won't let me go above 1.43. Yeah, I noticed that as well with my B650E Tachyon. I wonder if that's specific to B650 boards from Gigabyte. Parbs, if this passes, you're truly the Intel memory controller whisperer. And I want your email address so that I can point any further Intel memory overclocking inquiries towards you. So I'm pretty sure this is your suggestion for voltages, isn't it? 3733 RAM overclock undervolt? Not really. Like, is it on Ryzen? Because if it's on Ryzen, I would just leave it alone. Also, why would you undervolt the RAM? Is it CDI or something? RAM doesn't pull any power. Why would you undervolt it? .9 SA. Yeah, I'm reading that and I'm really wondering. I'm guessing 1.19, right? Right now, it's 1.2 SA, 1.325 VDDQ. Yeah, 1.2 SA, 1.4 VDD2, and 1.45 VDD and 1.4 VDDQ on the memory. Oh, and it just crashed. Intel, why? This memory kit for DDR5-8000 on AMD, I use 1.35 VDDQ. Which is utterly meaningless because the Intel memory controller and the AMD memory controller could literally not have less in common. 1.3, 1.4, 1.46 on everything at the end. Got almost 8 hours? No, I didn't. The only thing that ran during this stream stably was 7800. And I only tested that to like an hour. We've already done the 1.5 volts VDD2 thing. You have more fun on AM5? Yes, I do, because AM5 actually, like, has rules that don't break randomly. So, the issue is that this is an 8000 rated memory kit, and if I need to underclock it, that is just unacceptable to me. That's also the main reason why when I was, like, asking Corsair for review samples, I was asking for 6000 rated kits, because that way even the Intel dumpster fire would be able to overclock them. Also, to be fair, Ryzen also doesn't, like, if the memory kits were rated for, like, 6400, then they just straight up wouldn't work on Ryzen most of the time, so that wouldn't really help either. Reflash the SPD on why? On what? On this memory kit? Nah, I'm not doing that. I mean, well, okay, that just made things really, really terrible. Boot lower than 7,000 and then bump it to 8,000? Sure. I don't know why you think that would do anything. .18 CPU VDDQ got further than that. This is getting to it's a wash. Well, yeah, that's my point. It's like all the people who are like, oh, you need to find the magical relationship. As there isn't a relationship. The voltages produce random results based on the freaking alignment of the sun and the moon. Because on, like, AMD, you have relationships between the voltages. Things generally, like, break pretty hard if you set the voltages wrong. But on Intel, everything is always broken. So there are no relationships. The thing is, at 7800, like, some random combination of voltages worked just fine. I mean, it's not like I went through an exhaustive list of different settings that work at 7800. But it's kind of funny that at 7800, 1.2, 1.25, 1.4, 1.4, 1.45, something like that worked. So anyway, now that I've forgotten those settings, we'll see how long it takes me to figure out how to get 7800 working again. You didn't write it down? I mean, if I really wanted to know, I could just go into the live stream and, you know, we have a boot. I'm pretty sure I haven't managed to punch in a combination of settings during this stream that doesn't work at 8,000. As far as booting goes. The only time this didn't post is when I tried to set it to 8400. Because that's the whole problem with the Intel memory controller. It's very good at limping along. Well, that didn't do anything, did it? There's no logical approach to getting this to 8,000 that I can see. It's almost like I've been saying that from fucking day one. You know what, we'll just drop it to 7800 and see if that clears up the instability right now. This seems like a sufficiently random mix of voltages to, like, validate my point about, yeah, at 7800 basically everything works, and at 8000 nothing works. Assuming it works, of course, which we don't know, but it might. TSME and BIOS, because it literally just costs you memory performance. Like, it's some, like, as far as I know, it's some kind of memory encryption feature. And, like, it just makes your computer slower. So the thing about sarcasm is it doesn't tend to work very well in text. That's why /s exists. Also, on the internet, there are a lot of really, really dumb people. So you can't, like, sometimes it might be somebody being sarcastic. Other times, they might be completely serious. And there's no way to know. I think /s works well enough. Oh no, I did the thing again. I need to redo that video because some of the information in it is outdated at this point. But you could literally just take the timings from, like, one of the 6200 videos and run those at 6000. It'll probably work. It spoils the fun if you have to say sarcasm. I'd say that's better than people thinking you're being serious and think you're an idiot. Like, as somebody who's really bad at detecting sarcasm, even in, like, in-person conversations, like, it does you no favors to be sarcastic when other people can't pick up on it. Because either you're gonna get an explanation you didn't want anyway, or or the other person is gonna think you're stupid. Actually, they'll give you an explanation you didn't actually want and think you're stupid. Are we on the latest BIOS? Yes. I mean, I had well, friends in, like, high school, and we'd be, like, sarcastic with each other, except I would regularly not pick up on the sarcasm. So it's not even about knowing people for me, it's just like I just do not regularly pick up on sarcasm. I don't think MDI runs any hotter. I've certainly not noticed the dims being, like, warmer or anything. So you've given up on 8000? I mean, I never really expected it to work in the first place. So, you know, the giving up part is like, I was fully expecting to go into this stream and basically spend 8 hours achieving absolutely nothing. Where you are? It is 2 p.m. almost, or like it's 1:39 p.m. If they run hotter, then they don't run hotter enough for me to really notice. Buildzoid, the new BIOSes have gotten better. It'll like do 8000, like it'll do like over 8000 now. There's people getting like amazing results with this motherboard on the newest BIOSes, and it's like, yep, but those people have good CPUs, and I don't. And more importantly, I refuse to put any more money into this platform. Like, just all the electricity that I paid for Intel's CPUs to burn on crashing in stress tests is entirely too much investment. We're at 7800 2x24. How much per kilowatt? I want to say like 0.45 during the day and like 0.13 at night. Wait, who's Estonian? No, I'm Czech. I'm assuming you're talking about somebody else. A DDR5-8000 is very usable in games. It's an Intel CPU. These things don't even scale with memory speed that much. What? No, that's because the UK energy market is a disaster. It might not be 0.45 anymore, but it's still like, it's somewhere around 0.4. I mean, it's ultimately still mostly heating. Because in winter, like, the flat isn't super great in terms of insulation, and I really don't like being cold. But yeah, in summer, like, in summer, my bill for the UK is, like, weirdly high. Because, like, nobody, like, everybody else just turns off their heating, and then their power consumption just is, like, nothing. And then there's me. With my daily system. Which, actually, my daily system doesn't even pull that much power, but... yeah. Like, I don't get quite as much of a power consumption reduction in summer as, like, most people do. Did you enable the safe boot function? Because if you didn't, you're gonna have to clear CMOS. Estonian, Czech... what? We're like... Estonia isn't anywhere near the Czech Republic. It's like on the other side of Poland or something. Isn't it? There's like an entire country between the Czech Republic and Estonia. At least an entire country. It might be more than that. Don't remember the map. Oh, I missed the /s. Yeah, the way the text is wrapped around on my screen, like, the /s got split up into a slash and an s. Like, separately. Like, the s is on a separate line, and so it just didn't register as being there. It's all Soviet Union. Kinda have a point there. 'Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, then Estonia. Oh, well, I got at least one of those right. It's at least one Poland away. And Poland's pretty big. .7 at 1.35 on this CPU is probably not gonna work. Because either it's gonna need such a high LLC that it's gonna run in, like, it's not gonna be coolable, or it's gonna crash. 1.37 is stock on mine. What's your vid for 6 gigahertz? .45, yeah, well, mine is 1.5, so, you know, that's a bit of a difference. Just quickly I don't have a delitter for 14th gen. Or 13th gen. So it definitely, and I don't have like safety razors either. So delidding this thing is not like is definitely not going to be quick. Well, I don't have a delitter for 12th gen either. I don't have a delitter for Intel rectangles. Best result so far, 7800. No, I don't want to invest any more freaking resources into the Intel dumpster fire. Like, I'd be lying if I said that I started this stream with the intention of actually getting somewhere. 'Cause I didn't. I'm not that delusional. There was comments whining about the lack of Intel content. Well, here's your damn Intel content. New APUs to play with. The thing with the APUs is they're like purely academic from like the memory overclocking perspective, because like no amount of memory overclocking is going to make your 16 megabytes of L3 cache less of a problem. I remember the cache amount correctly, don't I? Man, I honestly would rather be testing if, like, CL32 at 7800 might not work on the live mixer right now than this. $888 TRFC is, like, completely unnecessary. I'd be more interested in maybe raising your TRP or TRCD. Not that I think, like, the TRFC is gonna be, like, a massive performance issue or something, but... Like, if I were you, I'd bump the TRCD and TRP. Because, like, just recently I showed a memory kit that, like, for whatever reason, refuses to go below 39 TRP at, like, 6200. Yeah, I know it should be fine, but, like, the biggest variance I've noticed between Hynix memory kits is the primary timings. Everything else tends to be really consistent, and then the primaries can be kind of all over the place. So if you're going to end up with a weirdly bad memory kit, it's probably going to be one of the primary timings that's weird. I usually raise oh, you mean lower TRCD last. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. Because also TRCD is one of the timings that, in my experience, causes the errors that show up, like, way late in stress tests. Like, TRCD slightly too low is the kind of thing that does, like, oh yeah, it errored at, like, 500% in HCI. Or, 3 hours in Karhu or something is like, yep, that's probably a TRCD issue. Have you really been live for 9 hours? Yeah. The benefits of not having a life. It allows you to mentally self-harm with an Intel CPU for 9 hours straight for other people's entertainment. In my experience, TRCD usually, like, there's like a hard breaking point where it completely disintegrates, and then depending on what speed you're at, you might also have like one setting where it's like just barely unstable. Why did what hit your soul? Wait, what? Why did that statement hit your soul? Thanks for the 20 Canadian dollars, Mr. Billsbud? There. I've been streaming too long, I can't read anymore. Comment about life. Oh. I mean, isn't not having a life like my version of not having a life, I think, is quite different from most people's version of not having a life. I've wasted more than 9 hours. Oh, no, these are just the most recent 9 hours. You know, I love how at 7800, just like completely random mixes of voltages work. No life Olympics? Unless you're literally like hospitalized, I'm pretty sure it doesn't get more life than me. Okay, no. I guess if you have some kind of like something that actually permanently keeps you indoors, then yeah, you might have a win on the no life. Because I do very occasionally go outside. Well, I mean, I go outside for shopping, and occasionally I go to metal shows, and like punk rock shows that are like local to the city. I don't talk to people. Like, why, like, when would I talk to them? Are these people in my room? Are they in my flat? I hope not. Be very concerned about that. Man, I kind of feel like ending this stream just because this isn't going anywhere, and I don't think it's gonna go anywhere. I mean, yeah, like, it's like, oh, we can tighten up the timings, and... Like, the whole issue I have with this is, like... From the perspective of, like, making a memory overclocking video, like, the only things that I've learned is, like, Intel MRC is better than the other training options on this board. And that's it, actually. I don't really think anything else I did today actually made a difference. Or am I not remembering the stream correctly? Did you start with some informed values? I just started with whatever the board used. The issue with the whole, like, CCM might have gotten 8000 a little bit less stable is that it's just, so, like, at 8000 it's so unstable that I'd say it's impossible to tell with any certainty if the stability changed at all. Because, like, I bet if I go back to the one combination of values that kind of worked, it won't work again. D650i Aorus Ultra? I don't have one. And I think requesting one at this point is kind of pointless, because there's going to be new boards later this year. Well, I guess Apex needed. I have an Apex! It behaves exactly the same as this board does! Actually, I think 7800 on the Apex might be slightly easier, but at 8000, it's the same total, just like You can punch in whatever numbers you like. It's never going to be stable. What do you mean very high VDD? Like 1.6 volts or something? I am not going to tighten the timings at whatever voltage it is at right now without knowing that it can at least finish Y-Cruncher right now. I mean, for all we know, it can't run Karhu in its current configuration. That would be the real kicker. It's like, well, it runs Y-Cruncher, but guess what it doesn't run? I mean, I'm kind of open to trying the idea of very, very high memory voltage, but at 8000, but I don't think it's gonna do anything. What's been motivating you? Boredom? Actually, more like sheer hatred for Intel CPUs, and then like the couple comments whining about the lack of Intel content. Well, sky-high voltages it is. Oh, right, it does that. Well, whatever. DDR3 timing really that different? I mean... Well, in a way, yeah. For one thing, you don't have bank groups. And actually, that's kind of it. That's sort of the only main... Well, I mean, compared to DDR5, you don't have a bajillion different voltages that don't do anything, but... Or that break things. Is the best. They do stuff. They break things. I mean, the next insanity option is that I stick a different CPU in it, and we get to go on this lovely roller coaster all over again. No, except we're not doing that, because I did that like 12 months ago, and it didn't work then. I don't know why it would work now. No, not new CPU. I said different CPU. You know, the other ones that I have. That also never worked at 8000. How many CPUs not capable of 8K you got? 4. And one of them is, like, really, really bad. Like, doesn't do 7200 levels of bad. Oh, look, well, that didn't help. Like, at this point, as far as Intel overclocking is concerned, I've basically resigned myself to just taking advice from chat and what, like... Because, like, I already tried everything in my power, and everything in my power just didn't make any difference. So now chat gets to have that experience. You can make any suggestion you like. It's not going to make 8000 work. Now, you looked on OCN what people got there at 8K? Yeah. But, like... if I copy their settings, they don't work. If... like, and, like, reading the... admittedly, like, that forum thread is ridiculously long, so it's a massive pain to actually get any useful information out of it. But, like, I didn't really notice any, like, nice method of, like, well, achieving anything. Voltage-wise. Well, I've literally just copied other people's voltages. Not even timings. Like, literally just copy their voltages, and it never works. Ever. On any board. The real kicker is when I copy somebody's voltages for, like, 8400 or something, and they just straight up don't post. At like, well, I guess maybe at like 6000 they probably would, but at like from like 7800 to like 8000 they just don't. Disable half the CPU and run it at 3 GHz. Okay, I've never been as low as 3 GHz, but I have made attempts at like 4.5. Oh no, I opened hardware info and memtweakit at the... Wait, what? Oh, I opened 2 memtweakits. Wait, is the CPU actually just, like, disintegrating now? Okay, we got hardware info open. You mess with impedance values? Yeah, somebody suggested some impedance values that achieved absolutely nothing, and other than that, I haven't tried anything. Well, that also didn't do anything. 100 over 133 means anything, actually. On some systems, one of the ratio combinations might work better. In my experience, usually 133 is better for stability most of the time. Start a crown. I don't want any more Intel CPUs. I have 4 of them. They all, like, I don't know about you, but I don't have a gambling habit. Is this your longest stream yet? Not by a long shot. I'm pretty sure I did one stream that was like 16 hours. Maybe more. You tried tech cooling the RAM. Yes, that's gonna fix the memory controller, which is located in the RAM. Like, I generally don't bin anything, and I'm not about to start. I don't have a gambling habit. Yeah, I don't. I'm trying to think of, like... What? No, I have a monster on the desk. So, fueled by caffeine and copious amounts of sugar. Like, I have a P.O. box. If somebody wants to send me, like, a good Intel CPU, they're free to do that. But I'm done, like, putting any amount of effort into that. It doesn't even need to be a 14900K. Like, I literally do not care. It could be a 13400. If it does, I don't think you can, like, if you can find a 13400 that does 8000, congratulations, because I like those chips have the system agent voltage locked, so I'm not sure how it'll do that, but if by some miracle you find one that does, then like, sure, like, I don't care. It's not like I'm gonna use the CPU for anything else. 13400 is Alder Lake, right? Probably, which makes it even more impossible, because it's like older memory controller and locked system agent voltage. It's like the one thing we haven't tried is setting the voltages like this is an AMD CPU. JDEX spec docs for someone very seriously looking to learn about stable RAM overclocking. I mean, those docs will like give you some idea of how things work, but they won't tell you what the timing limits are. Except for timings that are like, that have registers on the memory. Because there's certain timings that the memory stick has to know, right? Like, for example, CAS latency. The memory needs to know what the CAS latency is. Right? Because if you send a read command, the memory stick needs to know when to output the data. So the memory stick has a CAS latency register that it uses for that. So when the CPU says, I want to read, the memory stick can count down CAS latency clock cycles and then output the data. Wait, did I finally manage to punch in a combination of voltages that actually just won't post? No. It does post. I wasn't watching the LEDs closely enough. Oh boy. Anyway, but yeah, like, other than that, is really not, I don't think is gonna do much. Lowest SA voltage for 7800? I mean, I haven't tested that. If I had to guess, it's probably like 1.1 or something. Anyway, we'll just hit Y-Cruncher right off the bat. We're not even going to bother with hardware info. It's not like it's going to tell us anything useful. We are still at 8,000. Also, the sun is coming up, so now the screen is getting hard to read. I mean, actually, no, the sun isn't coming up. It's setting, because it's afternoon. Yeah. Sun is shining through my window, making life even more miserable than the Intel CPU. Actually, no, the sun is still better than this Intel CPU. Though, the thing is, most of the timings exist because they don't affect anything else. I think there's a couple timings that have, like, a register that's shared for several of them. But often those timings are not necessarily used from the memory stick side, if I'm not mistaken. Like, you have auto pre-charge as a thing that the memory can do. And it's like, yeah, but the memory controller could also just not use auto pre-charge commands. Like, there's no requirement for auto pre-charge to get used. So if you don't use auto pre-charge, the memory stick doesn't need to know what the pre-charge timings are. Right? Because the memory controller will always issue the pre-charge command when the memory controller wants it to be done. So the memory stick doesn't need to know what the what the delay between a write and a pre-charge has to be in that scenario. The 7950X is going to get absolutely demolished by a 14900K in gaming. Okay, that might be a bit of a... Well, no, I'd say absolutely demolished. If we consider the 7800X3D as demolishing things, then the 14900K destroys a 7950X. Which electricity is consumed worldwide doing benchmarks? I think as, like, hobby overclockers, not that much. But if some data center ever benchmarks their cluster or something, that would probably get very thirsty. Do you manually set TWRDs or TWR? Not right now. If I was trying to tighten up the timings, I would. You know what would be really funny if my, like, random AMD-style voltages actually worked. Not that I expect them to. Also, the thing with a lot of, especially competitive benchmarking, is I feel like most of the time you spend a lot more time, like, crashing the system than actually running the benchmark. All new CPUs, motherboards, and maybe even GPUs. Motherboards, I am cautiously optimistic about. CPUs, I don't get excited about things that I don't know. Not really. Yeah, because, like, it could be a complete flop. It could be really good. I don't know. I literally don't know anything. So it's just like... Well, I've heard some interesting things about motherboards, so I'm kind of optimistic about those. Does the test speed of Y-Cruncher mean anything? Yeah, it goes faster the better your memory settings are. Also, if it's, like, fluctuating massively on certain CPUs, that can be an indication of instability. And, of course, this still doesn't work. Because nothing works on this CPU. But I wonder... Okay, so if I drop it to 7800, do you think it'll start working? Man, my main monitor is, like, really dusty. You don't really notice that until, like, there's a lot of light in the room. Like, from the sun. This is B450F with a 1700X, and I found some weird behavior with cast latency on an CL15 is completely unstable. It's not exactly normal, but not unheard of. Microfiber cloth. Yeah, I know. I have a microfiber cloth. Its primary purpose is cleaning dust off of things. It's just that, like, I usually don't bother to do that until I notice that there's a lot of dust on things. Now, Zen 1 does odd cast latencies. It's just, like, weird about it, which is probably why it's not stable. I think odd cast latencies might work at, like, really low memory speeds. At high speeds, I'm not sure, but, like, it's been a really long time since I used first gen. But, like, JDEC spec for 2133 is, like, CL15, so, like, that has to work. The VF curve also heavily depends on the architecture. Not just the manufacturing process. Like, I guess the Vega card... Wait. Yeah, Vega would be a good example of that, right? Like, compare Vega and Polaris. I'm pretty sure they're made on the same thing. One of them clocks significantly higher. Yeah. They're both 14 nanometer global foundries, and one of them, you know, at like 1.2-ish volts runs at like, what, 1500 plus? And the other runs at like 1200-ish. Actually, RX 480 is more like 1.15 stock. And actually, Vega also is more like 1.15 stock. 1.2 volts is like the overclock. And this is the same 14900K. Where would I get a new one? I'm not about to go and, like, give the Intel slot machine money. Like I mentioned earlier, I don't have a gambling problem. One downside with these really long live streams is I've not made anywhere near enough music to last 9 hours. Any modern mid-range be a good upgrade from a 4790K? Yeah, if by that you mean like a 7600 or a 13600K. Actually, the 13600K is kind of a different class of CPU from a 7600, but... let's say 7700 versus, like, or 13600K. So 7800 works? Well, yeah, that's been working for like a good chunk of the stream ever since we turned on Intel MRC training instead of using the other training options. Use 13700K. Yeah, that actually is a really good option. Well, now that I've given myself, like, third, like, depression again, I guess we can end the stream and I can go be depressed in bed. Been awake for, like, long enough that it is now bedtime at 3 p.m. in the UK. Stable in 7800 again? I mean, it's only at 2 loops, but probably. I see utterly no point in trying to make a video about this, because it's like, I guess the Intel MRC thing is like, oh, you should, like, try that. Because that's, like, the only thing that seems to have actually done anything during this entire stream. Then again, like, I don't want to make a video about this. This is so stupid. It's like, yeah, you should turn on MRC and then punch in random numbers for your voltages. If it posts, it'll probably run. And if you set the speed too high and it posts, then it probably won't run. It's like a training option in the MSI BIOS. Because, like at 7800, like, basically any combination of voltages seems to be working right now, which is just like... Whoa! Please do tell me about the finesse of optimizing your voltages on your Intel CPU. The current song? I'm just gonna link you the album that it's on, and actually I'll just link you the song. Because, yeah, I can do that, can't I? Yeah, I can do that. Right. Wrong album. This one. Wait, okay, it's not auto-playing, that's good. I was really worried, because if it did autoplay, it would be really loud. Well, that's the track. I think if you buy 10 14900Ks, chances are one of them will do like 8400 or something. At least I'd hope one of them would do 8400. I wouldn't know. I don't bin CPUs. I have a better experience with lower S8. Yeah, we've tried that already. It made absolutely no difference at 8000, and at 7800, the system H in voltage doesn't seem to actually matter. Like, if these CPUs weren't, like, the thing is, the cheapest, 13th gens are, like, I want to say, like, 200 pounds, which is, like, I'm not binning that. That's like a nice motherboard. Or, like, a lot of questionable GPUs. They're not even, like... They're over, like, yeah, they're like over 250 pounds. You give up on 8000? Yeah. Though, like, again, and I mentioned this earlier, I really didn't expect 8000 to work. I'm not that stupid. Yes, the CPU that previously could not do 8000 will now magically do 8000. That is totally a thing that happens with Intel CPUs. It is actually a thing that happens with AMD CPUs, where, like, AMD will put out one AGSA update, and magically the memory overclocking just gets way better. And sometimes AMD puts out an AGSA update, and the memory overclocking gets way worse. But with Intel CPUs, my experience is that, like, yeah, BIOS updates come and go, and the max memory clock doesn't change. No. Well, now even 7800 doesn't work. Man, I freaking love this platform. Well, at least we found one combination of voltages that is definitely wrong. Is this one. I just want to try that because I don't think it's going to make any difference. Do you think this was one of the combinations that kind of worked? Or am I misremembering that? Oh no, it was like 1.45 on everything after VDDQ. I think at this point I would just wait for the next generation of CPUs from AMD. I mainly want to see if 1.1 volt SA works at all. Can't you just wash the board unless it was powered on when it happened? Also, that's why I don't have pets. Actually, no, the bigger reason is I don't want to have to take care of another living creature. Also, I'm not even sure that my, like, landlord allows pets. Actually, I think the only gambling problem I do have is buying dead stuff on eBay in the hopes that it's repairable. I have an okay-ish track record with that, actually. Though, unfortunately, any of the really high-value purchases I've made, those were generally not repairable. Annoyingly enough. So things like an RTX 2070. That was like the most expensive one, yeah. Why would E-die explode at 1.6 volts? I'm pretty sure there are E-die kits with an XMP voltage of like almost 1.5. So like 1.6 shouldn't cause issues. What? The SA wasn't at 1.35 last time, it was at 1.25. Also, we're only 3 loops in, so it like doesn't mean anything. Like, previously it crashed at 9 loops and it was at 1.25 SA. Oh wait, you're talking about your own overclock. Okay, sure, then whatever. Like, 1.12 SA, are you in 1-to-1 mode or 2-to-1 mode? That is, like, really low for... I mean, I guess if your CPU is really good, 3800 at 1.1 might work. Like, honestly, I am far more interested to see if there's, like, some non-Tachyon/Gene AM5 board that can do DDR5-8000. Ideally, not ridiculously expensive as well. And then it's like me. People get 8200 on the HDV. Yeah, my HDV barely does 7800. So either there's like manufacturing variants in the HDV boards, or those people got extremely lucky with the CPU. The 11th gen memory controller was literally just as bad as the 13th gen memory controller. And actually, the 12th gen memory controller also has the inheritance of randomness from 11th gen, but, like, it wasn't quite so bad. Yeah, but with 13th gen, 11th gens, I can't run the same settings twice in a row. Came back in full force. There was like a 14400 KM or something, where it's just like, you just get 6P cores and a bin memory controller, and they don't even bin the cores. The cores are like 4 gigahertz out of the box. And they just bin the memory controller. I'd be so happy. Like, I literally I could not care less what the cores are like. Just at least give me a memory controller that isn't garbage. If they move the memory controller to the motherboard, you'd just have to bin the thing the memory controller connects to anyway. The 11900K has a bin memory controller? I really doubt that. What? It's not 3600. It's 3200. I'm looking at Arc right now. It's 3200. There isn't a, like, at least... There might be a 3600 JEDEC spec, but I've definitely never seen it in the, like, in a real-world application. Like, if Intel could, they wouldn't bin the cores. There's no way in hell they're binning the memory controllers. Yeah. They don't bin any, like, literally, like, if Intel could go back to the days of Sandy Bridge when they didn't have to bin anything, they wouldn't. Did you get 8000 stable yet? No. It's not gonna happen. I've given up. So we're at 7800 at some, like, random combination of voltages to see if that works. I am relatively certain they don't test 7200 at all. Like, there's no reason to. The JEDEC spec for these CPUs is like, what, 5200, 5600? So they just need to check that and call it a day. Osmos Hydro software? I've never used it. I generally dislike OS level tuning utilities unless there's something like memtweakit where it literally just lets you adjust memory timings. Or maybe you need the Superbin 14900KS? No, I don't. Well, like... I've yet to see one that can't go at least that high. I still believe 14900KS have the same IMC. Well, yeah, like, it's the same silicon. They've just, like, checked, like, binned the cores a bit harder. Windows keeps installing GPIO2 driver from 2017. Yeah, I have no idea. How much SA? Right now, 1.1 volts on SA. Mostly because I have a theory that at 7800, the system agent voltage doesn't matter. So, like, it can be... Because, like, it worked at 1.25, so it'll also work at 1.1, I think. I do think there's a lower limit, but I don't know where it is. So it just occurred to me that I could, like, put chat on, like, my third monitor, and I could read a manga on my main one. Advanced multitasking. So if I'm a bit slower on replying to questions in chat, that's why. Oh boy, I fucking hate the first album. Why do I keep this in the playlist? Or like the beginning of it. So the thing is, I don't really believe in voltage at low frequency based binning, because in my experience, you can find a lot of silicon that's like very good at low frequencies, and then when you try to raise the voltage in hopes of higher frequencies, it sucks. I'm not well versed with DDR5 XMP on my 64 gig 6400 8i kit sets the system agent to like 1.3. It can back down that a bit, probably. I would imagine like 1.15 should be fine. No, we already tried 1.14 and 1.18. At 8000. It didn't work. That's what the crazy guy with all the, like, VDDQ... What was it? Delta stuff was on about. And of course, whatever he suggested also didn't work, because the CPU doesn't do 8000. You know, I wonder if VDD-QTX might not be like a write voltage. Because, like, I really can't think of anything else that it would, like... Well, no, that doesn't make sense, because then why would you need VDD2? Because you don't use VDD2 for reads. Yeah, okay, I'm back to not knowing what VDD-QTX is supposed to do. Because AMD doesn't have an equivalent. Like, VDDP is for, like, the... Like, I'm assuming, like, the drive circuitry, and then the actual drive voltage is VDDIO. As in, like, the signaling voltage is VDDIO, and then the control for that is VDDP. And then there's Intel, where you have VDD-QTX and VDD2, and the behavior for both of them is incredibly cursed. Whereas on AMD, for the most part, you just match VDDIO to VDDQ, and that generally works. Is 48 gigs slightly faster? No, at the same clock, it's actually slightly slower. Because it usually does looser timings. Actually, not usually, it always does slightly looser timings for any given voltage. How come you're trying to suffer with Intel again? Because people were moaning in the comments section about there not being enough Intel content. So here you go, Intel content. Roughly 10 hours of failure to do DDR5-8000. What do you think about consumer Intel nowadays? I don't like it. It is very fast. Like, not very cost effective, but very fast. CPUs don't have drivers. Or at least, like, not we like normal CPUs don't come with drivers. Elite Tech 17. Yeah, that's not happening. Like, my Aorus Extreme X doesn't even do 7600. My Master X doesn't even really do 7600, and my Pro X also doesn't do 7600. I don't have an Elite X, but if I did have one, it wouldn't be doing 7800, would it? But, well, also the 12900K was like brick walling at like 6800. That tends to help. How can you think with that music? Easily. Like, I usually go about my day with way, arguably worse playing. What would you recommend to pair with a 5800X3D? It really depends on what games you're playing. Oh, competitive settings. Yeah, I don't know, like, again, like, check what games you're playing and figure out which GPU gets the most FPS in them. And buy that. Early 12900K benchmarks show similar performance with DDR4 and DDR5. Yes, they do. Because Intel CPUs aren't very memory bottlenecked. Use 12900K with DDR4 might be a good deal then? Well, it'll definitely be faster than basically anything less than a 5800X3D. And actually, depending on the game, it'll be faster than a 5800X3D also. But there's also the 12700K, which is basically the same thing. DDR5 always faster than DDR4 maxed out? I think it starts at like 6800, that DDR5 pulls away. Gear 4, as far as I know, is like mega cursed from a like even basic functionality perspective. Did you manage to get past 8000 on AM5? I mean, I didn't try very hard. Like, I know in the last video I mentioned trying to go over 8000 again, but I didn't end up doing that. Because, like, I didn't really see much point in doing it. And, yeah, that's kind of been the end of that. I don't really feel like digging the Tachyon out of its box out again. I mean, it's not really digging it out, it's on a top shelf, so it's not super inaccessible, but like I still don't feel like going through the whole swapping boards dance. That's always not particularly entertaining. Sell me? I'm not selling the Tachyon. Like, I spend all this time collecting motherboards and you think I'm gonna sell you a Tachyon that never got a retail release. You have Matt's mods? I do have, I have the Matt's version that works for, like, I think up to 10 series, and it doesn't, like, I don't have the one you need for, like, GDDR6, and up. Sell you the Tachyon for 1,000? No. Like, if I sell that board, finding another one is probably going to be impossible. For a very long time. How do you know that the APO game boost is actually, like, what if the only games that are in it are the games that actually benefit from it? How many fans do you have on the RAM? 1. And the RAM temperatures are... like 45 and 46 degrees. So I've basically not been using IDA on Ryzen 7000 because the test is, like, not measuring physically possible numbers at all. The Infinity Fabric on Ryzen literally has a hard bandwidth cap of 64 gigabytes per second at 2000 megahertz FCLK. Well, with Zen 2, it was mostly just the write speed that was limited. With, well, not Zen 2, yeah, Zen 2 and Zen 3, if you have a single CCD CPU, there's a hard cap on the write speed. Well, with Ryzen 7000, regardless of what CPU you have, there's a hard cap on everything. And IDA goes right past it because it's hitting the L3 cache. So, that's kind of unavoidable, but yeah, like, I'm not a big fan of it as a memory benchmark. Like, it's generally already not a very good memory benchmark, even on, like, Intel CPUs, because it's extremely synthetic, so it won't pick up on certain timing issues. But on Ryzen, it's like, so not only is it extremely synthetic, so it spits out numbers that are, that it doesn't pick up on certain timing issues and spits out numbers that are, but it also spits out numbers that are impossible, so it's just like, yay. What a benchmark. 1 point... No, the settings I'm running right now are like 1.45 on the memory. They're, like, the settings are really loose. It's literally a DDR5-8000 XMP profile, and not a very tight one at that. 9600 plus in 3D mark? On Intel? They got really lucky with their memory controllers? How many AM5 CPUs do I have? 7800X 3D, 7950X, 7900X, 7600X? So 4. And I had to buy 3 of them. Yeah. So, like, thanks for making that possible. Because with the view counts my channel gets, obviously most of those purchases weren't funded by ad revenue. None of them none of them do 6400. Actually, the 7600 on the latest AGSA might, but I haven't tested for that yet. The 7800 X3D is in my daily, and that one has the worst memory controller out of all of them. The 7950X gets kind of close to running 6400, but like it just fails in stress tests eventually. It just takes a long time. There's a fan directly above the memory sticks. It's just not going very fast, and the room temperature is probably pretty high, considering I'm running VST. I'm not really, like... I'm kind of indifferent to future releases. Just in general at this point. Using studio monitors for your music creation? Yeah. How do you get rid of the buzzing out of the PC? I don't. The music is so I just make music, and whatever background noise I have, like, whatever. All of my stuff is so heavy on the distortion anyway that it just doesn't matter if the room is, like, very quiet or not. You're going to tighten up the timings? Not right now. I want to make you know, sanity check Karhu run, and then tighten the timings. Because there's been too many occasions where I was like, oh, Y-Cruncher passed, let's tighten the timings! And then everything shit itself. So, yeah, no, we're gonna run a Karhu after Y Cruncher passes, and then we're gonna tighten the timings, and then I'm sure everything will shit itself anyway. But at least when I turn the timings back to stock, and it still doesn't work, I won't feel like I skipped a step. The final rendition of the 14900K will support 8000. What? You mean Intel will finally start binning memory controllers? Yeah, no, that's not happening. How many passes is needed to say it's stable in VT3? I'd say with Intel, it's more a question of how much do you care how stable it is. I would say not being able to run VT3 at all is definitely not okay. But for Intel, I don't bother running it for more than an hour. Not because it's not like I've seen other people have VT3 crash in like 8 hours in. Okay? But for the I'm not doing that. On a Ryzen system, I'd maybe consider it, mostly because I think it's not actually going to crash after 8 hours. If it runs for 2 hours, I don't think it's going to crash ever on a Ryzen. With an Intel, I have trust issues, and so I am not going to test my luck with that. Like, if you're building a high reliability workstation, you should probably run your stress tests like 12 hours or something stupid like that, right? Really depends on how much you care about your system, like, not randomly crashing or having weird issues. So, with DDR5, you have, like, 2 memory channels on each memory stick. And then the whole, like, does it have 1 or 2 memory controllers? I actually, like, the labeling in the BIOS is weird about it, because it's like IMC0, IMC1. But I think that might just be like a naming convention change, because I can't find anything in the Intel documentation that would, like, indicate what actually, like, that means, compared to, like, older CPUs, which were just, like, standard DDR4 dual channel. Do you think the memory controller will be better with the 14900 KS? I think it'll be still completely random. Hey! White Cruncher finished. Okay, well, now we get to run Karhu. If the CPU decides to be extra spicy today, then it'll error out in the, like, next 10 minutes. Did 8K not work? Yeah, no, it didn't. What is finally happening? 8,000? No, it isn't. It's 7,800. It's an Intel CPU. It doesn't run DDR5-8000. If I wanted to run DDR5-8000, I'd buy an APU. Or I'd pull out the B650E Tachyon. Actually, probably both, but you get my point. $14,900 chaos with a top-of-the-line AIO. Without a power limit? No. You'd probably have to at least delid the CPU. And honestly, I think even then you'd probably still need a custom loop. Why is the Z790 Apex better than the TAC? It's slightly less flaky? When do you start this test? Oh, Karhu? No, you buy it and it's a standalone application that you need to run. What temperature does BDI become unstable? Depends on what voltage and timings you're running. And the sticks. Some of the sticks are very temperature sensitive. And some aren't. But usually if it's getting significantly above like 50 degrees, you probably are losing performance to it. Like, if you're trying to maintain stability above 50 degrees, you're probably losing performance. Which timing should be most prioritized for 1% low FPS? Oh, I don't know. TREFI generally has the biggest impact on memory performance out of everything. But past a certain point, it stops making much of a difference. Whereas TCL just kinda never makes much of a difference. And DDR5 on auto settings actually runs pretty reasonable TFAW. So I wouldn't expect that to make too much of a change. Are you getting any 8000 G series anytime soon? I'm considering buying one sometime this month. I am not sure if it'll be an 8600G or 8700G. It's leaning 8700G because I did, like, somebody gave me a pretty substantial super chat for an 8700G in, like, one of the past streams. Oh, man, I am not thrilled about it because that CPU is so damn expensive for what it is. Yeah, it's like 300 pounds in the UK, which is like that's a lot for a not very practical 8-core. Your socket voltage on auto go up to 1.45? No. What board and BIOS are you on? Wait, what CPU? I don't think I've seen any motherboard go to 1.45 SoC on, like, newer BIOSes. If you use some really ancient BIOS, then Asus boards do tend to do that for AM5. So 700K MSI Z790i Edge board with 1.6 BIOS. Wait, you have... Intel doesn't have an SoC voltage. You mean system agent? .45 SA? That's wild. I guess for 12th gen, the voltage rules might be a bit wacky. I don't have DRAM voltage boost enabled, though. Also, it already finished an hour of Y-Cruncher. Like, I'm not gonna stress test Intel CPUs like I stress test Ryzen CPUs, because that's just asking for it to crash. Like, if people on overclock.net can post screenshots of their 1 hour of testmem 5, then, like, I don't see a reason that I need to run Y-Cruncher for more than an hour. The 14900K's memory controllers to be more stable than your 13... No, it's completely random. I don't bin CPUs, so I'm the wrong person to ask, but from what I've seen other people, like... Well, there's been some binning testing by, like, Igor's lab. And from their results, it's still completely random. Are E-cores enabled? Yeah. That's one of the main upsides to running Karhu, is that it works with the E-cores. Is it even worth it then? Overclocking RAM on Intel chips? I'm only doing this because the comments under my a couple of the recent memory overclocking videos were complaining about the lack of Intel content. I am delivering the much requested Intel content, regardless of quality. Ambient's probably like 20C or something. Actually, right now it's probably like 22 or 23. The fan on the memory sticks isn't going... Actually, it's slowed down because the CPU isn't as heavily loaded as it was in VST. So yeah, the fan slowed down to 1300 RPM. You know what? I'm just gonna plug... Oh no, it goes at like 2500 RPM if it's at 100%. I don't really feel like listening to that. Well... It probably won't crash even if it hits 50 or more. If it does, then I might actually just plug the fan into 100%. Disabling the RGB is going to do basically nothing for the memory temperature. much percent Carhu? I'm just waiting for an hour. Whatever it ends up at in an hour is like whatever it ends up at. With the max wattage, I can cool with a 360mm AIO. I think you're really. Oh wait, at 28C ambient. Oh, I guess 350 would be the upper limits of that then. Maybe even 300. Um, 370 megabytes per second. Like, the timings are all freaking auto, so it's like, not really gonna be going very fast. On the new Arctic AIOs, I haven't, like, I guess they're good. I don't test AIOs. I don't plan to start testing AIOs. So if, like, other people who've tested them say they're good, then I'll just go with whatever the people who actually tested them say. Your Steam takes 30 seconds to open? I mean, I usually just have it start up with Windows, but how do I... okay, exit Steam? Oh, it's updating. You've got to be kidding me. It literally updated in, like it just, like it literally updated and opened in less than 30 seconds. What did you do to that poor Ryzen CPU? Did you undervolt it? Did you make it clock stretch itself to satisfy your, like, misguided desire for higher frequencies in some random software readout? I guess it's bored with HPT bug. I don't know what that is, so that makes that kind of hard for me. LGA 1700. Did I say that? That might have been one of my, like, unhinged rants about how stupid Intel's memory controller is. No, you're testing on Z790i Edge. Because I saw some screenshots on overclock.net of people getting 8533 to kind of work. Because again, most of those people refuse to run Y-Cruncher for some reason. Apparently Intel CPUs are too fragile to run arbitrary code, so... no Y-Cruncher, but... I was like, well, if these, you know, if people can run 8533, I'm sure I can run 8000. Of course I can't. The board clocks RAM exactly the same as it did 12 months ago. Except this time I have M die instead of A die, so it does 200 megabits per second more. Amazing. '15th gen is supposed to be DDR5 only. Well, 11th gen was like DDR4 only, and that memory controller sucked. So, how many different memory technologies a memory controller supports has very little in common with how good the memory controller is. And like, the 10900K had DDR3 support as far as I know, and that memory controller is just better than what you get on an 11900K. When your setup is completely stable, except it has one error every 24 hours, what the heck are you supposed to make of it? Cope. Max safe CPU load voltage for 14900K day to day? I have no idea. Okay, I don't know how to make Intel CPUs run high memory speeds. If I did know how to do that, I wouldn't be stress testing 7800 on an 8000 rated memory kit, would I? .2. I mean, my 14900K literally shipped with a vid of 1.5 volts for 6 gigahertz, and I'm pretty sure when I was trying to overclock it from other gunship, I was shoving 1.55 volts into it just to get 6.2 to kinda work. And that was with most of the cores turned off. Okay, the last time I tried a contact frame, it made everything worse. 1.55 idle? What do you mean 1.55 idle? Yeah, well, actually it might have, yeah, something like that. Actually, you know what, I'll go, that live stream might still be up. Also, that game brings even a 14900K to its knees. Because of course it does. Is it this one? Oh yeah, it was this one. Man, one downside to 4-hour live streams is like finding anything in them is quite a challenge. Okay, where is the part where I decided to just yeet the CPU? It's 5.8 at 1.45. Man, that CPU is so bad. But that's not the... I swear I had like a 6.1 or 6.2 running on this stupid thing. And that was without hyperthreading. Because when you give $600 to Intel, they dig up the worst freaking silicon. I mean, I didn't pay anything for this thing. But this is what they think makes for good marketing, I guess. Wait, did I not get it to run 6 gigahertz? I thought it did. Oh boy, this is actually just impossible to find. Okay, well, I can't find it. So I don't know what voltage I needed. And I'm not even sure if it... I would like to believe it was 6.2 gigahertz, but there's a decent chance it wasn't. Well, it's not dangerous for the motherboard, it's just like on some motherboards, if you use a contact frame, it just completely breaks the memory overclocking. Like, you go from having bad memory overclocking to no memory overclocking, because it struggles to run at 4800. Same thing happens if you over-tighten the heatsink mounting hardware. LDPC, you mean Little Devil PC Chiller? No, because I wouldn't have anywhere to put it right now. What is Karhu Advantage? What do you mean Advantage? Oh, like, why do I use that instead of TestMem 5? It's a lot less jank than at TestMem 5. Like, TestMem 5 will, like, sometimes not start. And, that's, like, I mean, that's a minor thing, but, like, it's just annoying that, like, TestMem 5 sometimes breaks and the UI is annoying and just the whole utility. Like, it's a good stress test, but, man, it is jank. I use white theme on everything. Okay, that's not true, but like, I don't change the default themes. X16 chips are terrible. Yeah, X16 chips are really, really, really bad. Okay, on DDR5 I think they're like slightly less bad, but on DDR4 they are actually just awful. And I don't really feel like getting into the reasoning for why. You do realize that VSync adds latency, because it forces the GPU to wait for the monitor. The 7200 RAM guaranteed to work on Apex? Based on my experience, no. Well, yeah, that's the thing is, like, if I put the potato 13900K in the Apex, then, like, even the Apex gets brought to its knees, because, like, no amount of motherboard is gonna fix the memory controller. Why is X16 bad? It's just bad. I don't feel like explaining it. In fact, I'm pretty sure I have a video explaining why it is bad. You could, like, it might even literally be called, like, why X16 memory chips suck. Yeah. I have 2 videos about it. And probably the second one is better. It's a bit shorter, and I think newer? Okay, I actually don't know which one's newer. But this one has data sheets, so this one's probably better. Which DAW do you use? I use Mixcraft. Mostly because I stumbled across it back in, like, high school, and it was, like, similar enough to GarageBand, which is what we had in school. Why do you use a weak video card? Because the GPU doesn't do anything when I'm running memory stress tests? Also, I'm not in a case. Right? Like, the whole, like, having a big power-hungry GPU is a problem if you're inside a case. If you're not in a case, it doesn't matter because the air, like, you're not gonna have the exhaust of the GPU contained in a box. No, even if it wasn't, like, glass, like, the cases are really, really inefficient at, like, getting rid of the heat from GPUs. And so, like, I don't run a bait. Like, for one thing, I run open-air test benches. I don't really have any modern high-end GPUs, so if I was using a high-end GPU, it would have to be like a 2080 or something, which really isn't that hot compared to a 4090. It's like 200 watts versus 450. I guess you could use like a Vega or something. And the other thing is, it's just like there's less cables on the desk if the GPU doesn't have cables, which makes swapping like motherboards simpler because there's just less stuff to unplug. Yeah, I have a GT 1030, a GT 710, and now I have also a WX 3100. I really wish they made a WX 3100 with an HDMI port. Or like the same thing, but with an HDMI, like same chip, same power configuration, but with HDMI. Because the WX 3100s are all DisplayPort only. So you need an adapter to get them into the capture card. Why is everything so loose? Because literally everything is on auto. Like, most of this stream was spent crashing at DDR5-8000. I'm not in a hurry to find out all of the different, I want to know that this, like, functions at all, and then we can tighten the timings, and then hopefully it'll keep functioning. Nah, I'd also need to buy, like, long DisplayPort cables, and I don't want to do that. Benchmark showing a tuned Intel build. You mean, like, the thing doesn't have any overclocking headroom. Like, this chip, if I turn off the power limit, literally crashes in Cinebench, you know? This is like one of those CPUs that people complain that, oh, my Intel CPU crashes loading Unreal games. It's like, yeah, it's one of those. So Intel doesn't have a TWR register. They only have a TWR pre-register. Tell Intel to send you another? I don't want another damn CPU. I'm done with this. This is completely stupid. They sent me 3 CPUs and I hate every single one of them. Are you going to get a 14900 KS? No. Like, this CPU literally barely, like, if I manually overclock this chip, it barely does 5.8 gigahertz in Cinebench. If I turn the hyperthreading off, it maxes out at 5.9. Like I said earlier in the stream, this thing got dropped when it was a wafer. Somebody sneezed on it in manufacturing, and then they somehow made it a 14900K anyway. That's pretty good. Mine is an SP rating of 91. Nah, I'm pretty sure even like 7200 CL34 beats 4000 CL14. Also, 4000 CL14 is a pain to do, but depending on the CPU. Like, my 13600K won't run that. This chip wait, not this chip. Wait. The 13700K has my worst DDR4 memory controller, I think. And I can't remember what the best one was. The 13900K. Yeah, I think the Potato 13900K actually has a pretty okay DDR4 memory controller on it. I think at this point most CPUs on AM5 do 2200 FCLK easily, and very few do 6400. Actually, I don't think it was 4000 C14, I think it was 4000 C15, because the even timings were broken, if I remember correctly. Like, 15 worked, 16 didn't, 14 didn't, 17 did, but even timings didn't. I seem to remember something like that happening with the DDR4 overclock. How about his TREFI? Well, right now it's on auto, so it's at 32,000. Which is outside of JEDEC spec, actually. So MSI is juicing it out of the box. Because JEDEC... Yeah, as far as I know, XMP profiles don't have a TREFI value in them. Well-tuned 7200? Yeah. I mean, like, depends how you defined enough. Like, Intel isn't exactly super memory bottlenecked, unlike AMD, so... Like, even... Like, I'm off the top of my head, I want to say that even going from like 6000 to 7200 on Intel really doesn't make that much of a difference. If your stream will be more than 12 hours, it will be useless. I don't intend for this stream to be useful. So it's like, how do you put it? Like, yeah, like I wasn't really planning on it to be useful, so I don't see the issue with that. Like, people complained about a lack of Intel content. Well, here you go. 12 hours of Intel content. Is it good? No. And then we're going right back to tuning a CPU that doesn't have a memory controller held together by duct tape. I think that's 20%? Oh yeah, okay. So you're not making up numbers that are physically impossible. If I were to delid the CPU for you using the thermal grizzly, I didn't know. Like, I'm like, I'm done with this. I refuse to put any more real effort into Intel memory overclocking. Like, why do you think the last two Intel memory overclocking videos were like DDR5-8933 and then like 6666? Because that's the level of effort I'm willing to put into this. Oh, high power limit, you can just fix that by raising the load line calibration. Like, that fixes the instability by making the CPU even less efficient. Because the whole reason it gets unstable is because the voltage isn't high enough. Did it run 8000 on the Apex? Not really. Technically, I did get a screenshot of the CPU running Y-Cruncher V... Actually, it might have been VST for an hour at 8000, but I never ran a full battery of stress tests, and I've never been able to replicate that result again. So, you know, the typical Intel experience. It worked once and then never again. You plan to get an APU? I am considering it sometime this month. If it doesn't come on a desktop socket, I'm not interested in it. RAM temps? Yeah, sure, though honestly I'm more interested in this right here than really anything else that it's measuring. Oh, we're basically at an hour, so I guess it's time to start I'm gonna be tightening the timings next. How much system agent voltage are you using? 1.1 volts. Well, raw energy? No, like, this is very, like, memory overclocking is very brain dead, for the most part. You just sit there and try things until they either work or you run out of patience. Was 1.1 work with 4DIMM motherboards? At 7800? No, because 7800 doesn't work on 4DIMM motherboards. How often does your benching OS get corrupted? Not very, actually. It's usually me, like, installing a million different GPU drivers, and then at some point that creates a mess, and the best way to solve that mess is to just reinstall the OS. How are people going over 7600 on 4DIMM AM5? That's easy. You take your AM5 motherboard, you put the memory controller in 2-to-1 mode, you set your voltages to, like, if you're on ASRock, you set VDDIO to 1.4 or 1.45, like pretty high VDDIO. VDD to whatever, VDDQ to 1.4 or 1.45, like whatever your VDDIO is, you probably want to set your VDDQ to that. And then it just kind of works, actually. That's it. You might also have to set your VDDP to like 1.15, and that'll generally work. If you're on a gigabyte board, you just set your VDDIO and VDDQ to 1.35 instead of 1.45. And if you're on like a Asus board, I don't know what you do because I can't get 7600 to work on those. And if you're on an MSI board, I also don't know what you do because I don't have one. But yeah, that's it. Does 7600 work on the HDV? Yes. But it's also worth pointing out that on Ryzen, 6200 CL like 1-to-1 is faster than, or, well, okay, it's not faster, but in terms of performance, it's comparable to, like, 7600 2-to-1. So basically, 2-to-1 mode only makes sense if you can get 7800 or 8000 to work. If you can get 8000 to work, that's really, really good, because you can synchronize the Infinity Fabric. If you can't get 8000 to work, but you can get like 7800 to work, then you can at least run like very high FCLK, so like 2200 FCLK. But the problem is 7800 doesn't really work on a lot of motherboards. And then 7600 is kind of just like, like you can run it, but I wouldn't. And then 7200 is actually just don't. Just do not. It's bad. Same for 7400. I think there's a 7400 ratio. 6800 is the same as like 7000, 60, like basically everything that's outside 1-to-1, but like low end of 2-to-1, bad and should be avoided. Well, anyway, that's our Karhu run done, so I guess time to punch in some better timings. 6200 is better than 60... No, if your CPU can run 6400, 6400 is better, but most CPUs can't run 6400. Just going higher. Optimal FCLK depends on a surprising variety of factors. If you're at 8000, optimal FCLK is 2000. If you're at 7800, optimal FCLK is like 1950, but on a lot of motherboards that doesn't work. So you're stuck with like setting it as high as it goes, which would be 2200. If you're at 6200, your options are to run like, well, if you're at 6000, you basically want to push for 2200. If you're at 6200, your options are either 2066 or like 2166 or 2200. The other options are slower. If you're at 6400, you want to run 2133 or 2200, probably 2133. Because 2200 at 6400 memory is probably not gonna work. I think that's like it off the top of my head. I am not gonna run the risk of making the TRC upset. No need when we're just gonna set TREFI to 65,000. I'm really not sure about those for 24 gigabit. It's not going to include... No, it would have to include the burst, so 90. That's probably unnecessarily loose, but I don't really feel like dealing with the Intel memory controller. If I can avoid it. I am not going to try turning on round-trip latency. That is going to be bad. Did I miss anything? Oh, I guess I should set... Oh, that's already at 255, so that's not going to do anything. Alright, do I have power down disabled? Oh yeah, that's already disabled. I really think per bank is supposed to go lower on 24 gigabit. We'll try it like that. I'll just keep 2N. Wrong with both at 73? Why would they be wrong? This TCKE is, if I'm not mistaken, like the... Like, it has something to do with... I think it's like the delay for the clock signal coming in and out of power down, or something like that. So, actually, if you have power down disabled, it shouldn't do anything. I'm not doing, like, cooler testing. It's a massive pain. Like, yeah, it's just a massive pain because you need to, like, control air temperature, and that's just like, oh no. Or, like, you need to somehow control for air temperature, which, if you don't have AC, and you're in a relatively small flat, it does not work. Like, if I run a... like, I've done things like, if I run, like, high-end CPUs at full tilt in this room, after, like, an hour, the room temperature starts creeping upwards. Actually, I mean, it's already creeping upwards, but after an hour, it's, like, noticeably warmer in the room. So, yeah, we are not doing that. Did I calculate the TWR correct? Wait, what? Oh, because power... Oh, I forgot about that one. Huh, so I'm off by a little. I'm off by 3. That doesn't make any sense. Where's the 3 coming from? Oh, it's probably like preamble or postamble or something. Is it? Nah. I feel like my refresh timings are still way looser than they need to be. But at the same time, it's like, we're only refresh... Like, both of them are pretty close to like 1% refresh, so like, doesn't matter. Are you going to mess around with the 7900 GRE? No, because I don't have one. And if I wanted one, I'd have to buy one. And then I wouldn't be able to buy an APU. Or anything else for that matter. Have we hit 8,000? No, we gave up on that several hours ago. Yeah, but the dims are getting to like 60. Oh, right, I said I'd max the fan speed. Okay, you know what? Since I'm gonna crank the fan on the memory, I'm gonna set the refresh interval to 99,000. Oh, it's not even that loud. Wait. Yeah, it's not that bad. The memory was hitting like 50 degrees with the fan at like 1300 RPM, so now the fan is going to be doing the full, like, I think 2500? Something like that. $48C? Nah, if it's stable... Oh, wait, it crashed. Are you on Intel? What refresh interval are you at? Well, these timings look, they look acceptable, I guess. Please don't crash. Like, we're clocked lower and with worse timings than the AMD system. Like, come on. Yeah, actually just, like, straight up worse. Like, the read-to-read same group is, like, 4 ticks longer than what I usually use for on AMD at 8000. What APU are you going to OC? Probably an 8700G. Where did you get the 99K refresh interval from? it's like somewhat above 65,000, but not so close to 130K that it'll maybe be very temperature sensitive. What would you prefer if I had set it to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Or 69, 69, 69? Or 69, 30... Wait, nope, that would be too long. Am I about to find out about how Intel can't do random refresh interval values?